She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're live with another day of Compass. Josh by my side and always in my heart, of course. Hang on, can I go inside your... There we go. We flew real close today.
Not this again.
Yeah, well, we're in the 1-on-1 brackets. It's SASHI versus 9 to kick things off. Josh, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, pretty good. This should actually be an interesting game, right? Bit of a Danish derby. SASHI have kind of been very up in the air for me recently. They've had some poor results, and yeah, I think this streak has sort of run into this past week or so where they just keep losing 2-1. They sort of have close series. They seem to quite consistently take their map pick, but yeah, struggling to close out. On the other side of things, 9 have looked a little bit better. They've been a strong side recently, been climbing up the rankings. But weirdly, yeah, are actually a little bit behind 9 in terms of those world rankings. And previous times that these two teams have met, SASHI have actually got the better of them.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, right? Because recently, like, you could not recognize the same SASHI who have largely been struggling. You know, they've had their losses against Zero Tenacity, YaLLa, Passion UA, and generally speaking, I felt like SASHI were starting to be on the come up because I was looking at some of their individual performances. We're starting to see Zyphon do well, and Becky was starting to nestle into the roster. Lucky was hitting some amazing shots, but you know, that's generally been the theme for Lucky, so it's not like that's been a standout performance for the standard that he set for himself. But suddenly to see this weird road bump where they're now starting to take losses upon losses, it's rough.
Yeah, I'm with you. They've been playing against some pretty high caliber opponents, so, you know, somewhat to be expected. Anytime they face up against, you know, a weaker opponent, they do still find that win. In the past couple of weeks, we've seen, you know, comfortable victories against Rage, Copenhagen Wolves, Imperial Valkyries, Portuguese Family. You know, the teams that they're supposed to be beating, they do beat. But yeah, it does just feel like anytime they go up against a harder opponent, anytime they go up against a Passion UA, a Cybershock, a Z, the moment, that's for sure. But yeah, they did take a good win against YaLLa the other day. I think that's sort of something to go off of. That was actually in this tournament as well, so that's why they're in this 1-on-1 position. And yeah, I think a lot of the time, sometimes it can really hinge. I always say this when it comes to SASHI, but I think a hell of a lot of the time, this team really does hinge on Iceberg having like a decent game, because Iceberg can sometimes have these really, really terrible games. And yeah, if he comes into this match and gives us just a half decent game, then SASHI are a very, very powerful team. But yeah, it just feels like. And they can't afford to be in that position when they are against a team like 9. And on the other side, you've got Rouse, who, to be fair, in terms of recent ratings, hasn't been so much better, but definitely has sort of that higher fragging ability.
Yeah, I mean, a team should never be put in a position where their IGL or their captain has to get the firepower out, right? Like, we watched that in a game in the grand finals of CCT yesterday as well, where ENCE had needed Glaive to be able to win that series. And I feel like that kind of team just ends up becoming unsustainable. And the reason I mentioned that match is because when you try and draw parallels here, I feel like putting SASHI in a position where they need those that IGL firepower, it's going to be unsustainable now. Thankfully,
I'm gonna clarify a tiny bit. Iceberg doesn't need to pop off, right? He just needs a little bit more than, like, in their last 2 best-of-3s, right? He went against Eklot. He went 5-15 and 7-16.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty
against Zero Tenacity. He went 5-16, 7-17. I'm just talking about him not having one of those absolute stinkers where he just doesn't find any kills.
Yeah, so the bar is just incredibly low, right? So don't
Pretty
pop
much,
off,
yeah.
just fight back is the narrative we're going for. I get it. Of course, it does put SASHI in an awkward position when they constantly have to sort of play with an anchor tied to their feet. Hopefully that's not going to be the case anymore, but recent results have proven otherwise. You're right. There's a very good reason why you brought up those recent results. It's because when they've gone up against the likes of Zero Tenacity and Eklot, you know, those teams haven't been doing too well for themselves either. So to see, like, those individual numbers completely drop off the face of the earth, it's a little bit concerning. But we should have the veto coming up in just a moment, Josh. So why don't you walk us through it? Oh, I think Josh might be frozen. Josh just froze, so can't do anything about it. Josh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to put you in your box for a little while. Okay, so Dust2 being banned early on by SASHI. Not really a surprise. They always go for that ban. It's well, not really. I mean, they don't always ban it, but the times that they have played it haven't really had great results. 9 with their permaban. Nuke being the first pick, so this actually puts SASHI in a pretty comfortable territory where they get to play the map they have the most reps on, is the map that they're the most comfortable with. But it's also a little awkward because you're going against a team that also really enjoys playing Nuke. Nuke's been not quite the bread and butter for 9, but it's still a map that they have been very, very comfortable on. In fact, it is their most won map, even if it is not the map that they've been playing the most. Now, second map, Ancient. This is a veto that is already looking like it's going to be super favorable towards 9. And the reason for that is because they get to play Nuke, which is like a 70% win rate for them. They've had great results on it. Then they go straight into Ancient, which is a bad map for SASHI. SASHI have only been able to... wait, hang on. Yeah, okay, so SASHI haven't really been able to find victories, even though they've been trying to incorporate it into their play. They have had a really bad loss against Eklot recently. Passion UA was able to dish out the same result, and if you dial it back a couple of weeks, and you can once again say that they had losses against Navi Jr., Passion again, Eklot again. So even when they've got time to prep against the same teams, play against the same playstyle, they haven't been able to bring different results. I think Inferno is going to be fine. It's a map that both teams are somewhat comfortable with, but I think 9 coming out of this veto should have their heads held high.
Yeah, I think they should as well. I mean, it's a little bit disappointing that SASHI didn't try and, like, innovate at all with this veto, looking at the fact that, yeah, their map pick of Nuke actually really does lean into 9 at the moment, especially considering that 9 will get the pick of the sides as well. So 9 will be starting off on the CT half on a map that, yeah, as you say, they've been absolutely fantastic with recently. However, there's sort of 2 ways to look at that, because you can say, yeah, I'd have liked to have seen SASHI try and switch it up a little bit, try and take 9 to one of the weaker sides. At the end of the day, 9 have been pretty fantastic on anything other than Dust2 and Mirage, and that's both teams permabans, so it was never really going to be an uncomfortable territory from them. And I quite like the idea from SASHI to just say, yeah, you know what, we're just going to play them at our own game. We're not going to get into our own heads too much about their recent results on Nuke. We know that we're a good Nuke team. We're going to pick into it, and we're just going to do our best. And yeah, they are a very good Nuke team. They've played it one of the most times I've ever seen a team play a map in the past 3 months. They've got 40 matches played. In their last games, there have been a little bit of some of these mixed results. They actually lost it against Yano the other day, which is really surprising to me. I think I watched that game, actually. It was a bizarre one. And then, yeah, 13-5 to 0 Tenacity. That was just 2 days ago. So they're not undefeatable on it, but they have had some very, very strong results. And, yeah, as I say, I think they'll be feeling reasonably confident.
Yeah, I feel like confidence is going to be the name of the game for 9. They get to start off on a map that they would be happy to even pick into. They get to play the side that they want to, and then Ancient's going to be a bit of a comfort pick as well. So it's a very tricky position for SASHI to be in, but I will say that there is a caveat here, Josh. It's the fact that most of the time when SASHI have played against 9, they have come out on top. Well, actually, in the past 3 months, they've won every single time, so there's that.
Yeah, yeah, this Danish rivalry has a very clear big brother, doesn't it? SASHI have been able to narrowly get the better of 9.
Fair to call this like a Danish rivalry? Come on, there's like not enough Danish players, okay? On the side of 9.
Ah, yeah, fine. I'm with you.
Maybe we could go with like the Scandinavian angle, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, historically, it was like previously it was a Danish core, right? And then the last time these teams played, it was a Danish rivalry. Now, maybe not so much. Oh, the doors did the awkward thing. That suits Cabby nicely.
Yeah, well, I want to see if the narrative of the big brother is going to continue. The palm already halfway ticked down. They need to start contesting for it soon, Josh. The dualies. Oh, I really thought Cabby was going to get suffocated, but Raul's forced to empty his magazine into the wall, and SASHI will keep that narrative going.
Yeah, that's a really nice pistol round. You can see they're on boot camp here as well. Zyphon to his right. It's got Cabby. And I actually remember the last time that we saw SASHI on boot camp, and it was during that period. I don't know if you remember. I think it was towards the tail end of last year, where they were just on this crazy win streak. You remember? I think they won like 20 best of 3s in a row or something like that. And yeah, around about that time, we had an interview with Iceberg, and we were talking about it. And yeah, he's basically saying that they're on boot camp. They're just trying to win as many games as possible at the moment and whatnot. And yeah, it seems to do them a lot of favors when they're all in a room together. That leadership can really shine. Favon with a good start. Turn this one back around after losing a pistol. Tag down low with the MP9, but gets out alive. I think slowed down.
Bit of damage already on Iceberg. He's already out of the equation. It always gets a little bit scary if you lose a player and then you go into a super slow default, then kind of feels like you already get suffocated. Hang on, this could actually be the full clean round from 9, so it's actually not really getting to be the big brother just yet. Lucky, double kill's nice, but surely this isn't going to be forked over into any kind of victory here. Might be able to recover the bomb, maybe even plant it, but getting this over the line is an exercise in impossibility. And if I'm lucky right now, I'm thinking about hurling myself at the opposition, try and make sure that I have the money at the end, and 9 immediately turn things around.
Okay. A much better second round. And it just felt a little bit too slow from SASHI, didn't it? Couldn't seem to get anything rolling. This one needs to be a bit quicker. 5 Tech 9s out. You expect the pace to come here. There you go. Outside. Bombing it to red. Trying to get down secret. HE will blow the smoke open, but a little too late. Much quicker as Iceberg. Oh, but he will be caught.
The clothesline ready, but Zyphon able to jump right over it. SASHI access to the B bomb site has been gained. Just Faven who's holding the line. Smoke to allow them to cross over. It's tough to have the scout rifle. They're trying to come back into a bomb side. Becky has their number. Beautiful little flank. Pincered by Becky and Cabby. And it brings it down to just 2 members, so the back and forth will still ensue. Bob XD wanting to keep himself competitive here. As Lucky is going to see him crossing over, comes back to find him. And the scout will be immediately eviscerated as well. Beautiful stuff from SASHI. Make sure that the scoreboard is going to be kept competitive.
Well, it's very awkward back and forth. That does not suit the CT side. But really nice shots, though, to relying on those mechanics. Zyphon's entry is perfect. Yeah, as I say, bouncing between rounds like this, really, really awkward for this defense. Look at the buy from them here. One rifle, that's been instantly eviscerated. Iceberg and Becky will barrel into the site, and very little friction out of 9. Desert Eagle won't convert. Cabby's Tech 9 still rattling off shots. That's a dink onto Faven as well. Seems like they're going to try and hunt. This round was relentless from SASHI. I think they realised in round 2 they played it a little too slow, a little too disjointed. Right here, just want to gun him down. Oh, Cabby.
Oh,
Nice no. Wow, I was going to say won't matter all too much. He's only lost the scout, but collateral damage is a thing. They'll still get out with 3 rifles.
Not a bad start if you're a SASHI fan at all. And 9, they found themselves in the very awkward position of having won the second round and then starting to fall apart. And you're right, they did immediately diagnose the issue. They recognized that they were going a little bit too slow. The slower defaults kind of play to the strengths of 9, who have just been generally playing around those angles with those MP9s, just waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs. Iceberg able to hold it down. Put those in the back pocket, gonna need it to stat pad later. Was that a bit mean, Josh?
No. Maybe a little bit.
I mean, the standard Iceberg has recently set has been like 5-6 kills, right? So it's
we're halfway there. I have sort of noticed that there is this weird curse with it, though, where recently I've been saying that, right, where after, like, 4 or 5 rounds, he's got, like, 4 or 5 kills, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this isn't one of those games, and then just, like, the second half, he doesn't find any kills.
And then you find out that that is, in fact, one of those games.
Yeah, it is, in fact, one of those games, but the rest of the team are sort of picking up the slack either way. Lucky, Cabby, very good start. Lucky's Tech 9 was very, very potent in that second round. He seems to be keeping up this kind of domination. So with the rifles out, we're good to go again. Lacking on the util front here a 9, but they have still got the firepower. Mantu's got a very good position here.
Benjamin, Bob XD, both their duels respectively won. Oh, lands on top like he's crushing a Goomba.
I wish that's how it worked.
I feel like that should be a mechanic. If you've managed to land on top of someone, they should definitely die.
Yeah.
Good little collection there from Becky. But it will be the 9 round, and it's going to be a very clean one at that.
Imagine that, you're on like a hut, like sort of 7-8 foot high. You jump off and just stomp on my head. I think that would do it.
And you just won't even notice.
Yeah, and I'm just looking up
The
like,
engine
oh,
of the
what?
game just doesn't register and you wait.
Maybe I've just got a really strong neck.
You were a footballer in your past life.
An F1 driver or something. An astronaut.
Do astronauts have to do neck training?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought the point would be that they don't need it. Since they have like no force being applied to their necks, they wouldn't need a strong neck. It could be quite the opposite because they're just floating through space.
But they still have to do like the crazy G-force training that like the F1 drivers and stuff have to do, don't they?
Oh, so to actually get to space, you do need to go through the G-forces. That makes sense.
Yeah. Nice shot, Siphon. If they can convert this one, it's going to be a 5th round on their T side, which kind of... Oh my god. Oh, it's so perfect for Becky. That is brilliant. Another player who... as, you know, had his absent games here for SASHI recently, but every now and again does have a really, really stellar performance. Yeah, if they're able to convert this one, it'll be 5 rounds to their T side. It already negates the sort of worry that we had with 9 starting off on their defense.
Yeah, because coming into this, we were a little bit worried that SASHI have picked into a map that 9 are super comfortable with, but as long as they can make that T side work, as long as they can line up those first few rounds, then suddenly that issue is thrown out of the window.
Look at that. We didn't get to see it from his POV. It's so crisp. And then, yeah, Becky just finding the perfect time, and it all gets a little bit messy when you have to take a gunfight, but your teammates in front of you, you don't want to be putting bullets into them, so just subconsciously you sort of wait a second before going for the spray. As I said, though, that's 5 rounds. Should be 6 to come as well.
And for the most part, it feels like 9 have been completely checked out. Like, in the second round, sure, they can make those MP9s work. They had a gun round going fine. But it's largely been an absent affair from them. And to able to do a little bit of damage. An AK-47 should be recovered by Faven as well. Iceberg catches Man2. And slowly but surely, outside control has been established. The fact that the AK rotates over to the bottom bomb site also means that there should be a comfortable access into A. Iceberg, audio cue has been given up. Can anticipate him, instant headshot. There's the second player coming. Can't find the rifle. Not sure what the holdup is, to be honest.
It's taking a lot of time to go for this plant, yeah. Eventually they'll get that. I'll be very surprised if Faven does anything other than save this AK. You see him get in the vents and entertain the idea of giving us something here. Unfortunate miss from Lucky and an even worse Molotov. Yeah, he'll just say, all right, yeah, hopefully Stream didn't catch that one. It's all right, I blinked.
As an opper, the #1 trait that can earmark success is how often you blink.
I was saying I blinked. I missed it. Didn't see it. Don't worry.
I feel like the ability to sustain chronically dry eyes can be very useful for an AWP player.
painful, but... maybe it's all part of the plan. Alright, well, 6 rounds either way. 9 really need to get their foot on the gas now, to be honest. Any more round losses, this becomes problematic. 4 in a row would give us 6-6, but from what we've seen so far, I'm not too confident in their ability to take 4 in a row. This has looked like a very good SASHI side. Now, what I'm really interested to see is whether this is another SASHI 2-1, where they convincingly take their own map pick, they look good on Nuke, and then poor elsewhere. Or if maybe this will be the one that turns the tide. It's interesting that we've got Inferno as that decider. It's also a map that SASHI quite like to pick into, so... have the experience with. Brilliant entry from Lucky. Faven's got to try and do something about this, but flashes are perfect. Molly goes down. The util is just brilliant here. And SASHI don't even commit down ramp. It's just going to send a little bit of a shockwave down 9. They'll start pulling pieces left, right, and centre. The entries are brilliant onto A as well. This is perfect Counter-Strike.
Just completely encapsulating the A-bomb site. The timings are really good. They peek out alongside the flashbang into hut. It's very difficult to deal with a Heaven player. It just feels, you put it pretty aptly, it feels like perfect Counter-Strike. 9 had no response to what just came their way.
Yeah, I don't know if many teams would, to be honest. It's just really, really well coordinated. And they're stuck in this cycle now where they've got the max loss bonus, but it's not enough to fall by every round. So we're just seeing, you know, like these false buys with the pistols and armor, then the fall buys with the rifles. They've not really been able to get very much done with just the pistols and armor. Mantu doesn't really want to buy himself much because he wants that AWP out in the next round. So, yeah, this is all just starting to slip away. SASHI hitting flow state. Everything going perfectly according to plan. Won't connect the shot. Felt like the crosshair was on him. Just a narrow miss. Shouldn't matter all too much. Ice space down below. Cleaning house. And adding to his tally. That's double digits. He's actually top of the scoreboard now. Will eventually be taken out. And we'll give him an AK. But it's a good start.
They should have no trouble actually getting onto the bottom bomb site. It's only going to be Faven holding the line. Didn't notice that there was a player with a pistol there as well. AK-47 has been recovered, so they can have a second wind. Mantu needs to make this AK-47 work. Repositions to have a better chance at finding them. There it is. Missed couple of shots. Info given up. The 5-7 coming into play now as well as Rawls comes through from doors. Mantu, he's found a really good angle. Comes up behind them, but Lucky will have his number.
Yeah, there to punish. That's brilliant.
What really sucks for Mantu is that for a moment he was trying to play the trigger discipline because he's up behind a player, wants to maybe try and get 2 off of it, but he gets nothing.
Rail's then hoping for an exit frag. In the right position for it. He'll hear him come in as the bomb's about to explode. He'll get one low enough. No, he won't. Oh, wow. I thought he'd done enough damage to Becky that the C4 would finish him, but doesn't end up being the case. That was kind of all part of the plan. It was just rattle off some shots and hope that the world does the rest, but it doesn't work out. To be honest, it really wouldn't matter going into the last couple of rounds of this half. So much money here for SASHI that arguably holding on to the Kevlar and the 5-7 would have been the better option. They will not be strapped for cash at all. It's at 8-2. This, to me, I was going to say already feels too far gone. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not if 9 take the next 2, make it 8-4, win the pistol. But you're asking a lot at this point. We have seen MR12 show its cruel side in that regard, but SASHI have got enough money to go for back-to-back buys here. It really doesn't feel to me like they're going to give 9 any kind of in.
I'm honestly very surprised that we don't see any pushback from 9. It's one of the worst performances we've seen from them on Nuke. SASHI once again able to start bunkering down on A. Kragan's going to be able to delay Rawls from the backside. Is able to still buy himself some time. Flashback's perfect. He's going to be able to swing out, but eventually found by Zyphon. It's still a 2 versus 3. Some damage has been inflicted. It's Man2 trying to still make himself relevant, but it's just going to be Zyphon remaining there at the end. A chance at 3 1v1s is totally doable if he can play his cards right. Problem is, bombs in no man's land.
Still feels winnable. I'm giving him the space to go and retrieve this bomb, but surely won't give him the space to actually plant it. We'll go for the safe plant in the corner, though, so no one's going to be able to deny it. They will be coming in thick and fast. Timing's good. Oh, no, it's not. It's not good. I was going to say, he sort of slipped the net a little bit on the main player, but Kragan creeping out of heaven. Zyphon none the wiser. Silo's just obscure his vision a little bit too much there. There will be a third on the board for 9, so better stuff. Better stuff for sure.
Not like
they
the
need
bomb
it one
that
more.
changes anything, right? Because SASHI just had a monstrous income already built up.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And 9 have a chance to still make this round digestible, or at least this game. You get 4 rounds on the board, you throw the pistol round on top of it, suddenly you are back in business. Problem is, you still have to play the terrorist side. I'm not sure how much they fancy their chances there. Kragan's playing up close and personal. Has to eventually back off, doesn't find any engagements early on.
She blows the smoke open. Man2. First blood. He's getting sick of Iceberg. Just creeping down secret round after round. Oh, no. Oh, that timing's ridiculous. Becky might actually get killed here as... This round, I can't even watch it. He's now going to re-peek and just feed the AWP. Yeah, that is such a joke. Man2 doesn't know what's hitting there. Man2 thinks that Becky's just on like another late lurk down secret. Little does he know, Becky actually came out of the vents. They've done a little loop around each other. And then retaken that fight. Circus down on the lower bomb site, but Lucky wants to restore order to this round. The sniper of his own. Oh no, Man2 misses.
Flashbang to go in. Man2 found as he tries to unpeek away. Kragan creeping up heaven, though, and he's given up his position for no damage having been exchanged. Faven's position is perfect. Should be able to swing out. Never mind. Instant shutdown. Kragan only good for the 1 as Lucky gets a double and keeps the ship of SASHI powered up into the next half.
Wow. All right. Beautiful round out of Lucky there. 4 frags. Returning that favour that Man2 delivered them. See a little replay of some of these shots. Just really, really clean. Swapping out to the rifle for the final 2. So, second half pistol underway. Becky's got the dualies. Iceberg sort of sacrifices himself. Hasn't got the Kevlar, but drops the util over. Drops over those dual pistols as well. Spams through the smoke. Won't pay any dividend. Does see one crossing those, so should have this information. There's a second and a third. Damage being dealt, but under pressure. And under pressure, he doesn't break. Man advantage and the information now.
And when they've started off the series like this, there's a very real chance that they could also surprise on the second map. But that is a map that is supposed to be a lot better for 9. Becky waiting with the dualies in the bottom bomb site. Just gets a little bit of info and doesn't need to keep pressing the issue. 9. They know that there's a couple players waiting for them, so now they start taking the bomb all the way back. A-site might be on the menu in just a second, but they still need to get past his garage player. Siphon starts letting them cross over, but only to put them down eventually. 2 swift shots with his USB will be the bane of their respective existences.
I think that kind of seals the deal here a little bit for Nuke. The 1-win condition was 9 winning this pistol round. And it felt like it started off okay for them. It felt very winnable, but Zyphon just strips them of that opportunity. It's really difficult here as well, because you can't really justify a forcing around like this if you're 9, but then at the same time, it's like, if you're eco and you give them 11, and then you're expecting like a flawless 10 rounds. 9 at the minimum. And then more later, but I don't know. It will be the latter. It will be that eco. Favon's got himself a deagle, the rest just with the Glocks.
Yeah, this is
So
just
clever.
too easy. And I love the discipline there from SASHI, not taking too many risky duels. There's one of the MP9s that goes down, and it's Becky to comfortably find the last few. So, we're probably seeing SASHI take this with no scratches here, Josh. I highly doubt that 9 are going to be able to surface a comeback, but at least the last hurrah will be afforded by them.
Seemingly a team that thrive in the morning games as well. I think especially when you're together on boot camp, when it's a morning game and you sort of like got to get up and get warmed up and in the zone for it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sort of saying they won't be up by 10 a.m., but just I think it's very difficult to sometimes sort of get up and warm up and get in the Counter-Strike zone in the morning. I think a lot of players, you know, even sort of casually aren't sort of playing until afternoon, evenings, but these guys are hardened pros. And yeah, when you're on boot camp together, you sort of get up together. You can have that same morning wake up and warm up routine. You know that everybody's on the same page. As for 9, just coming in a little bit cold to this series. They've got the opening advantage here in this round. Favon falling early. SASHI looking to propel themselves onto 12. Yeah, with the jump spot. HE going to go over the top. Doesn't do very much damage, but forces them to make noise. So we all know they're there.
Yeah, this is just looking too drilled, too comfortable. And surely, yeah, Mantu can't do anything about it. SASHI get away with 12, and now just look at the pennies that are in the bank accounts of 9. They'll be able to furnish, you know, a couple Galils, throw a few pistols in there, but this is really going to be nothing promising at all. This is one of the most convincing games we've seen so far here in Campus. I'm trying to recall if we've seen a one-sided game like this before, but I think within the context of this season, maybe there's been only a couple. Good shot from Krogan. At least try and bolster your confidence. Okay, that's not good. Team kill certainly doesn't do any favors.
It won't, but I still actually can't help but feel like the round might still go their way. Rail's up in heaven. There are 2 down on the site, and they don't seem to be all too aware of this heaven flank, but that molly will certainly wake them to the idea. They just have the wrong read on this completely. They've got a player down on the B site. They've got 2 trying to flank Ram, but yeah, now they'll realise, oh, the heaven players weren't trying to trick us here at all. They are out onto the A side, but now they've got kind of interesting flank going. Maybe they don't even go for this, to be honest. The money's not great, but you'd think with the current round count, they would have a stab. Instead, it looks like they're just going to pull the plug. That's a 1 fadeaway kill. They'll hold on to these rifles. At least they'll try to.
Even in that round, they end up with way more scratches than SASHI. They only have 1 player alive. And on the other hand, SASHI, they keep 2 rifles in play. With the AWP coming out once again for Lucky. And yeah, that was the kill that broke any confidence I had for 9, at least being able to build some momentum before they head into map number 2.
Yeah, in this pursuit of a hunt, they actually end up far worse off. It's a good entry, though. Cabby trying to play in front of the molly will be punished. I'm not sure if he took a tick of damage from it, and that sort of gave it up. But either way, would have had to make noise. Rouse with another. Okay. Maybe there's something here. I spoke with the trade. He's got a really advanced position, but doesn't want to stick around. Find out what a trade looks like. Ooh,
really good stuff
so
from
instead
him.
he just drops down. That's so sick.
Not sure if they're going to realize that there is a player in hug. Kragan pre-aims the left side angle and will go right past Becky, who's already navigating to fight the Doors player. There it is, Faven down. A 1v2 on the agenda, and Rawls just doesn't have the HP to furnish it. Thankfully for him, Lucky has an AWP, so it's a little bit easier to take out one of these players. But as Lucky comes up the vents, should have info in just a moment. All he's going to do is bring out the sidearm and start spamming away. Rawls, does he have a real chance here? I highly doubt it, but hang on. A stray shot's going to hit Becky in the head. And with a sliver of HP, this is remotely doable. 25 seconds to go. And Lucky is patiently waiting. Waiting for any info that might come his way. There could be a last-minute attempt from Rouse to go to the bottom bomb site instead, but no, he's going to stick to his guns. Takes a sweet time. Now has to make the commitment to the bomb plant. Lucky coming up the vents, and he's got the right weapon, the right idea, and there it is. Comfortable victory for SASHI here. 13 on the board. As we head into map number 2 with SASHI dominating on a map that 9 have generally been very, very comfortable with.
They certainly have really, really confident stuff there for SASHI. An absolute stomp of a victory. And that is going to, yeah, put a little bit of fear into the 9 camp, I feel. They've come into this series, and as we were sort of talking about in the veto, they've started off on a map that, whilst it is their opponent's pick, they are very, very confident with, and they've been absolutely blown out of the water. It's not just a loss, it's a 13-4. It felt like they weren't relevant in that game at any point, and yeah, there's going to be a whole load of confidence and maybe momentum built up here for SASHI to try and carry through into a victory.
Yeah, it's very likely that that momentum does carry forward. Now, I know that Ancient hasn't exactly been their bread and butter, and they've had some issues trying to sort it out because recently their results on it have been pretty bad, to put it plainly. But when 9 is playing in form like this, I don't know, man. There is a chance that SASHI could get it done in 2. But we'll have to wait and find out after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm still dope like I'm back in the 80s. Who catch my car?
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2020.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a complete stomp from SASHI, and I can't help but feel like some of that confidence is going to carry over into map number 2. Now, I know that 9 have picked into it, that they should be somewhat comfortable, but after seeing a performance like that on, well, a map that we've generally seen has been a really good affair for 9, I can't help but feel like Ancient is going to be, at the very least, very competitive.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think SASHI have looked a lot better so far in this series, I'll be honest. But yeah, I think the second map should be more competitive. I think 9 will bring more to the table here. It's quite difficult, isn't it, when you lose control on a map like Nuke? It's a very easy map to just sort of, as I say, lose control of, and then it just slip away quite quickly and gain momentum, I think, for the SASHI side of things. But yeah. Ancient is one that they're really, really strong with, actually. They've had some really good results recently. It's not a map that SASHI are going to shy away from. It is a map that SASHI also do play, but yeah, there's some mixed bag of results there, and actually some pretty bad results recently too. Yeah, last 2 times they've played it, sort of smoked by YaLLa and Passion UA, so it's not going to be feeling massively confident. We'll see. At least they'll get the pick of the sides, that's something. But yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I feel like the results haven't really been great for SASHI, but it feels like we might be on the precipice of seeing them have a return to their form, right? They've had that fall from grace. Now they come back to their form potentially, and it's really hard to maintain poor form when generally you have been doing well as a team, right? Like in the past 6 series, they only had that 1 win against YaLLa. I feel like now they might be able to find their footing a little bit more, and with a win like they just had on Nuke would be exactly what the doctor ordered. Now, I will say that a lot of our narrative is coming off of the back of this performance from SASHI on Nuke, but you can't deny that is still the most well-rehearsed, most played map of SASHI, right? It's 41 maps now on record after adding a Nuke to the tally. After adding the previous map to the tally. So that was probably the best performance we could muster up from SASHI across the pool. Now, to replicate that on Ancient, it's not going to be easy.
I think the thing is sometimes, and I keep finding this whenever I'm trying to do my research, that so much of the time you look at these poor results or just results in general, and you start to see a bit of a, well, there isn't a pattern, and that's the point. It's so much of the time just this like CS2 MR12 moment. We've seen SASHI, for example, if we take YaLLa, they played YaLLa 3 times in the past couple of weeks here on Ancient. First time they played it, they lost 13-9. Then a couple of weeks later, they played it again against YaLLa. They beat them 13-8. And then literally the following day, they played them again on Ancient and lost 13-4. So it does just sort of sometimes feel very momentum-based. It's very difficult to say, oh yeah, YaLLa are a much better Ancient team than SASHI when 2 days ago they lost 13-8 and then the next day they win 13-4. It's just a little bit all over the place. I think sometimes it does just come down to, yeah, who gets that good start, who wins the pistol, who can sort of build that economy and that momentum early on. And I think a lot of players have been sort of saying that about the game at the moment.
I think it just comes down to the narrative about the game being a lot more about the game day performance these days. It's all about the mid-rounding, right? There used to be a time where Counter-Strike was so... it's hard to call it well-drilled because it wasn't as advanced as it is now, but there was less tactical depth because you would be starting a lot of your ideology for how you would be progressing in the game off of spawns. You would just be playing off the spawn, you would be playing those executes. But now when it comes down to the micro details, winning those engagements, just being able to play the mid rounds, suddenly all those duels matter a lot more, and that's why you see swing results like having a 13-4 loss one day and then having a 13-8 win the other day. That kind of stuff happens when individual performances are the difference maker, and they just go the other way one day and then, well, swing the other way on another. So you never really know what's going to be brought to the server on that particular day. I feel like that's the general trend has been losses for them on Ancient.
Yeah, I guess so. But we can kind of that narrative a little bit of them on boot camp. They were a real force to be reckoned with. I was trying to work out from the cams because it actually looked like Lucky was in a different room. Now it's possible that he was just in the corner, but the lighting looked a little bit different. So maybe it's not the full 5 on boot camp. I'm interested to know if that is the case. But yeah, just them sort of being together seems to do them a lot of favors. I've always commended Iceberg on his leadership ability. Sometimes the fragging department is very weak, but I think that he is a player that when he's finished as a player will almost definitely transition into being a very successful coach, because he does just seem to have that very natural leadership kind of gene in him. And yeah, especially when he's sort of there with the team, you see that firsthand. I've seen it in person as well at a couple of live events, just him sort of, you know, being there with the team and being the boss. And yeah, I think that does a lot for them, especially, as I say, for some of these earlier morning games. They're able to get up, have that same routine, get sat at the desks and sort of lock in. And that's exactly what we saw in that first map. And maybe we'll see it here again on Ancient.
Yeah, maybe. It's weird because we were criticizing Iceberg's fragging ability in the pregame, right? And he was doing quite well on Nuke. Now, I will say that it's really difficult to say that somebody's doing poorly or they're doing really well when it's such a one-sided game, because oftentimes it feels like they're not really put into too many difficult scenarios. But I did like the fact that there were a couple of individual moments of brilliance from him, because when they were in a bit of a deficit scenario in those last couple of rounds where 9 were actually fighting back, he was willing to push through the doors, he was willing to actually take initiative, had a couple of multi-kills in there, and it was generally just a really decent performance. Now, replicating that on Ancient is going to be difficult, and I feel like SASHI have gotten the hardest part out of the way, which is really good, because they had to make sure that they at least win their own map pick, right? And it might feel a bit wrong to call that the hardest part, but the truth is, it was definitely the most significant. It was definitely the most significant thing you have to do when you know that you're then going to eventually be running into 2 maps that your enemy is much more well versed on. You have to nail down your map pick, and then you can play those riskier games. That being said, though, we do have a bit of a technical scuffle, so we're going to be sorting that out, and we'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Ancient. SASHI just absolutely stomped on their own map pick. Now they're going to try and make something happen here on the next. 9 on their T side. SASHI with the luxury of starting off on the defense. There is something there. Becky trying to get aggressive into A main. Bob XD on the other side of this, ready for the eventual push, but they're making a fair bit of noise here in Donut. Becky makes light work of that opening pick. He'll now relay the information that A's been lost, but he's got a very good position. They now need to try and group up, take him out here in main. They will. 9 go about this in the right way. And the retake now on. It's a really interesting approach to this round. SASHI so giving up A, playing for the retake, giving up the mid control as well, but not actually having any kit to get them back in, so it doesn't feel like time is on their side, but either way, they'll make it happen. The Julies out of Cabby, and the shots from Lucky are near flawless, and just like that, SASHI will be on the board with the first. So a couple of MP9s out. Rest on the rifles. So the other side here, 9 have got a fair bit to work with. Spans away. Good start from Kragan. 9 want to try and do the same as what they did on Nuke. Go back and forth it.
Down. Should be a comfortable plant here. Oh, could this boost work, Josh?
Oh, it could have. It's a nice little sight line, but yeah, nobody home. Smoke's wasting valuable time. They've got to try and get back into this now. They have a decent idea of where the last reside, but a nice shot from Favon. Lucky thinks that that one kill might buy him enough space to get back on that bomb. It's not the case. Favon is out for blood, and with the M4, triples things up. Mantu picks up one at the end there as well. And it's 9 to win the second round. Very reminiscent of what we saw on Nuke.
Oh, yeah. It's all about whether or not SASHI can continue that narrative, though. If they can bounce back in the second, that would once again be a horrendous start for 9, but so far so good if you're a 9 fan. Might have been a comfortable victory for SASHI in the first map, but can't let that happen twice. Grenade's good, does catch Iceberg.
Force here could still get something done. Remember, we saw it the other way around. They made it work with the Tech 9s, but the Tech 9s came with a bit of pace on Nuke. A lot harder to control that pace on the CT side here, especially on a map like Ancient. Can't just go bombing at them. It's going to be the progression up the B ramp, though. Mantu, first blood drawn. Desert Eagle connects the body, not the head. With the bomb being tapped. Yeah, HGs will go in, but they anticipate them not taking all too much damage. Kragan's found another elsewhere. There should be a second for 9.
I'm going to send the MAC-10 chasing them down. Iceberg. Just a matter of time before he succumbs as well. So Definitely a solid start for 9, who have generally been out of this game. Would love to see a bit of a resurgence, honestly.
Shot Iceberg.
What?
Wow. Wasn't expecting him to get away with another there.
that.
Thought that was a definite trade.
The most important part of that is that he gets away with an AK-47 despite having no stake in the round. And now, although this is supposed to be the full eco coming out from SASHI, this will still give them a little bit of life. And Iceberg, of course, already having the armor equipped means that he gets to keep that AK-47. I want to see how they try and activate him, though. Maybe you want to go down ramp. I don't know. Not quite pressing on anything. It's all about whether or not they can hit the right gamble. And look at this. As the utility starts to come in, they start pressing forward in towards A. But in the meantime, the bomb's going to be going all the way back. They leave one prong outside main just to keep them guessing. But 9's agenda is locked onto B.
Bob. Patience pays off for him. Iceberg knows that holding on to this AK is probably the best bet. So, not even going to touch this one. He'll just have Zyphon and Becky there as bodyguards if someone falls. The mission becomes just get that AK across into the next. Maybe an opportunity to do a bit of exit damage if 9 go hunting. It's not their goal, but it's occupational hazard. Becky will drop. But needs to be careful here. Yeah, I'm really surprised that he's sort of taking that aggressive fight. Zyphon now called upon with a deagle to try and pop a couple of heads and recover that rifle. Doesn't end up happening. 9 will get a third on the board and show no mercy. They're in a good position.
It's very nice
here.
to see them now finding a bit of their groove because Nuke was just completely absent for them, but they still have to get past the actual test, which is the gun round coming out from SASHI. And I want to see how quickly that CT defense is bolstered up when weapons are present. Early smoke deployed straight out of spawn. They're going to flash right out. They want to take matters into their own hands early. 9 pushed up so close already. Kragan flirting with Red Room. The rest of the action from 9 starting to go towards B. Oh, the reload from Lucky incentivizes Kragan pushing in to try and catch Lucky on a timing, but Lucky's too quick. They might be able to take the B bomb site, but man, 5 players coming through for the retake does make it incredibly hard. They might not even get the bomb down, actually. Bob instantly goes down to Becky. And Faven now starting to creep out. A 1v4 looking next to impossible. Is nearly able to nail the spray on 1, but cannot convert a single kill. So SASHI make it pop on the gun round.
In the picture now, and yeah, sort of messing with the team money a little bit too. They will still have enough to buy here, but can all go sour quite quickly. A little bit of a technical pause before we do go into this next round.
Man, I love the little chicken animation. Sorry, I got distracted by the chicken. I want to see if this momentum can be built upon from SASHI. Oh, Iceberg. Trying to dip his toes into the water, just shy of getting some more damage.
Stuff here from 9. Stacked up outside of B, but it's Kraken trying to take a bit of space here in middle. As he works his way up, he'll clear out the corners. He'll make sure he's got that breathing room, but Cabby is there to stomp down. It won't actually be onto Kraken. It'll be Rouse just lingering there just outside of elbow, but it's a good start and a man advantage with 45 seconds left. It does feel like 9 need to make their move. So much damage dealt, but Iceberg can't finish. And that's the B site gone. They've left things way too vulnerable. We saw this a little bit earlier in the game as well, in that second round that they lost. And right here again, just crumbling under their own setup.
I mean, sure, they've left the B bomb site a bit abandoned, right? But there's no way Kraken should be allowed to get a double in the fashion that he did. Just no punishment comes out purely on individual firepower. And SASHI now left hanging out to dry. They're not even going to have enough money in the tank to keep purchasing weaponry. And Lucky, the only AK-47 they're holding on to, will go awry as well. So, less than $3,000 a pop on everyone except Lucky. After the bonus comes in, they're just a little bit over it, but it's definitely not enough to have the full buy coming through. Look at that from Kraken. Just so much damage inflicted with no real response coming out.
Just the light work of these rounds now. 9 pulling ahead, and the 5th will come. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Lucky's been given a bit of a freebie onto that. Oh, a lot of damage dealt with the USP as well. My God. That could have got really interesting.
Yeah, there was a moment where if he gets both of those kills, then he gets to pick up the AWP and just plays the 1v1, right? So, Lucky's given a bit too much space. Could have been the ace clutch to come out. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, and 9 are getting ahead in the game. SASHI, weapons now brought out. So, AWP in the hands of Lucky anyway. Just Becky that has a short end of the stick with the Famas, but I think that should be fine. Kraken. How is he getting away with this over and over? Going 12-4, courtesy of his domination on mid. And now 9 want to hurry towards the B bomb site. The most important shot missed to try and stop them. Lucky holding the angle with the AWP still. Favin wanted to get ahead of himself. Becky able to minimize the damage. Still a 3v3, so totally doable. But the bomb's been planted now and the pressure's on SASHI. And they still have yet to deal with Kraken. Zyphon puts the heaviest hitter out of business. Now just down to 2, Josh.
Becky's expecting someone to try and play in or around this smoke. It's not going to happen. Oh, Lucky. Connecting a key shot, though. It's all onto the shoulders of Mantu. There's not a lot of time left on this bomb, so all he really needs to do is delay. Missing the shot will somewhat do that, but yeah, with the holding, there's no chance. They're just about on it in time, I think. Jeez, that comes really close.
Yeah, for a moment I thought he might just go for the spam as he's trying to run away. Instead of fighting to live, he just maybe finds a shot on the fadeaway on the man that's defusing. But that's not the commitment he made. But yeah, got super close. Could have totally been interrupted by 9. SASHI actually like to take a timeout. They know that they're a little bit flustered. Despite winning that last round, they know that things are getting heated in their comms.
Calling a little pause here. Interesting to call the pause after the round win, but maybe just trying to calculate the 9 economy. Made into middle. Molly to follow it up. Lucky. Fire at his feet. He's burning. Eventually smoked. If 9 lose this round, we'll see the scoreline tie up.
It was a really good start from 9, but I do feel like SASHI can still start to provide some resistance. And remember, a lot of 9's game plan has just been hinging on Kraken being able to run out middle, but this time the success won't be coming his way. Zyphon wins his engagement on 8. It's going to be relatively comfortable for SASHI. Just play the 5v3. Heaviest hitter out of commission. Lucky's just trying to get info, wants to make sure that they can't cross over comfortably. Man2 caught in the air. Beautiful work with the sniper. Lucky being able to match the freak of Kraken from the other side. And clean rounds is exactly what SASHI are looking for. Just try and build up that economy. Not a single casualty goes their way. And this is where 9 are completely financed out. Chance to build up on that bank for SASHI. The 9 have to recline for a little while. Can't believe I'm saying this, but we might actually see SASHI get away with the lead.
Yeah, could certainly be the case here. So 2k in the bank, 9 will have a buy in the next, so we will at least go 5-5. The last thing you want to do is allow SASHI to build up any kind of momentum here. They're a little bit better on their CT side of Ancient, so realistically, looking for 7 rounds. Becky around the corner. A whole bunch of them about to emerge.
Yeah, just too comfortable for them. Picked off like a vacuum against dust. And now 9. This is where they need to make their mark once more, because it was a really good start, don't get me wrong, but with SASHI inching closer and closer, things could certainly still end right here on map number 2. They know they've got the pressure piling, especially with Krogan now deactivated. He had 3 really good rounds. I think he got 2 multi-kills. He got an entry as well. But Lucky's been able to provide a resurgence for SASHI. Early control of middle off the spawn smoke. Zyphon's going to tuck himself up close and personal. They still do have to contest with the Heaven players. Iceberg waiting to receive. Pecky might run into a fight in just a moment. Somewhat conservative with their smokes.
Ooh. Spams just aren't quite connecting on the little jiggle. There you go, contact made. Bob's just going to drop this smoke. Doesn't actually drop it yet. Interesting. Just running down this clock even further. I like that. Buys him an extra 5 or 6 seconds. That's worth a whole lot when you get to this point in the round. Kraken's got the mid control, but at no real force. SASHI have been giving it to them for free. Got a third man over towards this B site. The aggressive pincer in the form of Cabby coming all the way up from elbow. This could be big.
Oh, man two. Puts Cabby in the ground. Kraken's already tucked deep into red room. The problem is they're sending their resources down Donut. Zyphon, if he plays this perfectly, he could stop them right here. They're forced to get on the site to try and get the bomb down. Zyphon stops them. And SASHI get away with the 6. Not only that, they also have ruined the economy of 9.
Yeah, the economy ruined, but no room, no time to try and let it build up again. It's the final round of the halves. They are just going to force in whatever they can here. It does give SASHI that opportunity for 7 rounds, which is not really what we were expecting to see, considering the fact that we're 5-2 down. It's been a really, really good resurgence from them, though. Into the 12th and the final of this half, we'll see 3 Galils, a Desert Eagle, and a Mac 10 on Rouse. Far from a confident buy. But could maybe be enough. Actually looking to just keep this ball rolling. Zyphon wants off the shelf. He doesn't realise the boost is in play. That's okay. Cabby's there for the instant trade.
Oh, Becky finds a really good timing. But somehow, Rawls and Faven are winning that engagement. Iceberg needs to make this AK-47 pop soon. Some shots on the fadeaway. At least buys them a little bit of breathing room here, Josh. And Lucky's creeping up. They need to pincer together. Lucky's shot connects. Iceberg makes it work, and Lucky doubles down. A 2K from each to get SASHI a disadvantageous round. A brilliant way to be ending it. And now 9 have to fight uphill, Josh.
You just can't help but feel that momentum, that morale's built up here for SASHI. And I think actually Lucky is in the same room. I think he's just in the corner. Not like the Windows match. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely there. He's definitely there. Alrighty. Little jiggles into mid. Second half pistol worth a lot here for 9. If they can't take it, then they really are in trouble. And they've just given up this B site for free. So at the very least, we'll see a SASHI bomb plant charging down. Kill into long. Becky is the recipient. But Kraken with another elsewhere means this is a 4v4.
Oh, Kraken out in the open, caught on the back, and SASHI, a comfortable 8th round, earmarks what could be a 2-map finish, Josh. And it won't be changing the narrative, because we've already seen how the histories looked in between these two teams. It's generally been SASHI coming out on top.
Fully go here for the CTs as well. Seems like the right call. You don't really want to go too heavy into a round like this, but it is going to allow SASHI on to 9. They'll stack up in mid. I quite like it. Might yield a kill or two. Zyphon. Would like to think he could spray all 4, but it's a lot easier said than done. There we go. I spoke once more here. That Mac 10. Oh,
Why?
no.
Hang on. This could be bad. What? I mean, still a pretty significant advantage for SASHI, right? But it puts him in such an awkward position. And having given up a Galil certainly bolsters their chances a little bit. Mac 10 doesn't come out on top. Zyphon, now he's going to have to get 2 fights going. Wanting to quickly book it all the way to B. And this is where they're going to realize this. They want to chase after him. I think Zyphon's not going to be able to make it in time to cheat this plant. But 9 are a little too slow. Zyphon is able to get it done. Quick smoke will impede their progression as well, so he at least gets to set up for the retake. It's all about whether or not they make their positions known. Pushing right through. Zyphon gets one, continues the spray, but Kraken has the last laugh.
A little bit of BM there at the end as well. An eco round one. Absolutely ridiculous. Not one you can afford to lose, but just the timing out of that smoke. It's as Iceberg looks away. I think the second player on the site maybe pulls out a nade as well. It all just goes wrong. They had that pincer. They had Zyphon walk up to Donut. He would have identified that stack and would have been able to relay that information, but they were none the wiser until they got that bomb planted. And as soon as that cue was heard, it was then their opportunity to press in and sort of isolate those fights, know that it'd be likely they'd take a 1-for-1 and then maybe even be able to catch the man just with the C4 in hand. It's a ridiculous round to win. There might be one that even causes SASHI the game here, breaks the momentum for them.
Could be exactly what the doctor ordered, but Bob overwhelmed by Becky's Mac 10. Quite a bit of space being taken by SASHI. Most of the attention from 9 over towards the B bomb site, so this could be a free bomb plant. Playing a very retake-oriented setup. Cabby, as he's crossing over, won't spot the red room player. Bit of a miracle of timing for him. They all wait in Donut. Man 2 posturing up for an A-side defense. Communicates that it's clear now, starts backing off, instead wants to take a slightly more conservative angle to try and contest A main. But I love how SASHI are playing this. They play it very deep. Uh-oh. Bomb being passed over should be giving up some info. Man2 blocked out with the smoke, and they should be able to get the bomb down. It's all about holding it. Hang on, Kraken's right behind them. I didn't even notice that he made his way there. And he shuts every single one down. A 4K from the man. To net another round for 9. He has been carrying this game on his back.
He's had some massive rounds. The way this one started, you feel a little bit sore about getting Bob XD down to 2 HP and just not finishing him, but it's Kraken to find a trifecta. In fact, sorry, a quadra. 4 kills out of him. Just shut down that SASHI 4s, the Mac 10s. Get nothing out of the situation. Now it is just going to be Glocks. They'll barrel it onto A. Best case they're hoping for a bomb plant. Bob XD. Oh. Lines up 2.5. That's enough. Kraken's there to mop the floor. No bomb plant awarded. As we're tied up at 8 apiece.
There was a very real opportunity that SASHI could just have capitalized on the initial rounds they got. If they didn't give up a round against an eco, they could have had so much more momentum, but you're right. Just looking too damn comfortable. Kraken, impeccable aim there. I don't think he even realized that he found the player behind the box with a stray bullet. 26 kills to his name, and we are only 16 rounds deep.
Rouse. The smoke spams, desperately close, but not connecting. Cabby will try and return the favour. Oh, you can can just see through the X-ray. Inches away, but Evan's still sticking around. Nearly. Oh, nice shot, Lucky.
Dude, the HP that's already missing from SASHI makes it nigh impossible to get onto a site. This two-man push could be punished, though. This could be SASHI's return in the game. Rawls pushes forward. Do they realize that there's more coming? I think so. Because the audio cue is available. Rawls, here's a couple of footsteps, sees the bomb. 25 seconds, so they really need to hurry it up. But if Rawls can find that second prom, this won't be an issue. This is where they need to make those rotations happen, but problem is SASHI is making a late effort straight into A. They still have to get past a player, though, and Mantu's already on a fast-track rotation. Krogan, the juggernaut that's always been the thorn in their side, will once again be the bane of their existence. Swings out, double, is even going to be ready for the triple, but it's Mantu to have the last laugh. But that's all good, because he's already putting up the big numbers. 9 on the namesake of their rounds.
What the hell is this game from Kragan? He's 28-10, and the rest of his team are on single digits. Other than Bob, who's just hit 10 kills. You got Rouse on 5, Mantu on 6, Fabian on 7. It's just Kragan going absolutely crazy. Lucky's having a really good game on the other side of things as well, but this is just nuts. We're 17 rounds in. Above and beyond 100 ADR. He's doing so much lifting here. Becky taking out the weaker links, but as long as Kragan's still alive, you can't help but feel like they've got equity in this round. And once again, it's Kragan to deliver the goods. 2 headshots and back into an even situation.
30 kills cracked. Is he going to add more? Of course he will. Zyphon's down as well. And the bomb's planted, Juggernaut taken out, but he's got his sidekick to take care of the rest of the funny business. Faven, double kill in the round will bring him to 9, and the superstar performance from Kragan has been responsible for letting them breathe, because look at everybody else's kills, man. Time and time again, it's Kragan to do the heavy lifting, to come all the way back to the other side, do more and more damage, be the distraction that allows Faven to get the final kill. And when it boils down to the scoreboard, there's only one player other than Kragan that has even broken double digits at all. 9 on Faven, 6 kills on Mantu, 5 kills on Rouse, and look at the disparity. Somehow they're winning this game.
Right, but a little bit of a fraud, Mantu.
Wow.
Kragan doubling down. Oh, wow. Okay, such a mess. It's another double out of Kragan, by the way. That's 33 kills now. The smoke up. Becky's got to try and recover this bomb and plant it. This does just feel like one of those games. SASHI, they're not doing all too much wrong, but they've just got to bite the bullet that Kragan's been insane. Becky desperate to hold on, but he is about to be flanked by Donut, and it's Faven to dish the headshot from the back lines. 11 on the board for 9. Kragan, if he's given a few more rounds here, might even hit the 40 mark. This is nuts.
This is a case of someone having such a good performance that there's just not going to be enough rounds to get 40, I think.
You know what's interesting, though, is this sort of alludes to what you were talking about when I mentioned, you know, CS2 and MR12 and how teams just kind of bounce between, like SASHI and Eklot recently, where they've kind of bounced wins off of each other, and it's very difficult to determine who's the better team on Ancient, for example. And you said so much of the time it just comes down to individual performances. It comes down to the team on the day. This is unprecedented. Kragan is a fantastic player, but Kragan doesn't normally rock 150 ADR and 33 kills in regulation. Yeah, that's not a normal Kragan day. But today, that's what we're seeing, and that's what tips the scales, because frankly, no one else is stepping up. If Kragan was down with everybody else on 10 kills, this would be SASHI winning this map all day long. But he's not. He stands and delivers when he needs to. And they're 2 away from the finish and taking us to a third and final decider.
Kragan's just in impeccable flow state. Feels like the beginning of the end for SASHI, unless they can muster up a better performance already. Definitely feeling a bit hard done by the fact that there's a generational performance coming out of Kragan, and he can already smell blood in the water. Expecting someone in the corner, rolls on the angle. Shadow betrays though, and this time the superstar will be taken out early. So it's on the rest who have barely been able to flirt with double digits to get the job done. Favin, 1 kill to his name. Rawls is going to get caught as he's crossing over, but not quite die. Nade connects. Lucky low. But a 3-man retake about to come through. There is a tiny bit of utility available, but nothing oppressive that can stop one of these angles, so they'll have to fight all 3. It's going to be a difficult defense for SASHI. Nade nearly catches Lucky, brings Becky down as well. There's info on Becky. Flank about to pop through. This is going to be the difference maker. Bob XD walking all the way. Trying to find the bomb. Lucky desperately spamming. Gets Becky off of it.
Oh, no, there's another
my
one on
goodness. There's another player directly straight up. Clings onto the bomb. And 9 have been getting away with murder. I could barely find the words to cast that.
I was about to commend Lucky for just being sat in the smoke as well, knowing that there was technically a potential for a flank and saying, all right, well, I'm just going to sit in the smoke. I'm low on health. Main goal is to deny that defuse, but it's really messy to deny it first time round. He runs out of bullets, has to swap to the Glock, and even though the second player on it was low, just couldn't connect a single bullet. In hindsight, needed to get in that smoke, just start slashing. 12 on the board for 9, though, in a round that seemed unwinnable. But with the current situation, the money in the bank and whatnot, of course it was a retake they were going to play for. It was roused to defuse at the end as well. Remember, he was down to 11 HP after a little bit of a fumbled fight, but they should have killed him on the cross, and they didn't. That'll give them nightmares tonight if they can't pull things back. It's a 1-for-1 early. That's Becky down. Oh, that's filth.
Yeah, this is a lost cause already. I don't think SASHI can turn things around when now you also have the rest of 9 turning up. That's not going to dissuade them from trying, though. Zyphon's going to find the superstar on the other side. AWP lined up by Iceberg as well, so getting access to the center is going to be next to impossible. Bob XD trying to edge the smoke, but will be found instead. Faven next on the chopping block. Smoke in his face, but he's still trying. Ugh, just can't commit to anything. So 3 rounds to potentially come back into it, take it to overtime, but short of Lucky and Lucky and Becky, the performance has been a bit hit or miss, and I can't help but feel like just a slightly better output from the likes of Cabby would have made things a whole lot easier. Now, the good thing for them is that they don't have to keep going up against gun rounds, so out of these 3 rounds that they have to play, 2 of them are going to be awkward economic situations for 9.
The interesting thing is sort of quite reminiscent of Kragan's performance right here. The last game that we actually covered of SASHI's, Cabby was had this sort of superstar lights out performance. It might have actually just been me, but yeah, against Well, in fact, there's been a couple of really good ones recently. I think the one that I covered was against Passion UA on the 15th. He went 23-12. Yeah, it was that Mirage map. And he also had a completely crazy game just the day before as well against YaLLa, also on Mirage, where he went 29-9. So, whilst it may be Mirage that's the difference maker for Cabby, he can have these super standout performances, and he's had a couple in the last few days. This just isn't one right here. Triple boost. I mean, yeah, why not? This stage in the game. Give it a go. There's the freebie. That's Mantu gone. That's brilliant. It does alert the fact that there's 3 towards the B slope, but to be honest, it's not particularly valuable information here for the CTs. They won't do much with it. Things slowed down. Minute on the clock.
You can tell the SASHI are getting a bit desperate when they're being particularly tactical, bringing out the smaller details. Oh, Faven, overwhelmed by the multitudes of angles, and Rouse tries to sneak through the cave, but will be put down. Kraken knows that he's got a much better chance with this M4 in the next round, so he's already made himself scarce, and just BobXD who still sticks around, wants to try and find an upgrade for this MP9. Switches over, flashbang to assist, wants to cross, but Cabby will be there, waiting under the bridge to pull him over. You just look at Kraken's camera, he is locked in. His silhouette is barely moving.
He hasn't found a kill in a few rounds. There we go. Finally break that curse, but yeah. I'll be honest, whilst the spotlight has really been on Kraken, these last few rounds, Faven's been pulling off some brilliant kills, sort of, I mean, definitely not catching up to him, but yeah, going from single digits to sort of up there to evens. On the other side of things, though, Lucky pulling some of the strings too, 23-13, and whilst he's having a really strong performance on this AWP, Mantu's certainly not. 8-15 in a game that they're winning. It's been Kraken stealing all these kills away. A full eco round. I wouldn't count them out of it completely. They won one of these in the past, just earlier in this half. I think it actually would have made all the difference here. Had SASHI not have lost against that eco, we may even have seen this game finished by now, but of course plagued by it. Now it just looms over them. Echoes of that eco round loss.
The crazy thing is that there have been so many times where 9 have been winning off of retakes, winning off of flanks, winning off of multi-kills, multi-entries from Kraken, just unbelievable stuff that where they should have generally just been falling over, right? So now that Kraken's not able to pull off that level of heroics, I feel like this game would have been over a lot earlier in the favor of SASHI. Now we're just seeing them find a resurgence. Now Lucky's also hitting the big numbers. Becky's back into form. Everybody else is also starting to have a bit of a performance. And don't get me wrong, from 9 side, Faven's really been turning up. There have been a couple nice moments from BobXD as well. But when one of your players has 34 kills, you shouldn't be struggling to break past 10.
Yeah, no excuses at that point, right? We're into the final round of regulation as well. Single digits will not suffice in a game that you're trying to win. And Lucky, supported by the fire, ends up with a double entry. That's Kraken down as well. Such a huge beast to lose. Now someone needs to fill his boots. Becky denies Rouse of that opportunity. I commended Faven before. I said he's stepped up in moments that he's needed to. Towards the tail end of this game. Mantu's there with 1. But still a 2v3. Bomb down. Nothing Mantu can do to deny it. There's fire in front of him. He's got his teammate coming to join the party. All or nothing here. Otherwise, we're going to OT.
Kraken's done everything he could. Now it's down to Faven and Mantu to get on the bomb. They're going to try and wager a ninja. Quick tap instead. Nade to fade the smoke. Some exchange of bullets, and now Mantu realizes that he needs to be a little bit more aggressive with how he takes this, but the time has already ticked down. This is where he needs to commit. Becky just needs to fire off a few pot shots into the smoke. What the hell is happening? Oh, he gets so close, but it's SASHI to take us all the way to overtime. And if I'm Kragan, that team speak must be getting heated.
I don't know if he's sort of being toxic towards his teammates. I don't think that'll be the case, but yeah.
I know, but you
do feel
can't.
like you're saying, come on guys, I can't do anything more here.
To look at this replay though, right? Lucky just throws the AWP away. He's like, yep, need to bring out the rifle, need to get everything done by myself. And he knows that he can't get multis with the sniper, so he'll just put himself out there, up middle. His 26th kill is going to spearhead SASHI's return in this game. Felt like it might have been done, but Mantu first to fall. Kragan this time isn't able to make himself relevant early on. His 35th kill not mattering in the grand scheme of things because now SASHI have hit the reset button. Kragan found. We've already talked about how he slowed down a little bit. Very sloppy spray. BobXD wanting to fill the Juggernaut's shoes. Will be stuck in the corner. They know exactly where he is, but Faven in the back lines will be able to do some damage. Team damage isn't going to help. And Cabby knows exactly where BobXD is. Starts to back away. Wants to book it to B. But BobXD is already going to be waiting for him by the time he gets ready to fight the good fight.
Oh, is Cabby going to realize he's crossed along here? I think he thinks he's got the timing. Maybe he still clears it.
Oh,
Bob was just so quick.
No.
Oh, wow. Yeah, bad timing there. Bob looking over towards Cave. That's a real shame.
That's so smart from Cabby, though. The fact that he entertains the possibility that he could have crossed all the way over.
Yeah, I like that too. Really tidy stuff. But yeah, talking about this sort of drop off a little bit. Kragan was 33 and 11, I believe. And now he's 35 and 18. So very little impact in these last 7 rounds.
Yeah, 2 kills and 7 deaths in the past few. And, you know, I can't even blame him, right? Because I feel like he's already done what was needed to close it out in regulation. Now everybody else going silent isn't his fault.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can't put any blame on him here, but
BobXD,
this is where we do need something out of
him.
him. Okay.
A beautiful single-handed approach there from BobXD, but somehow this is still a contestable round. Mantu wanting to pop the smoke to take a quick pot shot. Does a little bit of damage. His barrel's going to betray him. And look at this from Iceberg. He wants to push forward, wants to surprise Mantu. But Mantu's ready for it. Becky is able to get the quick refrag. 1v1 in order. Is he going to run into Rawls without realizing it? I think he just might.
Rouse?
No. Did he not spot Rawls? Oh, Rawls has such an angle. There's no way that Becky messes this up, right? No, he's going to slip the net. Never mind, Rawls. I love the recognition there from Rawls. Instead of going for the full rotation, instead he waits it out. Entertains the idea that the rotation could happen.
It's so weird, though, that he's in that position in the first place, right? Because from the point in which we saw the contact on CT, SASHI had both players on the A site. They had a CT smoke up, and it was almost a no-brainer that we were going to see them plant here. Look at Rouse's position on the X-ray there. He's all the way on the other side of the map, and he just doesn't move. He doesn't rotate. As you say, he seems to anticipate this idea that, yeah, if things go wrong, he can be that insurance policy. And whilst he's had a poor game so far, he will be the saviour for round number 26.
The difference between the rounds that SASHI are getting versus what 9 have been furnishing is the fact that SASHI's rounds look like a team effort while 9 are getting something done kicking and screaming. Even in the previous round, it was BobXD to start off a round with an AK kill and then 2 kills with the sidearm.
Yeah. Yeah, 5-7. Packing a nasty punch at close range. It's been an interesting one. Kragan finally with another. Nice little boost kill. What's most concerning for me is we've seen a couple of scenarios now where SASHI in the post plant have got really sloppy. Remember, we saw the round loss on the B site, and then almost the round loss, the final of regulation. It was round number 24, where, yeah, the smoke went on the bomb, and they just sort of kept panicking. They kept losing players. It's very disjointed. Can't afford for something like that to happen here. Out onto the B site, Cabby with a double. The man that we called upon to step up a little bit more here in OT, and he will do that in the 27th.
I think it's all
beeping
about
away 3v3.
Who gets the first blood in the retake. No, Becky doesn't even realize where he's getting shot from. Kraken has such a nasty angle, but they're still fighting back. Cabby gets another. He's already gotten 4, but can he find the heaviest hitter of 9? Switches over to the Tech 9, anticipating the quick push. Tap on the bomb. Kragen's actually going to commit. This might be it. No, Cabby, get him off the bomb immediately. Kragen gets off it, finds the final bullets in Cabby's body, and is getting so close. The Titan has woken up again, and he's fighting for 40.
Yeah, massive 3-count of Kragen there. I think the biggest shame of this is the fact that Becky didn't work out where he was being shot from. You could see just from the tiny little crack angle, there was just an elbow poking around the corner. It felt pretty cruel, to be honest. A 4K and nearly an ace out of Cabby. I'm quite surprised that he commits with the Tech 9 instead of the AK. I think when he swings at the end there, he probably would have found that kill if he had the rifle in hand. Either way, 14-13. SASHI now on their CT side. This is where technically they were slightly better, but they had a rough start. I guess that rough start comes down to the money, though. When they had the rifles out, they were the better team. We'll see if that repeats itself. That continues. It's been a little while since they played this CT half. Might have forgotten what was working for them. Look at Becky's little resurgence, though. He's up on 25 now. Really catching up with Lucky. There was a time that he was quite far behind.
Does Kragen get double kills again? Find out on this episode right here.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't get any support there. Bob just lets him hang out to dry, so now he's going to have to make up for his betrayal almost. Some with space taken in red room. Becky anticipating someone pushing forward. And SASHI do have to play on the back foot now because they know they've given up quite a bit of control. PopXD playing the sliver of the angle. I think they might go for a double clearance here. The Shadow's going to betray, and they might have the advantage here. Swing is good. BobXD, very labored with the spray, is going to give SASHI an in back into the round. Iceberg holding a hairline angle will put Favin in the ground. And he's inches away from finding Rawls as well, but this is a doable round. Both players quite low. Flashbang's good, and Rawls can't do anything about it. So SASHI still contesting it. And I feel like the game plan from 9 is Kragen go kill.
You reckon? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. But, as you say, in that last round there, we see, yeah, Kragen go kill, but no one there to help. It was such a messy fight. The flashbang was perfect. So, yeah, any kind of support would have done the trick. We see it through, you know, that opaque lens. SASHI just scrambling. Kragen, here we go. Tag down to 12 from the molly, but still finds the entry. Rouse there with another. Felt a tad unnecessary to get aggressive through the cave smoke. It doesn't matter. Becky's there for another. The bomb routing towards B. Becky needs to go huge. Iceberg. Massive.
Oh, dude, this... Okay, Kragen is going to make himself very useful even with the lack of HP, and a 40 bomb is going to strike on the scoreboard. So I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah.
It's really coming down to the man who has a 131 ADR. But I'm glad to see that everybody else is starting to kick up a little bit, because there was a time where they were barely able to break double digits. Now inching over towards 20. Much better out of the few. I can't help but feel like still it's been a much better team-based performance from SASHI. A quick A-side hit is on the agenda. Lucky though, he's holding the angle, sees more coming. Gonna get a little bit of support from Zyphon, who starts mowing them down. Faven, a little bit of damage done. Lucky still activated. Faven, another kill to the tally. But by the time he's done with 3, he's only got about 30 points of health to his name. Needs to play the long con, anticipating a flank. So he's gonna check it out first. But he's also giving himself an avenue to change bomb sites. SASHI preemptively postured on A. Well, Faven knows that to maximize his chances, he needs to either isolate a duel or get the bomb down, just make that clock work in his favor. And now we wait. Oh, he's running into 2 players. I don't know what this is going to be. Deadly. Do they look for him? Swing out. Ooh, Iceberg. Good shot, and we're going to double overtime. Wouldn't have it any other way with how both teams have been playing. Like, I feel like Kragan deserves a win, but 9 doesn't.
Yeah, I second that, to be honest. Went from being on a 3 KD to now just below 2. I mean, it does have to be said there has been this little drop-off in those final rounds of regulation and OT, but had his moments where he's picked it up again. You see SASHI just stretching their legs a little bit, saying, right, call a technical pause, a little bit of a breather here. You know, it'd be unbelievable if Lucky actually caught up, and he is kind of snapping at Kragan's heels. He's 9 kills away. He's had some major impact with that AWP, and yeah, whilst everyone else is walking around the room, he stays locked in his chair, doesn't want to move a muscle. Keep my posture, keep everything about what is going right here exactly the same.
It's also weird because now Kragan is being forced to play in a way where he knows that he needs to do something to try and usher 9 to a victory, which does mean that he's going to be playing more aggressive, playing in more spots where he's likely to get multis, likely to get into more fights. But that kind of mentality is exactly what can also set you back, because suddenly the superstar is the most exposed.
Some clicks in the chat, which may indicate that we will be ready to go again in just a moment.
Dude, I honestly love the aesthetic of where SASHI is playing. Like, look at Iceberg's cam. They've got the frosted windows. Just a cool blue light coming through. Chilling with the boys. They've
Yeah,
probably
that
got
blue
aircon
light,
turned to
notoriously good for you.
no, but like a shade of blue, okay? It's almost calming when you can see the sky. That's what I'm trying to get at, okay?
You know, I feel that, I feel that.
Can't get too comfortable, though. Oh no, Josh, I just saw a whiteboard behind SASHI and it had nothing written on it. I fear it might have no strats.
Not like this. Lucky. Oh, he's not going to check this. But trigger discipline. Oh, could have gone a long way for Bob XD. Doesn't matter. He'll win both fights anyway. Might not expect a third on the site so quickly. But it's all just about trying to sell a fake here. He's not even going to push out from main.
It's a lot more than just a fake. He does actual damage based on where he is. Now it's just about playing cleanup for the rest of the crew. Kraken's not going to be pressed this time, and I do really want to commend Bob XD because there have been so many moments where he's getting a ton of impact. Oh, look at Zyphon though. Ah! If he gets that double, there's a real opportunity for him to line up a 1v2.
Yeah, doable, but unfortunately not going to convert there.
Alternatively, if he gets the kill on the right side player first, and then he like saves the bomb planter for after the bomb plant, he can just instantly get on the defuse, and they're too far to do anything. But obviously, hindsight is 2020 when you've got X-ray.
Oh, nice start, Cabby. Ooh, ridiculous trade back out of Kraken. Bob's found another in the meantime as well. He's picked things up too after having a bit of a slow mapping regulation. To be fair, I did like the initiative from SASHI, even though it worked miserably, to get aggressive into A main, just try and change something up a little bit. Unfortunately for them, we've seen on the X-ray that almost every round, 9 have had someone sat there waiting on that right-hand ledge. They've just not received anything out of it. Finally, that pays off. Persistence. Iceberg. 1v3. Flashbang out. I can't believe he's sort of throwing himself at this, but yeah, there you go.
I can't
Gets
believe
taken
it's
out
the
at the end of
AWP
it.
that he picks up.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Come on. I'm about to attempt a 1v3 with 3 angles. I should get a single shot weapon. I should minimize my chances. Is exactly also what I would say, because I'm not good at this game.
Yeah. I'm into that. So. Spams early on. Again, Cabby. Oh my. Blasted right through it. And Bob XT with another. This is one hell of a T side out of 9 that we just didn't see before. And things get really interesting now. Becky starts to pull back. This next fight is absolutely everything. If SASHI go down 18-15 at the half, I think this one's done. 9 might have done just enough. Back-to-back entry rounds from Kraken. No multi-kills in this one, but I guess there's still room for it.
Yeah,
SASHI have stacked the wrong side.
Oh no. We might actually see Kraken crack a smile now. There it comes. Retake in order. Op avoided. Becky up close. Rawls gets a stray bullet through the box. And surely this just ends any of their chances, right? At this point, you just have to try and force the issue, but Favin's nade will have the last laugh. So, very slow stuff from SASHI, now that they're on the CT side. But I want to see if they can turn things around when they slip into new uniforms.
I mean, I'm sure they get one of the next 3. I'd be very surprised if that doesn't end up being the case, but yeah, I don't know, maybe there's still a little bit of hope here for the side of SASHI. We've seen some great stuff out of them. Their T side did look pretty good. Just a lot more to do. Spams through the smoke. Rouse. Won't receive anything off of it. Gives up his position. Kragan playing mid. We saw him popping off in this position, but on the T side, the other side of the coin. And two. Oh, bad timing. Yeah, he's going to let one cross.
And now he knows. SASHI off to a much better start now that they're on the tee. But damage sprinkled onto Xiphon. A little bit unlucky as well, bringing him within one-shot territory of the M4A1S. Very silent stuff from SASHI. Hand pokes. I think they realize where man 2 is. Oh, big miss shot though. Could allow entry into the A bomb site. Pushed off the angle. And bomb plant should be comfortable. Ball's trying to sneak forward. Flashbang to assist him. Gets a double. No, it's Bob XD to help him out. Faven gets lucky. Iceberg doing all the lifting as he gets 3. And a 4K is all he needs now to get it done. SASHI stay alive off of the IGL, having a heroic performance.
Oh, that is so sick from Iceberg. We sort of questioned his fragging ability a little bit at the start of this in the pre-game, and he puts all of our apprehensions to bed right there. The spray transfer on the first is unbelievable. And then the adjustment to pick all the way left to get back on it at the end. So sick. And 16 rounds, SASHI hold on.
They know there's a very reasonable chance that they take us to another overtime. It's been a very long-winded game, but one that has been serving up quite the Counter-Strike action. And I can't help but feel like every time 9 have Kragan step out of the picture, SASHI are suddenly right back into frame. Gotta lock in now for a couple rounds. Kragan, good performance. Bob XD's gonna win his engagement. And I think this might be the end of the road for SASHI here. As 9 are about to pick up map number 2. Bullets are gonna rain down. Lucky doesn't even see his assailant. And 9 are gonna be able to close out map 2 after much deliberation, taking us all the way to the 3rd.
Wow, yeah, it was just that 3 rounds in a row, wasn't it? I just don't think SASHI really had an answer for it as soon as 9 started to get aggressive. And Bob started to wake up as well. He had some ridiculous multi-kills in some of those closing rounds. A wild map, though. Kragan, 40-something kills. He finished regulation with 30. And just unbelievable scenes. But, you know, if you're SASHI, I don't know. It's hard to feel hard done by there, isn't it? It's hard to come away from that and say that wasn't a good map, because it was a good map from them. I think you just sort of realize, like, we probably could have had that in regulation if it wasn't for Kragan going as crazy as he was. And sometimes you just got to kind of take that on the chin. Players have good days, players have bad days. And, well, this one right here seems to be one of those special days, one of those special performances out of Kragan. And if he can keep up that mojo going into map 3, then we could be in for a real treat.
Yeah, it just does feel like it required too much from the individuals of 9, though, right? I still come away from that game thinking that SASHI had the better game. It's just that Kragan was able to serve up a generational performance to find a victory on Ancient. So, yeah, I think heading into Inferno, the same narrative might continue. I think it's still going to come down to the individuals quite heavily, but I'm glad to see that this is still a chance for 9 to reset. They're not gonna be forced to fork it over, and I think for Kragan especially, it's really nice to see that his performance actually pays dividends instead of just being forced to forfeit the game, despite having that level of performance. So Inferno's going to be an interesting one, but that's going to happen after a short break, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. Map 3 is on the agenda, courtesy of Kraken having a spine-shattering performance.
Yeah, it was something special, wasn't it? Really, really impressive stuff. In regulation, especially when we got into OT, he did push himself over the 40 kill mark. But the fact that it almost wasn't enough is terrifying, isn't it? The fact that 9 almost ended up losing that map and ultimately then the series, despite Kraken's heroics, is what concerns me a little bit. But there were certainly mistakes on both sides. Neither team come away from that game feeling like they played flawless Counter-Strike. I think that's for sure. When it comes to this decider of Inferno, it could absolutely go either way. As I said before, it is a map that SASHI play. It's actually a map that sometimes SASHI pick into if their opponents either permaban Nuke or are good on Nuke. Sometimes SASHI will actually pick into Inferno. So it should be a map that they're feeling reasonably confident with. But that does somewhat go both ways, because 9 are also a reasonable Inferno side.
I mean, I get it, but my biggest issue coming into this third map is that we know that 9 wouldn't have survived Ancient if it didn't come down to this blockbuster performance from one guy. Replicating that, probably not going to happen. And when that doesn't happen, we saw what SASHI did on Nuke. It was a complete bloodbath. There was basically no response from 9, and Inferno could turn into the same affair. I don't know. I just don't feel too confident about 9. Just sort of looking at them a bit more zoomed out when I don't take Kraken into account.
Yeah, I guess so. It does just kind of come down to whether or not those afterburners are still on, right? Because, yeah, we both established the fact that he sort of slowed down a little bit towards the end of that map. I think it's quite mentally taxing to play that level of Counter-Strike for that long. And I remember having a conversation a couple of years ago with Prime and talking about how when you're playing that well, and especially when, like, we started to see the comeback towards the end from SASHI as well, when you're having that much impact and your teammates aren't really doing much, you feel like there's so much more pressure on you. You feel like if you die in a round, that's it. The round is lost, and it's because of you. And it's not really your fault, but it's just the impact that you're having. You feel like you need to find 2 kills in every round to be able to get it done. So yeah, I do think it's quite taxing to be sort of playing on that level for Kraken for that long. But going into map 3, maybe he just keeps it up and yeah, continues this dominant streak that we've seen out of him. I really wouldn't be surprised, however, if he does slow down a little bit now. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, it's the third map, so we will see the knife round as well to dictate those sides. Won't matter all too much here on a map like Inferno, but I think both teams will be leaning towards wanting that CT start. And, well, yeah, here we go. Little Italian town. We were just talking in the break about how there's this distinct lack of Italian Counter-Strike players. We've got to change that. We need to go over there, set up a little Counter-Strike Academy on Lake Garda.
Yeah, we need to start knocking on doors in Inferno and asking them if they have any teenagers we can borrow to coach them.
Come out. It's Counter-Strike time. Becky. Instantly going to be under pressure here. They're actually just going to send it into the B site. Almost dry. Oh, wow. My God, this is such a mess. But Siphon, that is sick. And it's all down to Bob.
Zyphon physically tried to roll over to protect his head. And Bob XD knows he cannot commit to the bomb plant just yet, trying to see if there's a flank, something of the sort. And he's got enough space to now take it all the way to A. So a guaranteed bomb plant can come through, but then holding on to it seems like a bit of an impossibility. But SASHI, they are all the way on B. They're going to have to spend about 10 to 15 seconds just coming back all the way here. So Bob XD will have ample time to reposition as well. A plant towards the outside, towards the rim of the side, does mean that he's got plenty of places he can defend it from. Actually wants to play it a little bit close. Recognizes that they're probably playing the two-man setup. Oh, catches one in the side, and now it's just down to the one. Bob XD's already done God's work by bringing it to this position. A smoke quickly deployed. It's going to be so hard to get him off of it, though. Look at this, Bob XD. He's got to bring the knife out. He can feel him, and he will dig into the flesh in the nick of time. So close.
Becky had the kit there. So that came really close. You're right. But Nine was just about get it over. And the thing is with those kind of situations right in the pistol round, I do just want to highlight this again. This was so sick from Zyphon. And as you say, trying to do a little front flip. Almost works out for him. But what's so rough about these situations is... Oh, yeah, that was really close. When you're sat in the smoke and you're trying to defuse in a pistol round, you do then open up the potential of your opponents getting the knife kill onto you. And it's so impactful getting that extra money from the knife kill and the pistol. But it's rough. And we'll see the results of it here. Just a clean sweep on the B site. And round two, a real flop.
You know, if SASHI ends up losing this, they're going to feel so hard done because they won the first game with a landslide. The second game was forced out of their hands with a generational performance. And here we are. A game that could have very well just be packaged into two maps for SASHI. For them to continue the trend that they've generally serviced against 9. They've always been the victors every time they've butted heads in the past. History might be turned on its head now. SASHI furnishing the weapons now, though. Time to see if they can turn things around. Even 9's first round came off the back of Bob XD being able to get a masterful clutch, so feels like individual brilliance will continue to be the theme of the game.
Rifles out for the ZT side, and they know that there's a couple of weakened opponents here. That'll be the first to drop its Kragan. The man of the hour in the last map. Made light work of here on Banana, but the rest of the team looking to try and avenge his death. And this one's personal. Bob XD walking his way up. Becky up on top of the roof.
Off the angle. Comfortable way for SASHI to be starting the round. Couple of more headshots delivered. Bob XD trying to find a way around this. He might have figured out the solution here. There it is. That's one kill. Cabby a little too far off the angle. Playing it conservatively means his teammate's going to die off of it, but that's okay. Redemption has been achieved. Lucky gets the bomb planter. And Faven, next to impossible to keep your hands on this. The commitment to the bomb defuse happening, and Faven's going to back off.
Yeah, gotta let that one go the other way. A little bit of a shame, but they do still get the bomb plant out of it. Surprising to me, to be honest, with that player in mini. I thought that like he would poke out and deny it. Didn't end up being the case. Either way, it's a solid start now from SASHI after losing the pistol and losing that follow-up. As you can really hope for is round 3, and that's what they'll get. So here we go into the next. 9 with more than enough money to reinvest. They were playing quite a heavy bonus round there. So rifles out, Mantu on that AWP. Fires off the shot early, won't connect. Having to just back this up. Becky around the corner. What's this fight? I think you might have just heard Mantu's scope. So yeah,
oh, that's so good!
Huge, Becky! Wow.
Hang on.
Oh, what? Hang on a minute.
Surprisingly enough, even with low HP, Faven's going to switch to an M4. And there's a commitment to the bomb. With a start like that from Becky, there is no reason for 9 to be getting away with this. But if Faven can find a third, this would be horrible. I think he might be able to find the timing here, Josh. There it is from the side, but he's missed.
Oh, what?
Zyphon's not even watching the angle. And Faven still fumbles. Becky thanking his lucky stars that Zyphon's able to nail that. Takes a little while to find the bomb, but should be nice and dandy. A second round on the board for SASHI off of a huge fumble. But look at that in the replay. Even slowed down, looks so damn fast.
I mean, sick work from Becky. Be disappointed to lose the round after that, but it very nearly ended up being the case. Unbelievable work being done out of Faven. He was a superstar towards the tail end of that last map as well, but a big whiff at the end there. Nerves getting the better of him. Things will tie up at 2 apiece. Lots of damage and a bomb plant means another stab at a force buy here, which is kind of interesting. Not willing to let up just yet. I'll give this one another go.
Oh, good stuff from Becky again. He's been the spearhead of this performance from SASHI. Cavi keeps them at bay. A little bit more damage comes out of Becky before he eventually has to take the knee. Mantu and Bob XD, though, they've got to play off the back of a disadvantage. Comfortable plant, sure, but can they hold on to it, Josh?
That's the question. I spoke. Smoke dropped. He'll barrel forward. Mantu denies. And this reforce is working very nicely. Pretty even stuff. Oh, pokes around the corner. Can't connect the shot. Now they know he's here. And they're not going to give him the opportunity to reface. Zyphon clearing out the site, but no one's home. They're split between Pit and Mini. And the AWP missing another. Zyphon doesn't have time on this. He'll tap the bomb again. He wants to fight. He wants Mantu to go down with the ship. It looks like he will.
No.
Oh, no, he survives. Wow, all right. A little bit of luck on his side there. But it'll be a third for 9.
Good couple of collections from Rawls. Should be an easy round for 9 this time around. Oh. Never mind. My fingers dropped for a second. Interesting action with the sidearm from Becky. Isn't going to yield any dividends. So far so comfortable for 9. you're only going to have to play the pistol against the pistols as well, so might be starting to slip away here, Josh.
Yeah, certainly could. Third and final map of the series as well. You can't afford to allow it to do so. See another pause. 2K in the bank. No real justification to go for a buy-up. SASHI might just have to let this one go to 5. Unless they can give 9 a taste of their own medicine with the USPs. We did see it on Ancient. Inferno is a map that does sort of pander towards it a little bit as well. Some of these eco round wins, close quarters fights, but peeking into mid like that really does make that an impossibility. So good little sprayed out. 9 are on to 5.
So far, so good for 9, but how far can they carry this momentum? It was a very comfortable game to kick off the series for SASHI, but since then, it almost feels like they've employed all of their energy in the second game. Now running a little short. Kraken's not even the superstar performer anymore. It's Mantu who's going 13-3, and the thing about this team is that anyone can step up at any time. Mantu, of course, tons of experience with the top echelons of CS, can say the same for a couple more members on this squad. Oh, Iceberg. Gets the coax out a player with the flames. It is a decent kill. Still not quite decisive. Lucky's going to swing out alongside Cabby, but BobXT's already been taken care of, so 9. Now they have to play off the contingencies. Let's see what they can do with the disadvantage.
SASHI with the weapons out have looked quite scary. Kraken sat in this smoke. Iceberg on the other side of it. His cross set. He's already roughly in the right position. It won't have to adjust all too much, but he second guesses himself. Holds towards the right. Kraken's locked in. Zyphon now with 1. Needs to hit this flick, and he won't. The AWP is the demise of both of the B players, and the site will crumble off of the back of it. Favin here with the plant. He'll do a little switcheroo. Get that AWP in his hands. He's low on health, but it seems to be a bit of a cursed AWP. Will we see difference in his hands? For now, no.
Oh, instant shutdown. He actually goes for a half-hearted commitment, gets off of it, and is able to finish off his meal. Good stuff. SASHI is going to be able to keep themselves in the race, because remember, if they ended up losing that round, their money would have been all over the place. Now, it's still not the best. They still end up with less than $4,000 on most players, but having an AWP, having a round win under your belt, being able to buy another M4 off the back of Cabby having saved the op, that's good stuff.
Definitely is. All right, so bombing it forward, Mantu, AWP, firing his feet though, and HG to follow up. Could have done some major damage. SASHI struggling a little bit with the money here. That AWP has to be put to good use. Lucky somehow flicks up. Looked like the crosshair was at leg level. Converts for an important kill. Here comes the B execution. That's a good nade.
By the time 9 make it into the site, they've already taken so much damage. Holding on to this site will be very difficult. Mantu might have to take matters into his own hands, try and get a bit more aggressive with the AWP to thin the hedges before they become a problem. Not really any util to go with. Missed Molotov suddenly offers up a much better opportunity. Smoke towards triple. Narrows down the angles. Oh, BobXZ had to hit something. Mantu can't make that AWP pop quick enough. And although Kragen's trying to find them through the smoke, it is an exercise in futility. You'll be able to find nothing. Consolation frag, sure. But SASHI are well on their way to tying things up.
I call another pause. For them, it's their first, but timeouts being really utilized in this series so far. SASHI are certainly a team that do exactly that. I like to take these little breaks, these little moments, just to calculate their next move. As for 9, it's another one of these sort of semi-scrappy buys. I mean, they've still got a decent amount to work with, to be honest, but money not great. Roused down to a Mac 10. So round number 10. SASHI with a lot on their shoulders here to try and tie this up and take the reins on Inferno. It's been a contentious map so far, but fairly standard stuff. HG. Oh, it's lethal. One bullet will finish off the job onto Kragen. Interestingly, it's been Mantu that's been popping off so far in this map. Lucky was the superstar with the AWP on Ancient. Mantu's taken that crown off of him. Snatched away that title. It's a match of individuals here. An early advantage for SASHI in round 10.
Oh, this time, Lucky's going to be punished. Cabby saves that AWP as well, and he can return. They can't peek that without a flash, and BobXZ's all too aware of it. Starting to lose a bit of footing here, actually, with the Mac-10 having permeated through the arches. The CT shouldn't be fooled. Rawls actually comes all the way back, finds Cabby on a bad time. Mantu's able to win the duel against Becky, and suddenly they've got an ace side that is ripe for the plant. SASHI, if they can get an early kill, perhaps we can still break into it. But an instant connection from Mantu will disconnect SASHI from the idea that this retake is possible.
Yeah, I spoke realizing that. Got to hold on to this AK. This is by no means a freebie round, but one that you can't help but feel they had a slight advantage in taking. They just don't find it. So bomb will go boom. 9 will be on to 6. And as for SASHI with the saved AK, yeah, they're going to try and force around it. It's far from perfect, but they've fought a couple of rounds of the half. They've committed now to having a buy here and a buy in the next, just like this one. They really want to tie things up at 6 apiece. They won the knife round. They got the pick of the sides. And so far, haven't taken advantage of it. Disappointment plagued them at the end of Ancient. They could have got it done in 2 bites. They're faced on a map here that arguably in the back of their heads they'll be thinking they shouldn't even really be having to play. It's all Kragen's fault.
does feel like they've exhausted their energy, you're right. But I'm not gonna lie, it took a while for 9 to wake up, but now that they have, it's a much more even performance. Mantu's flipped into Kragen's shoes. It's kind of felt like they're taking the role of the Juggernaut one by one. Bob XZ has his moments as the Impact Fragger. Now Mantu's doing it. Kragen needs no more reiteration. Should be a comfortable entry into 8 without too much resistance. Gabby's position spotted though. Labors a spray. Just managed to finally find a head. And even he knows that anything more on top of it would just be a bonus. Lucky in the corner. Got the sidearm out. If he can get Rouse here, then suddenly their chances are so much better. Receives a headshot in the process of finding that kill, but they've already made the call to go for the full save. Nobody close to the bomb site, despite Iceberg having a defuse kit. And this is by and far a comfortable half for 9 now.
Yeah, they can even push that one further as well. I said that, you know, SASHI committing to a buy like this does mean that they'll have much of the same in the next. Iceberg holding on to that AK does do them some favours, but at best we'll see 2 more SMGs come out here, likely pistols in fact. Decent stab at this in terms of the damage, but yeah, just falling short. 9, this is now a very good half, and as I say, 8 would be the cherry on top. Very back and forth until this point. The CT economy just so cruel, and the second that SASHI lose control, they lose control of the game with it. Only 4-man stack onto B just to throw the util. They'll then rotate back, but pressure applied.
B side is on the menu, and Zyphon knows that they're lingering around here. With the bomb having been dropped all the way back, they haven't quite made the full commitment just yet. Faven, 2 heads ripped off of their shoulders as they run into him one by one. And one man to slow down a little bit. Faven is happy to step into his shoes as well. A much more deliberate, even performance coming out from 9, while SASHI look incredibly shaky. No one's really having the top performance that is needed to power a victory here on map number 3. And remember, they go down into the death bracket at that point. If you lose this one, you're down 1 and 2, then 1 more loss is all it's going to take to knock you out of Compass.
It's sometimes very easy, isn't it, to get complacent in the one-on-one, forget just how quickly things can go wrong. SASHI right on the cusp of that now. Absolute stomp for the final round of the half. It's a flawless affair out of 9. As after 12, they take 8. And SASHI in a tough spot. Pistol round becomes a little bit of a must, and well, they need a whole lot more than that to pull this back. Look at this. Just the entries. So crisp. There's just been no trade potential in so many of these situations. Somewhat down to the firepower, somewhat down to the positioning. Just difficult. As I said before, a bit of a must-win pistol round here for SASHI.
Entry gain into the B site, but not until they take care of Frels, which they eventually do. And it's a much-needed pistol round. Problem is, this is still not a guaranteed affair. Let's see if 9 can continue their domination here, Josh. A small chance that they can still be a nuisance. Problem is, there's a Molotov waiting for them. Here comes the info now. They know that both of them are pushing in. Molotov delayed. Do they start to commit to the fight? There's just no defuse kit. And 9 know that they've already let this round go. So a chance for SASHI to come back into things.
Yeah, doing the kind of bare minimum, but that's all they need right now. Slowly but surely close this gap, then we can have a conversation. A lot of work to do here. 9 are going to go for a force as well. This kind of gives the opportunity, I feel, for SASHI. I mean, if 9 are able to win this force buy, then kudos, hats off to them, but if they don't, SASHI will then get a freebie. We'll go 8-7, and then there seriously are some wheels on this wagon. Stacked up outside of B. 2-man defense. The timing on this execution's really important.
Oh, look at this. PopXD is able to find a crack in the smokes. Quick kill comes through. Nade. Oh no, Zyphon, why'd you throw that? Oh, with 2 players being low on your side, that was a risky move. And that ambition will be met with 2 of your own casualties. Becky's still trying to keep things alive, but with a 2-man flank, it is impossible, as 9 will take full advantage of the fumble.
Oh, so rough. That's so rough. Those mistakes shining through. Remember, I said last time as well, on Ancient, we saw mistakes from both teams, and especially SASHI. Losing around like that, just disastrous. Now, we did see them bounce back with the Tech-9s on the T side on Nuke. Remember, they won the pistol, lost the follow-up, came back with a buy like this and made it work with a fast-paced play into the A site. This time, denied at the door. And the Tech-9s just not connecting, are they?
I feel like that last round was just the cherry on top for what's been going wrong with SASHI. 1 nade from Zyphon to take out 2 of his own teammates. And I feel like any confidence that 9 needed to fork it over the line has already been mustered up. SASHI are going to have to wait a little while before they can become relevant again, but 9 inching closer to the finish line. Remember, there's, even with the loss bonus in the next round, it's not going to be all bells and whistles for SASHI. The chance to build up the economy kind of interrupted.
They can try and do a bit of damage here.
Yeah, try
Really
is the
happy,
key
just
word.
chipping away. Yeah, I guess so, but that CT economy is still somewhat fragile, so a reinvestment or 2 would be certainly felt by the side of 9. 1, 2. All right. Very clean. 9 keeping everybody going.
It's gonna get so messy in middle. They're still looking for Faven. I'm surprised it doesn't fire off a single shot, Josh. Dude, lane 1 for ice.
Back. Oh my god.
Dude, come on.
Unforgivable whiffs. At a time that they cannot be afforded. Still feels like they should get away with this round. 9 are playing
Maybe not.
It's a very half-assed approach to this retake, but Becky caught with his pants down as well. And this now does feel like maybe they can press for this. The fact that they aren't really surprises me, to be honest.
It's the fact that they weren't committed to the cause at all means that they, like, okay, at the end it kind of looks like 9 should have been able to get it, right? But because they were so half committed to it, they recognize that it's much better to save your weapons, like have the guarantee that you'll have weapons in the next one, rather than just limp-wristedly go for a round where you end up losing because there's not enough time, not even because you failed the retake. Looking at it from Bob's perspective, there were at least a couple of business days for him to react.
Yeah, just bizarre. But either way, it's a foot in the door for SASHI. One that, if you're talking about sort of the psychological side of things, they're not even going to feel too confident about, are they? They'll feel like they were handed that round. And somewhat undeservedly, as they whiffed all their gunfights after getting that sight. But right here, no whiffs to be seen. Big entries out of Zyphon and Lucky. So barrel forward. And convert a 7th. 9 keen to save again.
Plenty of margin for 9, even with the mistakes they've been making. Even a hands-off approach could mean that they get away with this. Obviously, he's got an interesting camera angle. Didn't catch that before, but you can only see the top half of his head and a little bit of his monitor. Hey, at least we can tell if he's got radar hacks, right? Because we can see the top left of his monitor. I thought it was going to be a slow way to start things off, but Zyphon punished by Bob XD, Lucky through the smoke. We'll be able to furnish an interesting trade, you're right. Bob XD, although he's not had the best of numbers, I feel like there's been quite a bit of impact littered through the entire game. It felt like when Krogan slowed down in the previous map, it was Bob XD with a couple of multis many times where he was able to save them. And he has been a big difference maker this time as well, going 14 and 9. Of course, unable to hold a candle to Mantu, but Mantu's been cosplaying as Kragan from Ancient. Ooh, good shot.
Oh. Kraken's put his cape back on.
Oh, wow, it's so messy. Oh. But Faven's only able to get a single player. Okay, so Cappy's a little bit low. But if weapons can change hands, maybe. Problem is, they're too far away from each other, and there's no time to reposition. Rawls' position known as well now. Lucky finding the most important frag there. Rawls stuck in between two angles. He might want to back off, but I don't know. There is an inkling of a chance. Tries to prioritize the site player, but Lucky has it. A very real chance for SASHI to make themselves relevant once more, Josh.
Just don't know how SASHI are sort of keeping some of these rounds going with how they started, right? I mean, it's a great trade here from Lucky through the smoke. You see that first prong from Crag and you think, okay, surely this is where they pushed themselves to 12. The flashes were just flawless on the entry. And they'll keep the rounds going, but they'll call a pause here, very aware that this is desperately close. The margins are so thin. Round number 20 does come with another strong buy out of the CT side.
This time around, SASHI is going exploring towards A. Relatively slow. Raw stalked into the side. He's going to peek out at an opportune time. He's able to find a small gap where he can run away. Already the start of a very comfortable hold for 9 as they're able to get away with a frag, not get contested at all. The time's just being pressured on SASHI now as 50 seconds remain on the clock. And they don't even have a whole lot of util to try and get themselves into a bomb site. No way to really mark off any areas. All still stuck on the side. Zyphon is waiting for him, though. There's the swing. Zyphon will find him. And slowly but surely, the cavalry is going to start moving forward. A 2-angle pincer about to come forward. Mantu finds Zyphon as they're crossing over, but they still have to deal with 2 site players with one of their players down. 20 seconds on the clock, just get the bomb out of their hands. That's exactly what they've done. It's out in no man's land, but it still comes to a 2v2 somehow. A being propped up. SASHI, in an unlikely scenario, still making it possible. Well, they're inside the site, Josh.
Oh. This is just so reminiscent of the last round, but this time 9 have been able to gain a little bit more ground, and they will hit the shots. Timing ever so perfect for them. A 9 will eventually push on to 12. It's another one that comes real close. But finally they break that curse and do pull off a retake here on Inferno. They've been shying away from them so many rounds in this CT side. We eventually see it happen. To falling short in the round prior. SASHI now need 4 in a row to go to OT. We saw them do it. And that second map, Ancient, went the distance. We'll run it back again.
SASHI's going to have to bring out a masterful performance to get 4 in a row. Flashbang for Faven to clear out apartments. Perhaps a false sense of security as there is a couple, there is at least Becky poking around in aparts. Minute on the clock and no real control being taken by SASHI outside of apartment, so they're going to try and accelerate the spacing here. Kraken's going to start popping out the util. Need to pop the smoke, allow Rawls to become activated. Kraken's going to become part of the question. And as Cabby goes down, look at this. SASHI, they've got to hit their shots now if they want to make this doable. If they have any hopes of taking it to overtime, this is the time to strike. Kraken off angle, but caught by Lucky. Access to the A site can still be gained. Still an inkling of a chance that they can keep themselves relevant. Time pressure looming. Can't be too careful. Faven holding it down. Labored spray. This is it. This is possible. Brawl stuck into the corner. Delays the bomb, but he can't deny it. It's Mantu and Bob XT. And they won't even tee up for the retake.
Oh, man. Having to fall away and save in a round like this where they had the advantages, they had the pieces in the right places, they just all fumble the fight. I think that is one of those where you can put it down to nerve. It's that final hurdle they have to overcome, and they're not able to do it. You see Mantu head in hands there. He's felt like he's done a lot so far this map.
It's been such a roller coaster of emotions if you're a SASHI fan, because after their first map performance, it looked like it would be done, right? It could be done in 2 bites. Then map 2 looks like it again, but Kraken's able to keep 9 afloat, and now 9 are actually ahead. But we still don't know how this story ends. 9 opting to take a timeout. They know that the margins are starting to run dry, and so are their bank accounts.
AWP in hand here for Mantu. Oh, he doesn't pull the trigger. That's a bit of a shame. You see him kind of pull his head back there in disbelief. He's quick switched before it. Just that little too soon. HE won't do all too much onto Zyphon either. 8 points of health, but he'll tank it. Second one misses the mark. It goes over the top. Look at this angle from Kraken. It's pretty filthy.
Yeah, it's really hard to connect a headshot there. Oh. Doesn't get both, but Faven is able to clean things up. SASHI once again having to play off the disadvantage. But they've solved this problem before, Josh. Will they be able to find this again? Siphon puts down Faven. Suddenly, bomb site unlocked. Rawls peeks at the right time, though, but he just can't line up his crosshair. And once again, you've got SASHI nestled into a site with a comfy bomb plant that 9 don't want to do anything about. The scoreline's really been creeping up on 9. You know, one of the things you brought up at the start was that Iceberg doesn't need to pop off, but he just needs to have the please get more than 5 kills type performance. Fortunately.
To be honest, it feels cruel because he's actually had a really good series, but yeah. I'm with you. Just when it counts the most, right? When we're on the 3rd map and it all kind of hangs in the balance. It is a very bad time to lose that control. And have a bad performance like this, he'll be the one demoted down to the Mac 10. Weirdly out of choice here. He's got enough money. In fact, there's more than enough money to get a rifle over to him. Going to opt for the SMG. 2 more now. Overtime. Looming over 9. They don't have a lot of money to work with. They've just got those safe rifles from the last. SASHI somehow still converting rounds. Even after that little boost setup in the apartments worked so nicely. Mantu, a little too slow to that one, and well, makes the mistake of sticking around.
Yep, this is another overtime.
You think?
It will be so heartbreaking for SASHI if they get one landslide victory and then just lose in 2 incredibly close games, because then they probably come out of the series thinking that they were the better team, but just not in the right rounds. Because the interesting thing about like a series loss is that you can end up with more round wins and still lose the series.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, with how one-sided that first map was, SASHI sort of winning that department anyway, even if they do lose this round here. But having such a staple, you know, this is the thing. Having such a staple and having a map in your pool that you are just that good on is obviously always a pro, always a benefit, but if you're consistently going into best of 3s, and I did say they've had a lot of 2-1 losses recently. If you're consistently going into best of 3s, you're stomping in your map pick, you're looking really good, but you don't have any other trick up your sleeve. You don't have any other map in your pool that you can sort of output that same force on. It is problematic, and it is going to cause you these issues. And this is what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, and we might just see it happen again here. 9. One more chance to close this in regulation, otherwise it's going to be another overtime. And they'll run us over schedule even further. Siphon up into top banana, looking for this fight. Might just peek in dry. He will, and Bomb XD will be punished.
Wait,
but
hang
the
on.
double back from Rouse is massive.
9 can end it right here. Rawls has done God's work. All the heavy lifting and then some. And he's hoping, praying, that his teammates can keep things clean, plant inside the waters, to be safe from CT spawn. Mantu's able to find Cabby. No, Becky's got so much work to do. Defending the bomb is also so much more difficult when it's planted behind the pillar. It ends up working against them. Util to go out. Becky needs to take the instant engagements. I'm sure he's heard the comms, but there's nothing he can do about the bomb. SASHI Esports being knocked down to the 1 and 2 bracket as 9 will hold on with dear life to the series and get it done 2-1.
Wow, after all of that hard work, everything they've done to try and pull it back, and we do actually see 9 get it over the line at the end there. I loved the initiative for the dry peak. Zyphon just walking up banana, winning that opening fight, but it was Rouse with the weight on his shoulders, doubling up and getting that one over the line. 13-11, a 19-16 overtime, a double overtime win there on Ancient. One hell of a reverse sweep out of 9. It did not come easy. SASHI fought hard, but still fall short and continue this streak of 2-1 losses.
Yeah, so SASHI end up with 40 rounds across the series, and 9 end up with 39 rounds, and they still end up losing, right? So, I mean, if you're a SASHI fan, this also almost feels a little bit unfair, right? But the man who was really making it unfair was, of course, the man on the top of the left side scoreboard. It was Kragan, who by and far powered any chance that 9 had of staying in this game. Ancient would have been a done deal. We would have been taking an early off. We would have had that extended break, but he's going to make sure that the Steam engine is going. And also, I'd really like to commend that Rawls, despite the fact that he was largely absent in not just the final map, but also largely the entire series. He was able to step up at a very opportune time. He denied the overtime by being able to get a triple before they hit his bomb site, and he barely even had any support. But that's going to be wrapped up. It's going to be 2-1 for 9, 1-2 bracket for SASHI as we head into the next game of the day, but that's going to be after a 10-minute break, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got nothing phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the second game of the day. We've got YaLLa versus FavBet on the menu. Josh, want to hear your thoughts?
YaLLa are a team we've already mentioned a few times today, right? I was comparing their Ancient against the side of SASHI. But yeah, two teams that have been on sort of hit or miss form recently. YaLLa actually pulling together a few strong wins over the past few days. But FavBet have been a team that have also surprised me. Whilst you see a sea of red in their recent results, they've taken some good wins against some very good teams. And a side that are sort of a little bit out there in terms of the rankings are building themselves up quite nicely. Some of the more notable wins, I think, recently against sort of TNL, Sinners, Partisans, Amcal. They've had some big wins against some strong teams, as I say. And I think that, yeah, if they pull out the right kind of performance today, we could see a victory here against YaLLa. The one thing is they've got Crush playing instead of Bondic, which I think might be a bit of a problem, but we'll see. We'll see how that one fares. First, we've got the YaLLa roster on your screen.
Yeah, and for YaLLa, I feel like generally speaking, they have been on a relative upwards trend, but there have been a few road bumps, which I have been very surprised by. So they're going to have like these really good victories, but then they're also going to get upset by the same teams. Like they've won against SASHI, but they've also lost against them. It feels like YaLLa are the type of team that just finds itself to be in a lot of inconsistency, and the conversations we've generally had about them is that their heaviest hitters often just don't show up, right? Obviously, the player that is often put under the microscope is generally going to be Mikey, who, you know, at one point he was a who was the superstar player. He was doing incredibly well, but within YaLLa, I don't know what's really happened. Like his performance has fallen off, and I think it might get even harder considering that for recently YaLLa has had Mango stepping in for a lot of those games, and he's actually going to be replacing the eLive. You know, not having the IGL, things can get a little bit tough, but that's where the individuals need to shine.
An interesting dynamics. We've just found out as well that Mangus is going to be playing instead of the eLive. Now, that's not really a big problem. The last couple of games that we've covered of YaLLa, actually, the eLive hasn't been playing. They've had Mangus. And I've sort of highlighted the fact that obviously the eLive's the IGL, so not having a caller would be a bit of a problem. But it hasn't really been the case. Mangus has played exceptionally well, despite his sort of lack of... I guess recent anything since leaving that Sampi roster back at the end of last year. He hasn't really been playing all too much competitive CS at all, but he's been putting up good ratings in good games in the stand-in situations. Over on the other side of things, we have another stand-in situation, but it's Crush playing instead of Bondic. So once again, it's the IGL that has to be replaced here, and it's really awkward because Crush isn't an active player anymore. I believe he's coaching this roster. And yeah, aside from... It's weird because he's not listed... he's the analyst, right? I was wondering why he wasn't listed as the coach. But yeah, he's the analyst here for this team. And other than having to stand in a couple of times for FavBet, he hasn't played for a while. Yeah, we're going all the way back to 2021 where he was coaching... where he was part of that Team Unique roster. And yeah, I just really can't help but feel that he's going to be a major contingency in this game. He's struggled in the couple of stand-in matches that he has had to play over the past couple of months as well. And yeah, this is a little bit rough.
I'd like to point out, like, I really appreciate this detail they've got. Like, we'll keep the roster here for a second. Not only do they have, like, different colors for everybody on the jerseys, like, that's fine. Their analyst also has his own color, so it's, like, a much deeper purple than Jackie. Right? Like,
yeah,
I can't tell what Jackie's here. Is it like a grayish purple? I can't tell because of the lighting. But
yeah, it's like gray, I think.
Yeah,
it's definitely different.
Yeah, but Crush has his own jersey. Like, I love that. Even like for the pictures they've submitted for Compass, right? Like, they have they have Crush like looking fresh. It's just the small details, man. Put this guy on the roster.
I wonder if they coordinate it in game. I wonder if they will have to have the colors that match their jersey in game as well.
Of course.
Yeah, Jackie, why are you green again?
Of course, that's how it goes.
I'm green.
Yeah.
Well,
no surprises there.
We take a little look at their map pool there. Mirage, their permaban. Dust 2's been a little bit of a sore spot recently, actually. They've struggled with the Dust 2 matches. But outside of that, they've been pretty consistent. So if they can if they can avoid those two in the veto, I think they'll be feeling pretty good. Now, avoiding both is going to be a tricky task, but we'll see. YaLLa, I think they'll definitely be inclined to try and pick into Dust 2. It's not a map that they pick very often. In fact, it's a map that they have not picked at all in the last 3 months, but I think it will come up here because they've had good results on it, and Favbet have really struggled. As we see Mirage and Nuke banned out, yeah, they're the two perma bans, absolutely makes sense. But yeah, Train picked, Dust 2 picked there by YaLLa, and that decider. I mean, there's a few ways this could go. I actually said before as well, in terms of the perma bans, Nuke isn't a permaban for YaLLa. They actually play all 7 maps, but it's just the one that they've been the weakest on at the moment, so they're sort of getting that one out of the way. With Ancient and Anubis gone, that leaves us with the decider of Inferno, so not a change of scenery for map 1 or 3, but a little bit of a spanner in the works with Train. I'm excited for this series.
Yeah, and I feel like the reason Favbet have gone for this Train pick is because recently they've had a couple of really good results on it, right? Like, okay, that match against Leo was kind of shaky, but the fact that they've been able to beat Saw 13-4, like a very formidable opponent that they've been able to topple, I think that certainly bolsters their confidence quite a bit going into things. But I think Dust 2 is just the biggest question mark there, so it's very important that Favbet think of this game, or at least going into it, have the mindset that this is going to be the full drawn-out 3-mapper, because they've got to nail down their map pick, because Dust 2 probably not the biggest of chances. Now, Favbet have obviously had no shortage of reps overall, but they haven't had too many successful outcomes. I feel like they've had a few moments where their games have been close enough. Like, they had a really close game against Spirit Academy. They've had close games against Saw 9, but it's never really coming out to great victories on this map of Dust 2. Now, you look at the other side, you look at YaLLa, they've generally been beating whatever's come at them. I feel like the only notable losses they've had is like Fnatic and Nexus. But that's a conversation we're going to have to leave for map number 2, because we're about to head into map 1 right now, and that is Train. Very important for Favbet to pick it up, and YaLLa might be able to sneak this one away as well with how good their results have looked.
Yeah, absolutely key here is this first map. Favbet playing with, the stand-in situation. It's really quite awkward. You do not desire having to play with your analyst, of all people. Smarrick's just sat put.
Mikey, good shot on to Marix.
Nice start, Mikey.
Yeah, Smash is able to respond in kind, so still a very competitive round. And quite a bit of space being taken. Smash runs into Mikey, who's not ready for it. But MBQ still making those dualies pop. Trying to go for a bit of run and gun action, but Mangus is the one that receives a bullet to the side of his head. Forcing an NBQ, still trying to make it work, but NBQ is going to be left all alone, trying to isolate a duel with the dualies. Might be able to, but eventually Tension will be able to find him. So the first round going the way of the T's. Now it's a waiting game for the CTs.
Yeah, good start for Favbet. Crush not really needed in that round. It was Tension and Smash doing the heavy lifting. Jackie as well. One of his own. But T-side off to a lightning start. And, well, with the nades raining in, MBQ does actually follow up. Big kill out of the MP9. They don't want to force the issue any further here onto A. In fact, they will realise that this is a stack, try and reroute. Fast rotations here for the CTs, of course, but Smash is already out, clearing the close corners. Now met with 3, and this is one hell of a shutdown round out of YaLLa.
Unbelievable that they can get so much space here. We've seen this be a theme for the day almost, because we've had a lot of swing rounds all day today. We've only gone through one series. Vitor should be able to clean things up, and now Favbet are the ones that are going to have to take a breather. And we talked about this at the start of the series. It is absolutely crucial, instrumental to Favbet's success, that they're able to get the first round over the line. Not a great start for Mr. Analyst, but we'll have to wait and monitor him as he gets more and more chances. I want to see what YaLLa can do with this little lead, though. Obviously, can't call it a lead just yet, but they've got the weapons, they've got the upper hand, chance to destroy the economy of Favbet. See if they can make it work. Mikey holding the tripwire with the scout rifle. 20 seconds to go, so they're definitely going to have to hurry things up now, Josh. Chances dwindling, bomb out in no man's land, and it's in their best interest to just throw themselves at it. Not sure why Crush hasn't put himself on the chopping block, but he eventually will. YaLLa, good start. And this type of round is why gaming chairs are made to recline all the way back when you're up against Glocks. Regardless of round. Unbelievable that they get anything out of it, especially because they were being rained down by Util. Nade's going to be a little too slow to find Crush. Jackie tries to be a nuisance, but to no avail. YaLLa, a comfortable round, but certainly more comes out of that round than Favbet expected. I had my fingers crossed for Crush to just hop on the server and log everyone. And just sort of, yeah, and they just double his paycheck because now he's also being paid to be a professional stand-in. That's a little bit more than me. You ever watch that? No, of course his position is no. Jackie should be an easy kill for him. And smash from the back. Finds Mikey. Jackie's able to put down Mangus as well. And this is where they poke Crush with a stick and say, hey, go on then, get your first kill. He gets found here. Okay, so Fafbit able to get around off of some really good entry work from Jackie and Merrick's. Good stuff. Forsey, of course, a big missed opportunity for him as well because he was on the angle, just unable to find the shot, despite being given ample time to do so. Dynamo YaLLa. Money's going to be a bit dry after this one, so you've got to be careful. Have you ever watched that YouTube show, Video Game High School? Kind of popping back in the day. Okay, there's a moment where like there's a really great pro player, but he's taken a hiatus for several reasons in the show. And then when he comes back, he just, instead of hopping into a DM or something because he just doesn't have time and he needs to stand in, it's sort of like a PUBG sort of situation. But as he's going to, as he's making his way to the fight that's important to the context of the show, he just practices on random objects in the scenery, like he just practices on apples and stuff, and then leaves one bullet in his pocket for the actual fight and just goes ahead and gets a headshot. So that's kind of the narrative that I was building up for Crush, but he's already died 4 times, so it's hard to make him look cool now. Oh yeah, I've done that. Yeah. Too bad that's practice for 2D environments. Perhaps. Not sure what the holdup is. Detour's bringing out the multivitamins. At least that's what I hope they are. Okay, ticks in the chat, we should be ready to go. So Crush has finally broken past the 0 kill mark, so that's nice. It's all that Chrome tab practice you were talking about. I bet you got a lot of practice on clicking away Chrome tabs as a teenager, didn't you? Little pervert. Yeah, he's speaking like a real pro. That means you'd be great at like mobile games. Okay, for the sake of our couriers, we need to stop this conversation right here. I mean, worst case scenario, they lose a member or two, but it's fine. Should be easy. Oh, Detour able to get some damage going, but Eagle just gets a little too unstable after the first couple of shots. So, Forzy able to save an AK-47. Sure, they're gonna try and hunt for him, and it would be okay to do so because they have plenty of money in the back pocket. Well, Favbet, it's exactly the type of start they wanted. They need to build up a few more rounds, though. Get to that 6 to 7 round mark, and then you'll be super happy by the time you get to the CT side. Mikey waiting in long dog. They're going to have util out. They try and flush him out with a molly, but the smoke is perfectly timed. Detour gets caught, though, and that might give them the impression that they've cleared it out. Good peek from NBQ, who's going to be able to back off after deploying a smoke. They're going to try and fast track it into the B bomb site. You can already see Marix getting in position, waiting for Smash. Labored spray, but Marix eventually nails it. Mikey in the back lines. Knows he doesn't have a whole lot of HP. No, Molly nipping at his feet, and it's going to be the Flames to take him out. Beautiful round from Favbet. A recovery after things could have gone awry.
Wow, after a little bit of uncomfortability against the Eco, I was worried, but keeping things crisp. Tension, 7 kills. Smash has hit the 10 mark already. MBQ on the other side in that same boat, to be fair, but we put the spotlight last time on Mikey and about how he is supposed to be this really hard hitter, and in recent games he just hasn't been that. And again, it's a slow start from him. Does have me worried, but he was part of that Unity roster. He was so cracked. He went and stood in for OG for a bit, and I thought they'd keep him. End up being the case. Now, here on YaLLa, as I say, just in the recent couple of months, he has sort of struggled in the firepower department. I thought, ooh, I mean, 1 for 1 isn't bad, but felt like that should have been his kill.
Oh, Mikey, you put him under the limelight, and he's going to start to deliver. That was the combo of the Opper and the Analyst. Try and get it done. down to just 2 members. Crush is going to have to be the space maker here as he's got a rifle. Mikey getting on top of a train just to give himself a slight height advantage. Switching over to the rifle, Tension wants to try and bolster his chances a little bit. Mikey knows where the second player is as well. Now down to just the analyst, 1v2. 18 seconds, you've got to hurry up. Mikey playing around the trains, and NBQ will step in to cut the fight short. Dynamo YaLLa making themselves relevant again. It's Favbet, who have gotten enough rounds, I would say, for the T side, but I think a couple more wouldn't hurt at all. But look at the sequence of Mikey.
This has been fantastic. Just as I was sort of calling him out as well, saying his name, he stands up and delivers. It's from 2-6 to 6-6. Says, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been here the whole time. A little bit of a tempo change here for Favbet. Just going to send it into the B site. And I like that Crush recognises his role in this. That Molly takes a very weird bounce. But I like that he recognises his role in this, right? He's saying, you know what? I'm obviously the weakest link. So I'm going to buy a Mac-10. And I'm literally going to run down ramp. And I'm going to jump across. I'm going to pull their crosshair away. And you guys just trade me. He's happy to go 1-for-1 in that situation. It gives them the space. And look at this flank from Marix. He should be able to shut down any chance at a retake here. I'm just going to try and pull some attention away. Smash down below. Big pickup. Jackie with another. Marix hasn't even been needed yet, but now he'll activate. And just like that, shuts things down. Fast reaction. 6 for Favbet.
The sacrificial lamb doing wonders for Favbet. Will be rewarded with an AK-47 for his troubles. Dynamo YaLLa opting to take a timeout. They know that this has been an awkward position for them. Just look at how interesting the money is. They're forced into this weird no man's land of economy where they have to try and buy around the M4s but then still maintain enough money to have a serviceable buy in the next one. So I like the fact that they use the timeout just to give themselves a little bit more time to do the math.
Money's all over the place again here for YaLLa, and these next couple of rounds really important. I actually really like the fact, though, that they don't sort of press too hard in terms of a buy here. We saw SASHI making that mistake, didn't we, in that last series where, yeah, on Inferno, tail end of that first half, they were really forcing the issue with the weaponry. They ended up with 2 weak buys instead of 1 strong one. It could have been a 7-5. It ended up being an 8-4 as a result. And it's exactly the same scenario here for YaLLa, but instead of forcing around those 2 A1Ss, they keep the pistols on the rest. They have a light buy here, but will be a strong one in the next. NBQ's fallen early, but an opportunity here as Mangus has been given the space to go and recover that rifle in main. He's now got a weapon in hand. The problem is he doesn't actually have any Kevlar behind it. But a good position, a sneaky one. The Molly should clear him. Yeah, it does. This is well played. Ooh, nice little bait.
Bit of a fat back and forth, and Favbet looking to find their footing on A. They've done a fair bit of damage. Problem is, it's not been converting into kills. Detour and Mangus quite low. Heike caught on a bad timing. Detour is still making his HP work. Mangus tucked into A main, and now is just down to Tension. Who's not on the weapon of choice, but definitely the more favorable one. Peeks out a little too early before his weapon's been drawn, and Detour will be able to find him. Not a bad position for Eklot, not a bad position for Favbet. Could go either way. I think the issue is just that if Eklot can get away with this round, it becomes so much easier for them to just close the series outright.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is sort of the major worry, isn't it? Dust 2 just leans so heavily in Eklot's favour by the looks of things that you do really need to convert train here, but ooh, good entries. And it seems like just pumping the gas pedal, doing them a lot of favours. Drive-by from Marek's Mangus taken care of. And 4C, who so much of the time is just an absolute beast, has gone real quiet here. This AWP has to try and activate. Find around the half. Hang on a minute. Still somewhat relevant, but with MBQ down, 1v3, and they know where he is.
Yeah, that's it. Favbet, they've gotten away with it. A lead guaranteed. And Dynamo Eklot are going to have to fight a tad bit uphill as they slip into the T-side uniform. Jackie, a well-deserved sip of the Coke. Just barely getting past. Good stuff from Eric's, though. We get to see it in the replay. Okay.
So 7-5 half. That's exactly what they're looking for. They should be happy with this. Smash looking to add to that further. He will hear them. He's going to hear all this info.
Yeah, and he gets a freebie kill, and he's able to still
They're not even looking at him. What?
I don't get it. They kind of let him get away with murder there, and now Jackie's going to become a part of the problem. Should be an easy pickup for him. NBQ and Mikey. Looks almost like Eklot were mentally checked out of that one. Smash his entire responsibility is just to keep himself alive, become a bit of a nuisance, and that's exactly what he is going to do up until the very end. Mikey, no chance he gets them off the bomb here. It's planted very awkwardly. And I honestly can't tell you what Eklot was doing in that round.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. It felt like when that contact was taken, they should have been diverting their attention towards Heaven, and they just didn't. They just didn't at all. Really bizarre. Allowing just a little bit more than Smash should have been granted that. A force buy for Eklot. They got the bomb plants. There's a little bit of weight behind it, but it should be Favbet on tonight. Like he just slow.
This kind of puts Dynamo Eklot in a weird position where they're going to start playing catch-up, where they'll constantly be out of money. A very, very slow, drawn-out way to be taking the A bomb site, and it's a bit anticipated by Favbet. Look at this nade that tension lining up. Preemptively pops into Long Dog. And as they start taking control of the bomb site, they still have 2 players to contend with. They need to get on the bomb immediately. Problem is, players are swinging out just to try and interrupt, but this ends up working in their favor awkwardly because it forces out the Favbet players, and they're going to throw themselves out in their efforts to interrupt the bomb plant and give YaLLa the chance to stay alive. Favbet, huge oversight.
That's a bad one to lose. Look at the money. Look what it does to it. It's down to pistols here. See these odds actually leaning in YaLLa's favor. It's kind of interesting. I assume that's for the series, but even for the map, despite the fact that they're trailing, I can't help but fancy their chances. Especially after taking that round there. Had they have lost it, you know, with 9-5 and unlikely to go 10, then yeah, I'd have a different sentiment. Good on the entry. Desert Eagle. Wiped out. Bad timing. Tension knows it's just too many there, so we'll back off. There's nothing for him to save, but Crush and Smash could maybe hold on to this Kevlar. Look for some exits. Not going to happen for Crush. And we'll go within 1. In fact, we'll almost definitely tie things up here. It's Favbet on and Eco in that next. That's why they went for the force buy here. Would have been double Eco otherwise.
Suddenly, what could have been a red carpet entrance into map number 2 will turn into a very difficult prospect for Favbet. Dynamo YaLLa, like you said, the tie-up guaranteed and the potential to actually win out their opponent's map pick. And you know that we're heading into Dust 2. Very nice shot. Consolation prize, sure, but it's a nice shot. Can't be crispy on the second. But, yeah, I was just saying, heading into Dust 2, YaLLa are going to have their heads held high for sure. 70% win rate for a reason, while Favbet have been trying to get the reps in but consistently been failing. Winning only a third of their games, maybe even less actually.
Oh, 4C. Going to make that entry work. In fact, he's just going to keep him coming here. Wants to stat pad a little bit. It's been a really slow game from him. Starts to creep his way up a little bit. Marix will be waiting. Holly misses. Smangus. Okay. Cleans things up. They will take the 1 casualty, but now tied up at 8 apiece, and Favbet start worrying a little bit.
It feels like if Favbet don't immediately start drawing it back, Dynamo YaLLa might be able to run away with it. There's always going to be a bit of a weak link on the Favbet defense, knowing that Crush is playing for them right now, and he hasn't been able to pull up the numbers. You know, I would be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt if he had actually had a decent performance in the first half or been able to service any kills, but 3 kills is, unfortunately, nothing but a weak link.
Angle from Tension. Should be able to connect this shot. No, maybe not now. Smoke will go up. MBQ has got a little bit of room to work with. He's going to pop a flash in, let that MP9 up close, do the lifting. Marix. Lovely little setup. He'll grab himself the rifle and fall back. The rest are going to follow down ramp. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they tap the brakes on this. There's a minute on this clock. They've got options. They don't need to commit here. They've got that early disadvantage. They've flushed out a lot of the util, though. Crusher's got a smoke and a flash, but nobody else left with anything. 40 seconds left to tick. Bomb still feels keen to try and work its way out of heaven. He hasn't got a lot of time to go elsewhere now. But it has allowed Favbet to second guess the rotations. It's just Smash and Marek still here on the angles. Marek needs to hit this shot as they emerge.
Oh, Smash able to find one. Crush is going to get a shot on the fadeaway. But bomb's been planted on B. Now they're getting ready to retake from 2 angles. Awkward angle to be looking for. If you're Crush, headshot found onto Mangas though, but it's through the railing. Makes it very difficult for Crush to be relevant in this situation. Going to start to back off. Knows that with the rifler out of commission, it's much less possible for the AWP to activate. You can see the analyst's brain kick into action when he goes for a weird little angle through the wall. Unfortunately, not enough for a kill.
Nine for Eklot then. Felt like just running down that timer was the right move. Eklot staying composed in a tough scenario. I said Marek needed to win that fight, and in not doing so, everything starts to crumble. This spam was pretty sick. It's a shame that Crush doesn't get away with it. One more bullet would have done the trick. Look at the buy now. Tension. Oh! Wow. Okay, Forsey.
More output coming out of Dynamo Eklot. You can tell that Crush is getting desperate. Peeks in with a flash. Smash might only be good for the participation trophy. Unless he can get into an angle to make that AWP work again. Trying to run away. Will be chased down by the nades and actually being chased down by Forsey as well. Forsey thinks he's on the angle already. They want to make sure that this AWP is going to be scarce, and they are sending all their resources for it. Uh-oh. Missed shot. Now it's going to get harder. They bunker down on him. Can't even get a single kill. And Dynamo Eklot have now gotten quite a bit ahead of Favbet.
Yeah, they've got this nice little margin. I mean, Favbet, with the shaky buy that they had in the last, but remember, they saved 2 weapons, so it was just a case of pistols around it. They will now have a strong investment to work with here. This has been far from comfortable for Dynamo Eklot, but they are just inching ahead. Some of those weaker pieces in the first half are coming to life here. Smoke on the molly, second one deployed. Marek's just manages to find a little gap to work with, so he'll be chilling. BQ in the meantime working his way down. A minute left on this clock.
I mean, they've got plenty of time to chew this round and digest, right? There's only going to be a smoke left on tension by the time all of this utility expires. And Dynamo Eklot are getting ready to send it to B. Got a couple players here. still change their avenue. Try starting to fire off some pot shots, but the main defender of the B bomb site has been taken care of. And as the rotations start to happen, it's going to be Mikey spearheading their entrance into A. Oh, runs into the AWP though. And Tension should be calling it off. He should be calling for the rotations. Instant shutdown by Mangus. Marix hastily comes through and finds both Mangus and Detour. Best case scenario for Forza is to make this AWP into the next round. Almost 10k in the bank though. She's not too worried.
Massive round to convert though. But yeah, you're right. So much money here for the T side. It's going to be a lot. It's going to take a lot to break YaLLa now. Forcey still without AWP. Tons of cash behind it to invest another, and probably another on top of that as well. The rest with the rifles. Favbet though, just focusing on the rounds, not focusing all too much on the money right now. Just got to get this one over. And in their favour. Daitor waiting for some aggression towards the B halls. Not going to happen. Mikey in the meantime. Oh my god, he's found a gap, but it's a good trade.
Yeah, the gap's instantly going to be punished. Dynamo YaLLa though. An opening is an opening. Marix found NBQ, all too aware and too ready. And you've got to remember that Favbet don't have much in the tank left. So not only do they have to win this round, they've also got to do it relatively cleanly. Can't let it come down to the last couple of members or it becomes impossible to make those drops happen. NBQ. Getting ready to fight. Flashbang to assist. NBQ is going to be the first one to go forward. Smash somehow able to have his head on a swivel and keep himself alive. Jackie pushes through the smoke and gets the op. Detour now. Plenty of work to do, but not enough time to make it happen. We'll try and chase down Tension into Long Dog, but the angle from Tension's too good. Instead, they're just going to decide to back off. He pushes through the smoke and Tension's ready for it. So Favbet, a great recovery.
Tied back up then, hang on a minute. I mean, chipping away now. And you have got to start to worry about this. It felt like YaLLa had the positional advantage. In so many scenarios, saw Mikey playing all the way up. They seemed to anticipate that flank as well. It was fantastic. Oh, sorry, not really the flank, but more the main push. Could have materialized into a flank, but they had the answer for it. Now a buy again, but will actually probably... Oh, I don't know. I was going to say probably be their last one before they have to drop down to an eco, but 2,400 loss. Mangus could buy. Mikey could buy. Daitor could sort of maybe buy if he gets a kill here. You sort of expect if they lose the round, maybe they'll be able to save a weapon. So, yeah, still a chance for maybe a buy in this next, but the going does now get tough. Favbet realizing that it's in the palm of their hands. They've just got to close it. They've got to squeeze down here. Crush has really struggled to put down numbers, but on the T side, he was still able to have that impact on the basis that he could just entry, play for the information, allow his teammates to trade him. That's a little bit harder to do on your CT side, so it does feel like Favbet are playing 4v5. They're still somehow making this work. Smash is having a monster game. And no one else really able to match him. And with Crush playing the position that he's playing as well, he's actually just sort of, you know, bouncing between the two sites there in connector. They're not able to focus on his position and sort of abuse that. It's not like he's the Ivy anchor or something like that, and they can just sort of keep running into him, or the B anchor, even worse. They're not able to sort of expose and abuse that weakness. Baiting out a bit of util now, but 50 seconds left.
A-side pop. On the menu. Flashbangs to go in with as well. Couple of pieces of Uto still on Favbet, so they can still slow this progression down. But it's all going to be about the aim duels. Mikey gets tagged up as he's progressing forward. Jackie will be collected, though. And Tension needs to be stable. Oh, runs into so many bullets, but he still stays alive. Smash does some damage on the fadeaway, but he knows he's got to back off. Already completely locked out as Dynamo YaLLa will once again strike the scoreboard before Favbet can get forward. Not sure why Crush is even contesting at all. Shift walking into angles. And he should be prioritizing running away. Guess he's buying a bit of space for Smash, perhaps.
Yeah, Smash will use that space to get out of there, but knows that he had that fight. I mean, it's still a 5v3, but he had that fight on the site cross. Could have delayed that plant, and in doing so, maybe a round they could have gone for, but whiffs that line. They'll end up dropping the round off the back of it. So 11-10. I don't have to worry about the YaLLa money anymore because that will sort of bolster it up quite nicely. Into the 22nd. Favbet with a lot to play for. Tension with that AWP.
YaLLa, no. They are inches away from making this a very unfavorable outcome in the veto for Favbet. But they've got to be precise. Once again, Tension holding an angle he's been on before, so I feel like YaLLa should be expecting it. Quick shoulder peek to bait him out. And while he's off the angle, there it is. Smash is going to be found. And Crush is still wanting to make himself relevant. A double kill from the man. Triple as he puts Mikey 6 feet under. And NBQ, 4 heads to look for, but it's Crush to put everyone down.
Jeez. Just not willing to let up here, are they? And even, you know, everything we've said about Crush in this half so far, it goes out of the window when he's able to carve a 4-piece like this. Maybe a lack of opportunity has been the issue because they look pretty crisp to me. Brilliant nade stack early on as well. They seem very aware that Mikey's tried to cross, and there it is. Big kill. Marek's up close. And the trades are there. It's so poetic that Crush is the one to keep them alive. And is now stepping up to the plate a little bit here. It's all on to MBQ to deny Favbet from hitting 12.
There was a moment in time where YaLLa could have comfortably forked over Train, but Favbet super glued to their map pick. And I can't help but feel like we could even see the overtime come through here, Josh. I mean, I know that the resources on YaLLa are few and far in between, but the standard that's been set for today with how close our games have been, Who knows?
The fact that MBQ knows he needs to hold on to that rifle as well. Look at the money here for YaLLa. Just a few moments ago, it looked like they were about to win this map. And now they've got to win a round with just the pistols, that one saved rifle, to hold on, to take it to further rounds, to go OT. This has been completely bonkers out of the side of Favbet. A team that right now are having to play with their analyst instead of their IGL. At least there's some brains in the server, but you know, we had our apprehensions. Crush hasn't played competitively in 4 years. He's not been active, pugging or anything like that, but he's putting up some reasonable numbers. And he had a very, very key round just a couple ago towards that B site to get things ahead and leaning in his team's favour. Big shot from Tension. Crush will follow up. That's double digits hit. And it's all crumbling down. And Smash will finish off the job. And Favbet take 13.
I really thought the Dynamo YaLLa were going to be able to turn things around for a moment. With all the odds that were stacked against Favbet, I'm very surprised that they were able to service this towards the end of the map, especially because I feel like the one thing that was holding them back was the fact that they were always sort of crumbling under the pressure when Crush would be tested, right? But then towards the end of that game, Crush just had a masterful performance. He went from like, I think he was stuck on like 3, maybe 4 kills, ended up on like 10 or 11, which I know in the grand scheme of things doesn't seem like a lot, but when you only need 2 rounds at the board and your analyst steps up in both of them, that's good enough. And the scoreboard really doesn't matter at the end of the day because he ended up finding the impact that he needed to and actually ends up with more ADR than the Opper, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, to be honest, fair enough. Not bad at all. I mean, he had like a pretty miserable first half, and not even just that, right up until sort of round number 20 or so. Had 4 kills, but really picked it up at the end there when it counted. And to be honest, you can't criticize when you're having a last-minute standing situation. Your analyst is having to play. You can't criticize when he has those poor performances, but you can absolutely commend when he has those big moments. And yeah, you can't help but feel that 4K on the B site really won them the game, to be honest. And yeah, just a magical moment that gets it ahead. I think it's going to be really difficult for them to still win this series now. We said that Train was an absolute must. I think going into these next 2 maps, it's still not going to be easy. But with Dust 2 up next, and maybe a bit of wind in their sails, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Dust 2 is going to be a really fun watch for sure, especially with the standard that Favbet have been able to set. But will they be able to replicate that performance with their stand-in still? I don't know. This is probably a 3-mapper, but we'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Very close affair in map number 1, but FavBet, despite the contingencies, are able to get it over the line. But I will say, though, if we're being fair to YaLLa, they've also been playing with contingencies, right? And with a map like Train that isn't quite solidified within the pro scene just yet, I feel like just having that extra bit of oomph that comes from having your IGL be on the server, I think it makes a difference. But FavBet definitely have the shorter end of the stick on that. I think there were a couple moments where YaLLa could have closed out map number 1 and really solidified a chance to get this done in 2 bites, considering that Dust 2, their own map pick, one that they're super comfortable with playing with, is up next. But FavBet are able to get it over the line. So, I want to hear your thoughts on this, Josh. How do you think Dust 2 is going to play out?
Well, it's interesting because you said about, like, both teams are sort of playing with contingencies right now. And I think the big factor for me is the fact that Mangus has actually played the last 6 best-of-3s now with this YaLLa roster. Now, I think he might end up being more of a permanent change. I'm not really too sure. The interesting dynamic for me is I don't know who's calling. I actually have no idea who's taking up calling responsibilities on this team. Mangus wasn't previously an IGL when he was playing with Sampi, and I think he's also sort of been playing with the Ghouls roster a little bit and like various mixes and things. But yeah, he was always playing like a hard lurk role. I don't think he was ever really calling the shot. So I don't know who's taking up those calling responsibilities, and I don't know how much that's really plaguing them here. But it did seem like things went a little bit lost on Train. Dust 2, I absolutely expect to lean in the favour of YaLLa. They're a very good Dust 2 team. FavBet have absolutely had their struggles. It's kind of surprising because they've got some real mechanical talent on this team, so you'd expect Dust 2 to be a bit of a staple, especially for a CIS side. I know, you don't want to stereotype, but it does surprise me that sort of having a team with like Jackie and Smash doesn't somehow mean that they're really good at Dust 2. But either way, we'll see them start off on their CT side, see what they can do with it. These past results have looked really, really rough, but actually the last couple of times they've played it over the last few days, they did manage to get a win against Leo. They had a close game against Saw. They had another close game against Leo the following day. So there's maybe something here.
It's weird because Leo is a surprisingly competent team, even though I barely recognize the names.
Yeah, they've been really strange for me actually, because like in the ESEA season they've been really struggling against really lower level teams. Like we're talking much lower, but on HLTV and their officials they've been doing really well. And yeah, they actually beat FavBet just a couple of days ago. So yeah, an interesting team there. And yeah, it's a reasonable result for FavBet to have been able to take them down on Dust 2.
Leo's also beaten YaLLa, so there's that. Like
Yeah,
about a month ago,
River actually
2-0.
runs pretty deep. Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
Yeah, they're almost a yard.
Okay.
Stick.
Tension. Little jump spots towards short. Oh, nice. Early shots. Jackie with a team kill onto Tension, but Marix is there to follow up. The bomb's going to try and work its way up long, but what a shot from Marek.
So Jackie now knows exactly what's happening. Now he can bring in the reinforcements, but before that even happens, he'll be able to rip Mangus's head off, and Mirage will clean up after him. So Favbet, exactly the start they wanted. They've got a win under their belt. They've got the pistol round coming their way. I want to see how far they can carry this. Now, it is going to be a bit of an investment coming out from YaLLa. Forcing on the scout rifle. Will be tasked with the responsibilities of a MAC-10 in the subsequent rounds, so it's okay if he digs a little deep. Oh, Forsey, not only does he get the tag, he's also able to find a headshot on to the opposing sniper. Pistol round conversions have actually been very fickle all day today. We've seen back and forth affairs. Just hoping that Favbet can keep this one clean.
It's actually a weird fact that's remained consistent throughout both best of threes, isn't it? This second round force buy is causing all sorts of hurt, all sorts of problems. This isn't even really a force. This is just 4C with a scout, but still ever so potent. Winning the battle of the snipers, that's tension falling to it. Contact made on short. Very good nade. Unarmored opponents just soak up that damage like a sponge. And that'll be enough of a deterrent for them to back away. Where do they go now? Long? I guess so.
Should be an easy cleanup, but surprisingly damaging. Forsey's still making that scout work, and Smash will quickly lose his head. Can they even get on the bomb in time? Yes, they can. There's still a scout rifle to deal with. MP9 trying to spray away 2 players, and Forsey is going to be the man of the hour, as a 3K will allow YaLLa to get right back in it.
That is ridiculous. An eco round win, it's just the scout. And, you know, when he bought that scout, I wasn't going to say it because it just feels, you know, like any time I say it, I curse it. But goes for the scout buy, I'm thinking, oh man, this feels like a bit of an overinvestment. He leaves himself with $600, and inevitably when they lose this round, he won't have enough to work with in the next. But he had the right idea. He knew where he was going with it. We saw on Smash's cam right there as well. Head in hands going, guys, how have we just lost that? Pursuit are trying to close this one out 2-0 after an exceptional performance on train. Really tricky stuff.
Marix, how the hell is he getting away with this? 5-7 does quite a bit of damage, and are we going to see this be turned around immediately, Josh?
Hang on a minute. Maybe. This would be another ridiculous round to win. Tension hasn't even got Kevlar because he wants that AWP out, but it's so messy from 4C. And it all falls onto the shoulders of the stand-in. Mangus, 1v3, needs a 4K in this round. He's got the bomb on his back and a rifle in hand. Sees the head poke over the top, just going to tuck himself down below car. He's hoping
that they forget
that he
about
wasn't
him?
spotted. Well, I guess, but he's maybe hoping that they think he's wrapped back to long and he's going to try and head to B.
They need to find his info.
Maybe you'll hear a rotation off.
Dude,
yeah,
he only has
there we
12
go.
bullets. That's the problem. Like, he needs to be economical when he finds these duels.
Oh, wow.
And had he gotten the reload, maybe it would have been doable. And now, Favbet, they bring themselves right back in the driver's seat. Problem is, Dynamo YaLLa still going to be able to furnish buys. At least 2 members will have the AK-47. Let's take a look at that replay once more. 2 heads by Marix as he hastily sprays that 5-7. Long-range engagements also being won out. And Mangus, man, what can you really do when bullets are limited and your teammates have betrayed you in that instance? Real opportunity for Favbet to do enough damage. They can send the economy barreling down for Dynamo YaLLa. You take this round away from them, suddenly the rug has been pulled out from under them. It'd be really hard to come by money. Exchange if util. Flashbang to delay, and Crush is essentially playing as a turret. Almost a sentry that just keeps an eye on things.
Little pot shots. Thrown away. Tension. An interesting off angle with this FAMAS. We've seen this back and forth continue so far. Right now, Dynamo YaLLa looking to try and break it back. Tension comes off the angle, but it's all a bit of a ruse to bait them into Jeki. Fire at the feet so they can't progress any further. Jeki doesn't want to swing too hard, but he will commit to another fight. Crush will then push out. That's their cue for the MP9s to start chomping. Daitor left by himself. Knows that this one's impossible. Weirdly, staying alive won't do him any favours here, so he kind of wants to go and die, I think. Certainly doesn't want to be dying after time. There you go, Marix will deliver that regardless. So 3-1, Favbet are able to string together 2 in a row.
The money situation is now so bad for Dynamo YaLLa. There's going to be no money in this round at all. Even in the next one, they're not going to be getting away with all the bells and whistles. The chance of an AWP is definitely out of the question. I feel like Forsey can definitely put in the work if he's got an AWP on Dust 2, but it'll be a while before he gets that luxury.
It's just going to be pistols here. Really expecting nothing out of YaLLa in this round. This does mean Favbet will be able to take 4. And honestly, really the last thing you'd expect in this series with the analysts standing would be a 2-0. But Favbet looking to continue to press their way there. MBQ hasn't been able to find a kill in this map so far. After having a pretty good map in the last as well. They'll be feeling sore about Train. Be feeling very much like they should have taken that their way. It might just be plaguing the back of their minds. So smoke will go down. They're going to try and burst through it. Smash is ready for this. Oh, wow. Tidy. No reaction.
Yeah. Another big round coming up, though. I want to see what Dynamo YaLLa can do now. Dust 2's been such a Bad start for them. Smash though, look at this. The nade serves as a distraction from lower tunnels, and it allows the upper tunnel player to push in, find the kill, and just split between two angles. Impossible for the remaining member to fight back. Utility keeps coming their way. Jackie's still tucked into LT. And as NBQ falls suddenly, a round that was super important for Dynamo YaLLa to at least have a say in goes completely awry.
Foresee Mangas. Nothing they can really bring further to this. Seems like Forsey wants to try and make something happen, but surely not. The flash will pop over the top, but that should be enough for them to really just pull away from this. 5v2. Doesn't really help their economic cause. It doesn't feel like they can bring anything more into this. 15 seconds. Forsey is still pressuring short. This feels like a major risk for no real reason. If there is one on Cat, he could get caught out. Jeki can smell blood in the water. It's Mangus in the corner, and the timing will get the better of him. Oh, don't go for the knife kill. Mangus does keep checking his right-hand side. Jeki will actually kill him after the timer expires. It's just cruel. And that's the problem. That's the problem with surviving.
Always fighting uphill. This is such a disaster if you're a Dynamo YaLLa fan. Tension knows they're coming their way. Crush, utility at the ready. Molotov to slow them down. Tension has the smoke to give himself a little bit of wiggle room. He could also go over to the right side if he chooses to crouch. Molotov continuing to make things awkward. They're just waiting out the smoke, waiting for visibility. And now this is where the fight's going to start to brew. Two players already committed too far into the cause. Tension's not going to be expected. Run and gun comes to life. Jackie still being a problem, but Forsey's making that recovered AK work. Detour, a 1v2, and he could turn this game on his head, but Smash will put him down. Dynamo YaLLa.
Smash is 11-1. He's 11-1, and Marix isn't far from it either. This is what I meant when I said earlier. It surprises me that FavBet aren't a very good Dust 2 team with the mechanics of the individuals that they have. We are seeing that sort of come to light here. How deep does the hole really go, I think, is the problem. 6-1 is fantastic for FavBet. But there is a lot more to be done. Marix. Overwhelmed. Good flash, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, eventually they'll make the entries work.
Oh, a little off on the timing with the flashbanger. I think it could have actually worked out for Smash for multiple kills. Becky's flash is a little too slow. And this is where Dynamo YaLLa want to keep things clean. They're going to try and reel it back in. The thing is, if they go all the way around and they decide to go towards B, there's a very real chance that Tension gets a freebie and gets to reposition. Look at that. Tension, I want to see that angle. They're about to come his way. Can he steal away another round from YaLLa? No! Shoots a little bit too early, and they're going to chase him down now. No choice but to. Smoke isn't going to stop them from permeating through into the site. Tension, why'd he even go for the swing at that point? Thought he might want to stay committed to the cause. But FabBet will finally have to take a knee, as YaLLa are able to force some victories over towards long. It's not much, but it's at least an olive branch back into the game.
Yeah, they'll hold on to it real tight. Try and swing this back. 6-6 still on the cards. There's a lot of money here for FabBet, though, so they'll comfortably reinvest. For Jackie, there's no point in running in and dying, especially considering he's got an AK. That's sort of the one luxury he can't rebuy. That clock, I'm going to press too hard for him. They know that their own economy has had its struggles. Those struggles will continue if Jackie causes any problems. Playing from the kitchen. It's a true gamer setup. 6-2. YaLLa, slowly but surely, maybe starting to claw this back.
This could be the turning point for Dynamo YaLLa. If you can somehow start chaining together rounds and you can brush that initial loss streak under the rug, completely forget about it. Obviously, this being Dynamo YaLLa's map pick as well, that means the FavBet have started off on the side that is most favorable for them. So you might expect the T side to be a little less potent. Mikey crouching through the smoke, you know. Crush, I think he realizes that he might have bumped into something. Looking around himself, around the edge of the smoke, it's a perfect angle from Crush, but Tension's going to be pushed off as he tries to scurry off into long. Mangus is waiting to receive with open arms. Really nicely lobbed nade by Crush will catch the bomb planter, and NBQ's down to 30 points of health. Holding on to this bomb site is going to be really difficult, Josh.
Yeah, no easy task ahead. 3v3, 4C, big shot, FavBet. Realizing that this one's just done. Crush last alive, we need a monster clutch out of him. I think he'd like to just get this kill onto 4C, get that AWP out of the equation, but 4C a little too quick to the trigger. It will not happen. Not bad at all.
Very slow round this time from Dynamo YaLLa. I feel like they've already inched their way back into the game, at least made it serviceable for the CT side.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is so sloppy from NBQ. Just runs out. Not sure why. Okay, we're going to put that aside for a second because there's about to be some action here on shore. Favbet, good connection there from Tension. Detour is going to be a bit of a problem, but with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, the ideal scenario is just to save these weapons. And there's also not enough money in the tank for Favbet to get too risky. Not a good call from Smash to go for that, knowing that they're a bit dry in the economy department.
I mean, a great early entry from Tension there. He's actually able to follow up for more. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's not even a clear... You know, sometimes a player like soft checks an angle and then swaps to a bit of util and you go, ah, yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. You needed to clear it a little bit deeper. But that was the most half-assed clearance I've ever seen from MBQ. He just sort of like goes through the doors, and when he's not instantly killed, he pulls out the nade. Not even really entertaining the fight at all. Just gives him a second entry on a silver platter. It does feel like... I was going to say running out of steam. There's no reason for them to run out of steam. It's map 2 in the series. They lost the opening. We've not really seen anything to get excited about for this Czech side. Crush caught on a timing. That's a bit of a shame. I'm not sure what he's doing there either, but everybody falling. Dynamo YaLLa are going to be able to make this a fourth. This has been a game just full of mistakes. And, oh God, there's more of them. Oh, yeah, go on, knife him. Love that. Bit of revenge. Get the AWP out of the map.
Love how he gets that AWP out, but then he still has an AWP for himself to still give himself a chance to wager the save. This is actually the perfect way for him to be routing it, but yeah, looks at the wrong angle. Has to worry about the potential crunch from B, so makes sense.
Yeah, this is where it all sort of started to go wrong, didn't it? When they managed to cross on the smoke, it didn't seem like Crush was given that info. And he ends up cycling util out in the open. It's all very sloppy. And for the final round of the half, Favbet, after all their hard work, are only rewarded with 357s and MP9. And Tension back onto another sniper. Had he have been able to save his from the last, we would have seen a much better buy, because that AWP could have been replaced with maybe 2 drop for masses. We'd see certainly more firepower. A little prod from the sniper. That's the only weapon that's been fired off so far. So Mangus will sort of get this false idea that maybe they're on a better buy than they have. Crush just ready with an nade in hand.
Could be big for Favbet if they can have a bit of a swing round just like they did in the conversion, but Dynamo YaLLa, they've got to be super careful about this. It's the responsibility of Crush to draw the attention away. Oh, he's doing a great job though! 2 players down, AK recovered, chased down the Opper, but Forsey's able to get both! It's Tension in position to find Forsey eventually, and it boils down to the 2-on-2. Detour progressing quickly towards long, the smoke popped. And an advanced position being taken already. They're trying to bunker down on... What?
What?
Did the time expire that quickly?
I was sort of wondering, like, YaLLa were playing super slow, but I didn't have an eye on the clock either. Nobody seems all too surprised, so yeah, that seems to be how that occurred, but How do you let that happen? Again, I said before, this has been a game full of mistakes, and we just keep seeing them. Eklot end up with a 4-round T-half.
Dude, I honestly got so tunnel visioned on the fact that they were getting dumpstered by 5-7s that I totally forgot that a timer exists in this game.
Really bizarre. Really, really bizarre. FabBet on their T side now. You expect the nature of how they play to really shine here. The mechanics to blister through. And tension with two big entries here in middle. Mikey trying to play around the edge of this smoke, but blows his cover. Now they're going to be spamming, and those Glocks just a little more potent, close range, a spam ability. The movement accuracy, the extra bullets will be a little bit scary. Forsey reaggressing, 1-for-1 there in lower tunnels, and yeah, just like that, it's dealt with. Smash and Jackie finishing off the job. And it's that little trifecta of the three mechanical demons to get FabBet on to 9.
Dude, this is honestly such a poor showing from Dynamo Eklot. Like, this is a team that should be performing way better. Even without the Eli present, it's... You're not even playing against the full stack of FabBet. And I've got to give credit to Crush here as well, because he's really stepped up on Dust too. Again, like, he's not the prime fragger by any stretch of the imagination, but we just saw him pull out a nasty double with the 5-7. He was only supposed to be the distraction for the player behind the doors to do something crazy, but ended up finding the kills.
Mac 10's on Zoot, Galil's on the rest. FabBet with pretty decent buy to work with here. The nades will come in. That smoke's going to give him a little bit of room on Catwalk. Daitor takes contact, but only a tickle of damage. He'll drop down. Want him to try and play through this CT smoke. If he does, he might be in for a nasty surprise, but timing everything. Tension and Jackie will deliver the goods. That'll be enough for MBQ to back on out of there. 1 kill onto Smash, but that might just be all we see. Mikey does change that. It doesn't feel like a plausible retake or a clutch at all, to be honest. No util, no kit. Seems weird to save the Scout and the Galil, but they're not going to have much of anything in the next, so it'll be better than what USPs, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what do Eklot even have left in the tank, right? It feels like FabBet have had an easier time on their opponent's map pick. And Eklot have very little to show. Double digits achieved while Dynamo Eklot... I mean, while we're talking about double digits, right? If you look at the individual scorelines, it's only Forsey that's broken that point. Unbelievable stuff coming out from FabBet, and to do it with a contingency, just one of the weakest showings of firepower we've actually seen in a little while from Dynamo Eklot. And I feel like the conversation often just comes back to, you know, where's Mikey? Where's the firepower that we've come to expect of him? You know, I can't blame Mangus, but I mean, he's quieted down a little bit, but can't ever really put it on the back of a stand-in. NBQ had a couple of moments, but his performance has been limited to just that. Mangus sees the side of the body, decides to back off. That was Smash. Opening.
Oh. Jackie to follow up as well. It is just against the pistols here, so should be light work, but keeping everybody alive will do them a lot of favors. Stream just caught up with that final round of the half as well, so just got a little opportunity to watch that one back and work out where things went wrong. And yeah, it's because the bomb was dropped on long, so they actually had the A site control and then had to go and recover it, but there wasn't time for it. So just really sloppy stuff out of Eklot. We've seen it quite a few times so far in this series. It seems like that should just be enough to cost them the game here. Lucky for them, it won't In fact, it will put them out of the competition. I'm still thinking we're in a 1-on-1 game. The last match we covered was one of those 1-on-1 matches. This is an 0-2 game.
Yeah.
With this knocked out. And YaLLa seemed to be going down without much of a fight.
It's been a little unlucky that despite having decent stretches of form, both teams have only suffered losses in this competition, right? Or their biggest losses in this competition. So going 0-2, being pit against each other. And for Dynamo YaLLa to go down to Favbet in the condition that they're in, to be knocked out 0-3 is a devastating outcome for any team. And Favbet are looking to put their first on the board. Would have to be a very extended comeback within the context of the tournament to get 3 wins in a row after dropping the first 2. But this is where it all starts. First real chance for YaLLa to be bringing out the big guns, but even then, a little limited on util. Here comes the util.
Flashbang into short. Jackie. Just on the other side of this, round the corner. Forsey in the meantime. Warp in hand. They've got a double sniper set up here. Something that YaLLa haven't tried yet. Could be the answer. I doubt it, but maybe. One consistent factor is Forsey's been very quick with this big green. Does Jackie anticipate it? Or very far out in the open, only narrowly, not spotting this head. He's not seeing anything either. This is just a battle of the X-rays. A little jiggle out. Oh, Forsey only connects the leg. Crushed down to 2 HP, but still a 5v5.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's only 35 seconds remaining in Favbet. If they hurry up their pace, they could still find themselves with a round win here. Utility to try and flush out Mikey, but he's found a little corner. He's not being overwhelmed by the molly just yet, but they do eventually have to take him out of commission. 20 seconds. Come on, let's get the fight going. Mangus, a double kill is going to save him. And Tension in a 1-on-3, being forced off the bomb by Detour. He's still going to commit to it, but he does have to pay with his life for it. Bomb plant, of course, immediately means that a tad bit more money being lined up for Favbet. And they continue to fight. They can at least afford to continue to fight.
This is a lot better. A lot better, even with that fumbled shot at the start. Be interesting to me whether or not they try and go for that second AWP again here. They were able to save the one. But yeah, with just such a ruckus caused on the site, not anticipating that fast flank, or realistically they should have been aware of it, but it's so difficult. You just get really tunnel visioned in those situations. Good early entry though. It's going to be Tension pulling the numbers in their favour. Favbet still pursuing 12, and a brilliant flash out of Crush will allow Smash to destroy Mangus. And a 5v3, an open A site for now. They won't take advantage of it just yet. But to answer my question from before, yeah, YaLLa do go for that secondary sniper again, and I don't think it's going to do them any favours if they find themselves in a retake here. A lot falls onto the shoulders of Mikey, but they're holding for this flank.
Problem is that when you're in a 3v5 and you've got nothing left in the tank, you're also spitballing the idea of just going for a save. NBQ, oh no, gives up his position. They know they have at least one more AWP even if they lose that, so they're not too worried about it, but man, in the grand scheme of things, you've got to contextualize it with the fact that they're one round away from being knocked out of the tournament with no victories to show for it. Not a single win.
Difficult hit. NBQ and Forsey will hold on to these double snipers again, but 12 rounds for Favbet. 7 chances to close this out. This has just been wildly disappointing out of YaLLa. They were the heavy favourites to take this game, to take the series, but actually really to take Dust too. Nice to see that shot out from Tension's POV. He didn't see anything. That was just, a timing shot. Super sick. The AWPers have been on point today, but Tension just that little more potent. And he's got the support network around him as well.
Favbet. I think they're about to... Oh my god. 4C. Yep, this is the beginning of the end, Josh. 4C taking out his own teammate with an aid. Earmarks what we've been seeing all game. Mangus still trying to fight the good fight. Provide some resistance. And 4C wanting to work for redemption. Mangus peeks out, run and gun smash is going to be found. Mangus still has his head on a swivel. Detour's trying to claw it back. And somehow those mistakes will go unpunished as Dynamo YaLLa will live to see another day. Merrick's down and Favbet still have yet to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, you already called it, right? Looked like the beginning of the end with a 2-man advantage. YaLLa just pressed it a little too hard with the early aggression and 4C. Talking about these mistakes, talking about this breakdown of communication or even just coordination there. What the hell was that? He's so tunnel vision, so prioritizing taking this fight that he blows the smoke open while his teammate's low and is running back through it trying to retreat. It's like there's just no comms. Once they will get away with it, it just feels so fragile still.
It's certainly going to be a breather for Favbet. Almost acts as a bit of a faux timeout, doesn't it? Gives them a chance to clear the air. Just letting Dynamo YaLLa expire the utility.
Super slow in this round. They're going to throw that smoke to try and give him a little bit of space to get out. That HE should do a little chunk of damage. I actually thought it would inflict more than that. They're just waiting for Crush to get into position. As soon as he takes contact with that AWP, they now have the information. There's a couple on this site. In fact, there's 3. The flashes are good, but who expects there to be a 3-man defense on the B site? And it surely, of course, will be enough.
Yeah, it's obviously a good call from Dynamo YaLLa, but it also shows that they are particularly worried about being run over by the pistols. They had that extra contingency snuck into car. I feel like if the car player isn't there, then the flashes would have worked out perfectly, and they would have totally overruled the bomb site. But Favbet have 5 chances to close this out. Dynamo YaLLa would have to take it to overtime if they want to contest for map 3. Tension Doesn't get a chance to make it work with the boost. And maybe they've still got some oomph in them, Josh. A chance to deny being shut down without a victory. If this is how Dynamo YaLLa bring it back, then well, they deserve it. It doesn't seem like FabBet are going to be giving them many margins.
Now with the big guns back out, this just gets a whole lot harder, doesn't it? Crush. And try and make this peak happen. MBQ, who's had an absolute stinker of a game, by the way. He's on this second AWP again. Misses the shot. Mangus up close. Yeah, freebie. Look at that from Crush. That is so smart. And again, you know, if you're not going to win those fair mechanical aim duels, then put yourself in these little ratty corners. Catch them on the timings. Get the freebies while their nades are in the hands. You will press out. Keep that AWP busy. Teammates going to funnel up short. Big fights ahead as Mikey holds on. And the molly will flush out the second as well. He's going to be charged down, though. Smash will pop his head.
Oh, big miss.
And he ends up with another as well. That's ridiculous.
Oh, beautiful shot from Detour. But he knows exactly where Smash is. Low HP on Smash. Possible to still get this round.
What? It's against Yorp now as well.
Yeah, I think he might have actually diagnosed the issue. Problem is 13 seconds. He's looking for Forzy. Forzy trying to play around it, and he's got the right idea. And YaLLa will live to see another day, but man, is it getting close. FabBet, of course, stopped a little short once more. For a moment, it looked like it would crumble, especially when Mikey's forced to peek out.
Just a couple of little off timings there. You see, the Dieter was given a bit of a freebie on Cat. Head just poking over. Such incredible work being done by Smash, but no one else really matching it. And unfortunately for him, yeah, with 8 seconds left, there's no right way of playing that. You know, you either tap the bomb, you hope that it forces out the peak, but if it doesn't, then you lose the round on time, and then you risk dying after time, which is really bad. Or you just commit to it. If you go down, you go down. If they call you bluff, then you've got a little bit of leverage. And at least still a round loss bonus. Great nade from Mikey. That's Jackie gone early. Cause for concern starting to kick in a little bit here, I think, for FabBet. Still got a fair few chances to close this out, but we've seen it happen plenty of times in the past here in ML12. Difficulties once you hit map and series point. Especially in an 0-2 match like this, the pressure's really on. You want to stay in the tournament. And for a team like FabBet, who are climbing up the VRS ranking, you know, they were one of those sides that were sort of formed after the... Well, actually, they weren't formed after the VRS was brought into place, but they just ended up in, like, a really horrible ranking. I'm not sure why. I'm not really sure how that came about, but... Yeah, they've had to climb quite hard. If you look at sort of where they were towards the tail end of last year, it was kind of rough. They were sort of around the 100 mark, so they've done a lot to sort of pull this back, and they want to keep that streak going.
I think fighting for ranking has been a theme for a lot of Tier 2 teams, right?
Yeah.
I can say the same for either of these squads. But look at this, FabBet, once again, winning their sails. But can they steer their ship to a victory? Oh, good shot from Tension. Already a little bit of damage, so we could be kicking things off on a high note. 4C. Oh! I love the initiative there, but he just can't line up his crosshair.
On the other side of that coin as well, when we talk about the VRS points, YaLLa, back in February, were a top 30 VRS side. And now, after an unfortunate streak of bad results, are sat 80th. Or at least, sorry, that was their last ranking, was 80th. This week, they've gone up a few places after a couple of wins, but it's still pretty bleak. It's around about the 70 mark.
Look at this, though. We're going to have
Brilliant
to hold
from
that
tension.
conversation for a little while longer, Josh, because I think Favbet might be able to get this done. Here it comes. No more delays. Jackie, first one in. No offers to clothesline them either. Flashbangs are going to make these duels harder, but Mirage is there to recover. Mangus unable to do more. And a bomb plant should be guaranteed. Extension holds the line once again. Waits for the crossover. On the lurk, the Opera makes it happen. And NBQ, he is on another planet.
Not to be toxic, but it's felt like he's been on another planet this entire map.
And also, like, I don't get the idea behind not immediately going for it. Like, look at this. He shift walks the way over. Even if he just straight up held W and went in, he wouldn't be able to get the defuse. So, yeah, this is it. Favbet, as anticlimactic as it may seem, they've knocked Dynamo Eklot out of Compass Contenders, and they have kept themselves alive to see another day as they make their way to the 1 and 2 bracket. Josh, I really didn't expect a 2-0 coming into this one.
That'll be a little more sweet, won't it? Playing with your analyst and, yeah, not only winning the series, but getting it done 2-0 is just absolutely crazy for Favbet. Really good stuff. I was impressed with their train, and, yeah, their Dust 2 was fantastic. Eklot, disappointment after disappointment. Now, again, they have had to play without their IGL for these past few matches, which definitely comes with its contingencies, but even the harder hitters not hitting hard enough today. And NBQ having, to be honest, a reasonable first map. I think he finished it with about 18 kills, but or maybe it was 17, but still a stinker on the second. It's just not enough. On the other side of things, Smash, always just having these superstar performances. He's a very, very strong player, and yeah, in a series like this, when you are told, oh no, we haven't got Bondic, we've got to play with the analyst, he says, it's all right, I'll step up, I'll make up for that deficit, fill that void, and he really does.
For sure, there's no denying that there was quite a bit of carrying going on the Favbet side, but overall as well, like even if you take Smash out of the equation, it did feel like Favbet were time and time again the better team. Like, it just apples to apples, everyone on the right side of the scoreboard was just doing a little bit more. I feel like the only real fair comparison I could see there was maybe Tension and Forsey, because there was a lot of back and forth happening, and Forsey actually ends the game with pretty much the same number of kills as Tension, despite being on the losing squad. Now, of course, that is going to put a wrap on the second game, but we've got more Compass action coming up. It's going to be goodbye from Josh and I, but it's going to be our lovely colleagues Travis and Hayes to take you through the rest of the evening matches. Take care. The broadcast will be back in just a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to YaLLa Compass Contenders. We've got more BO3s to bring you today. 2 more to bring you today, of course, and they're both in the 2-0 bracket. So both these two teams have been looking a little bit better as of late. And the first two we're going to see are going to be Iberiansoul and Cybershock. Matt, it's good to be back, of course. It's been a little bit of a mini break we've had after our long onslaught of matches a few weeks ago. And yeah, these two matches, especially our second one later this evening, Paravision versus Astrum, that certainly is getting me to lick my lips.
It's got to be the pick of the games for the day, undoubtedly, right? I mean, two teams in good form. I've seen quite a lot of Paravision lately as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing them in action. Seems like they are actually trending upwards at the moment, which is good to see, but not going to cast my vision too far ahead. Iberiansoul, Cybershock, a matchup that's pretty evenly contested, I'd say, and great job for both these teams to actually find themselves in the 2-0 bracket, honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. And the thing is with Iberiansoul right now is it actually just feels like they're in a weird position where they're making some semblance of progress with this roster, this sort of mix, of course, they're put back together with the Movistar Koi and Movistar Riders core, but also not really getting as many results they would have truly wanted to make them a contender, deep run contender in these sort of tournaments. Maybe this, of course, is a chance to make playoffs, for example, but if you look at their previous 2 wins, of course, in this particular tournament, as I was talking about, actually, you know, with Dweg when I stood in for Jay the other day, like, both these 2 wins have an asterisk over them. The first one is against Favbet, of course, when they had to play with Crush on the second map, which was a pretty easy win in the end. And the other one was against Monty, which was a 2-0, but they won the only map they played of Nuke, because map 1 was a default win, due to Monty having a schedule conflict. So they're going to take the 2-0 in the Swiss every single day of the week, but maybe we haven't seen everything we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, that's actually fair. You got to just like scratch beneath the surface a little bit and see how they've got there. That's important detail to add. I do still feel like they're in a pretty good place as a team, though, and I think this matchup against Cybershock is a decent one for them, albeit maybe they're slight underdogs just because of how much raw firepower the Cybershock roster packs and how they've got a really good balance going on at the moment. They seem to be in good form too, beating some opponents ranked higher than them. Let's bring up that Cybershock roster and we can actually talk about them a little bit more, because I love how they've upgraded this team. Last year they were like a team who could kind of punch above their weight consistently when they were in like that tier 3 space. They could beat tier 2, tier 2.5 teams every now and again. The problem was their stability. Then they'd play against a team that was way below them and then they would just lose. And it's like, well, where are we even at with this roster if they're showing all this potential but then regressing in matches where we should be able to back them, you know? But since they've brought Glowing into the mix, it's actually just raised the floor drastically and seems to have even elevated the ceiling, which was already quite high with the previous team. They brought Blixie into the mix as well, very stable rifler. Fenneman on the AWP has been a part of this team for a super long time, but I guess the most unexpected aspect and outcome of bringing Glowing into the roster is how he's even bolstered the firepower of this team, Trav. He's got a goddamn 1.16 rating after the past 3 months. Isn't he like the 30-year-old talent? That's the joke we always make. So, I mean, really, he's even keeping up with the kids these days.
Yeah, honestly, he's doing really well. Like, as you say, captain and the fragging ability as well right now. And I am seeing a little bit more out of Fenneman as well that I've kind of been talking to you about historically. Like, at one point last year, I thought he was kind of on the same level as Grix, for example. I thought, like, he was, I guess, on that same level in terms of an upcoming talent. Since then, Grix has definitely sort of streaked clear as one that's on the lips of many in the scene. And Fenneman has kind of stayed put where he is. I would like a tiny bit more from him, but I think in the system of the Cybershock roster, he actually works pretty well.
Just to talk about Fenneman, I feel like we've seen such high highs from him. We see crazy glimpses where he hits the most ridiculous flick shots, but again, I think it just comes down to that consistency, which will come from experience, right? So he should only improve from here, but we said the same about Easy, and he is not in great form right now, so it's never that predictable. Either way, let's see the maps, Trav. Let's see the maps. Any predictions here? I've already looked at HLTV, so I'm not going to act like I know everything, but
you
wouldn't be surprised by Iberian. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised by Iberiansoul's pick, that's for sure. Permabans, Dust to Inferno, so shouldn't be too many curveballs coming through here, I don't think.
No, and I think this does read as a more sort of lopsided pick as well when we do see it, and I'll mention that, of course, when we do get there. But they both kind of read it in a similar way. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game because, of course, these two have played each other only a week ago. Right, that was in CCT in Season 3 EU Series 1. That was a Mirage, Nuke, Ancient, and it went to a 16-14 on map 3 there between Iberiansoul and Cybershock, and Iberiansoul just scraped it over the line on Ancient. And, of course, now we have a pretty much exactly the same veto. Exactly the same. We've got Cybershock with their lock pick of Mirage, which is just clearly one that they love playing a lot recently. It's their 30th, actually, on HLTV in the last 3 months. Iberiansoul, similar level with their Nuke. They play a hell of a lot, and they have great success on it. So it would not surprise me at all if we find ourselves in exactly the same scenario in a third map decider that could be quite a tight one.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have been able to effectively pick their best maps, and both of their best maps are kind of their opponent's weaknesses and deficiencies in their map pool, right? So certainly does work out quite nicely in that regard. And then you get to Ancient, and I mean, Cybershock have definitely been more reliable in general, but like you said, they played against each other not too long ago on the map, and that was 16-14, so proves that it should still be a pretty tightly contested affair. I'm just surprised that Iberiansoul have been so rough around the edges on Mirage, man, because it's not like they're known for being a crazy tactful depth team, you know, all about the methods and the strategies and in that sort of regard. They do have like strong players. I know that they've got the tactful element about their game, but you feel like that they should have the players to make Mirage work. I mean, for Cybershock not having success on Nuke makes a little bit more sense because they are that outfit that I just described. So, you know, Mirage, Ancient, you know, quite puggy heavy maps, certainly favorites of theirs. And they've got those two maps, Trav. They've got their two favorite maps in the pool, so that's got to be a good boost for them.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that is why I think, you know, I do think this Cybershock team can look a little bit cleaner when it comes to the individual level than Iberiansoul can. I think I've seen some, you know, real messy moments from the likes of Iberiansoul, and they were just individual fragging and, I guess, spray and aim, to put it simply, like from the likes of Alex and the likes of Mopos, for example. Mopos is not that main carry player for this sort of Spanish core that he used to be back in the Movistar Riders and Movistar Koi days. He hasn't really got as much of that as I think he used to, which is a shame. I saw a crazy Davi G, like 1v5 or whatever, 1v4 the other day as well, which really was pretty crazy in one of the games they played in this particular tournament. And I think he's actually a decent clutch player, but right now when you look at numbers-wise, it's more Salsal being more of the stable level for this team.
And I've always actually been quite high on him, so I'm really glad to see that he's playing at this level. But why does it have to be when Salsal gets to this level, then Mopos drops off, and then Stododo is lackluster on the AWP, and Stododo has actually been, like, subpar for a bit now, and we'll see him landing some, like, nutty flick shots, but I feel like if he just toned down his, how he wants to try and go for such, like, not aggressive plays, but I feel like if he just stabilized his game a little bit and didn't go for as many flashy plays, he'd probably be a little bit more consistent and a bit more reliable. And I think it'd probably be beneficial for him to actually sacrifice some of that flashiness for stability and consistency, because we know what a good AWPer he is, but at 1.0 rating over the past 3 months, then it's not just a recent slump. Like, I mean, he's been struggling. I think if you look at the past 12 months, he probably has a similar rating. So we've been missing Salsal for, Stododo for a while.
Yeah, he's not really got that X factor as an AWPer anymore, right? I understand right now Iberiansoul, probably that's their main choice they can go toward, right? As a player that's not on a team, as a player that is obviously, you know, waiting to see if Iberiansoul get picked up. But the question is, what org would go near Iberiansoul right now? It'd have to be an org which would pay them probably quite a lot less than they actually want, I feel, for them to actually get org support. So I don't think there's any reason for an organisation to go near them right now, just their current form, even if they do look a little bit better than they did at the beginning of this roster being put back together, of course. So it's a strange one. They both have decent records lately, like I've mentioned. beating Monty 2-0. Fav bet Monty again. Cybershock, of course, in that game that I mentioned. Cybershock have beaten 4 teams in a row now. SASHI, Z10, Delta, and Illuminar. But they're not results that necessarily jump off the page at you, right? So the fact it's a 2-0, it's a great opportunity for both these two teams to get toward playoffs. I think they would have both looked at it and say, or I would have looked at it and said, at this stage of the game and in the stage of the Swiss, I would say if these two teams were both 2-1, I'd kind of think that was fair. But one of these two are going to be going through, guaranteed. So great opportunity for them, and they'll know that. They'll know that for sure.
Yeah, it is, like you said, because it's a very winnable match for both these teams. It's not like you're going up against, like, a Fnatic or a Parivision or an Astrum or something like that, where it's a team who are almost looked at to expected to qualify through a 3-0 fashion in a Swiss stage of this nature. So this is, like, prime real estate, prime opportunity, right? You still have 3 lives on the line, and this could arguably be one of your best opportunities. Like, you don't know what sort of a draw you'll get in 2-1 and 2-2. You don't want to leave it to chance, right? So yeah, this is the moment they'd like to seize. Don't know if we know exactly what we're waiting for. Normally we get a little ETA. Okay, ETA 1 minute, 2 minutes ago. Okay, so shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, we're waiting for the camera to get set up, of course, which is one of the things mandated now, Matt, right?
Fair enough.
We get the players, of course, on camera with the cameras pointing at the monitors as well, which is a pretty cool thing to have. And yeah, well, we've got a couple of minutes as well. Just quickly touch on the game we're going to be covering later, obviously. Paravision versus Astrum. You kind of mentioned those two teams. It's a matchup that recently has kind of been going, like, only in one direction. There's been no real fight for the Aurora/Astrum players in this matchup versus Paravision, and of course they had that LAN game about 2 weeks ago or so at the Bet Boom LAN to LAN, and that was an easy 2-0 for Paravision despite overtime on map 1. So I'm really looking forward to that game, because that has got many players that we're keeping a very close eye on in the scene at the moment.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a spicy matchup, man. I mean, it looks like Paravision are significant favorites, but the thing about this Astrum team is they've got such strong individuals that if you get Norway and Kenzie, that, you know, enticing rifler duo pitching up, you get Grix who in top form, then that's going to be exciting as well, right? That'll bring a lot for Astrum. But then you got Jame on the other end of the server, who's actually playing some of the best individual Counter-Strike we've seen since he's won the major. Like, genuinely, I've actually seen quite a lot of Parivision. Jame and Nota are playing incredibly at the moment. Belchnock, like we've been saying, Trav just seems to be a little bit off the pace at the moment. Travis is also... He's not still trending downwards. I'd say he's, like, stabilized at least a little bit. It's not getting worse since you and I saw him out last time together. So, yeah, I think there's, like, at least some signs of improvement for Parivision. But there's also signs of the fact that we're going to be getting into the game here between Cybershock and Iberiansoul. Map 1 about to get underway. Hayes and Trav got you guys covered. Let's see which of these two teams are going to qualify for the playoffs.
Hell yeah, baby! Let's get underway. 2 BO3s to come this evening. The first of the two between the Spaniards and Cybershock. CT side start, of course, for the Iberiansoul roster. They've got quite a lot of utility on this CT side, actually. Davy G has gone for an HE and a kit combination, whereas Sododo has brought up a smoke and a flash. So, see how that helps them. Cybershock already run very quickly in toward the A-bomb side. And Sododo, he's standing tall. It's a great 2 kills, especially as he's one of the players without Kevlar.
Yeah, that's a lovely and such an important multi-kill there from Stododo as well, because it looked like the A-bomb site was just going to be taken full control of by Cybershock. And now they've got the man advantage for the retake. Oh my goodness, Stododo, thank goodness he gets out there. He's the one who's carrying the utility for the retake. He's the one who's going to have to try and smoke the bomb for WG to potentially defuse if they choose to go that route. Might not need to because of the fact they have got the numbers advantage. So where do they choose to throw the smoke? Is it going to be jungle? Is it going to be sites? It's going to be on the bomb itself. And now they're just going to send everybody in front of the smoke to try and fight and protect the diffuser. Davi G punching in the digits. He's down to 4. He's actually dead. Okay, that shakes things up all of a sudden. Notanecki's still alive. He's the last alive here for Cybershock. More damage done. Can he frag the player up close? No, he can't. And Iberiansoul have just scraped by.
Oh my word, how on earth have they won that in the end? I mean, I thought it was actually going to be comfortable, like you said. We were staring at our beautiful compass at the top of the screen and seeing that defuse come through and thinking, okay, well, he's a tick away now, and then he died. I was like, oh, okay, the round's not over. And, yeah, it took an extra fighting con to be able to get it over the line. But plenty of damage. Plant, of course, means Cybershock will go for a buy immediately with 3 Galils. So Iberiansoul have no time to relax. Saw nearly every single one of these rounds come through for the T side in some of my games yesterday.
Well, Iberiansoul got 2 rounds out against Cybershock on this map last time. They're halfway there.
Listen, every little helps when it comes to an individual improvement. Maybe they can quadruple that one. That would be nice.
What's crazy is I was looking at their numbers, Trav, and they've won 3 out of the past 15 times they've played on Mirage have Iberiansoul. And it's not like they're just narrowly losing this map either. They really don't enjoy Mirage, man.
Yeah.
And I think that might also just be somewhat down to Stododo's lack of form at the moment. We know how important the AWP is on the CT side of this map in particular. T side as well, either way. Put that conversation on ice. Cybershock making moves in towards B.
He holds an LBG, trying to get 2, but there is the trade from Fenneman. Thankfully, Stododo has crept in, or Alex, sorry, has crept into a good position on the side, but he's properly cleared by Fenneman. It's going to need to be the MP9 flank. Opos will find one smartly, but Glowing is delivering again. It's a 1v3, but now he's very low, and he'll get peeked from SASHI. Iberiansoul, it looked worrying there for a second, and they've done well to kind of converge on the site from every angle.
Yeah, exactly, and that's because they were ahead of the game. They had a very good idea of what was going on there, so they could actually commit to the rotations quite early. That's why Alex is already in the bomb site, good damage, and then even delays the bomb plant. So it allows the player to come through apartments. He then gets in on the action. That buys time for the catwalk player. So just playing off of each other brilliantly. Good rotations coming through thick and fast. Iberiansoul win the pistol, and they convert against the 4 spy. That is what we're looking for.
Yeah. Wonder, you know, I'm sure Iberiansoul, considering what their veto is like, right, and how they play, what they choose the permaban, which right now is D2, they know that Mirage is quite a big gap in their veto, one where they just have really poor results on lately. So it's all about, for them, working out how to fix that, I would imagine. So maybe in time they'll manage to figure it out. But we need to see the gun rounds first.
I mean, if Iberiansoul can win here on Mirage, then, I mean, we go to Nuke next. 2-0 is right there for the taking. If Cybershock win here, it's like, yeah, well, that was expected. But then I guess they have that insurance policy going into Nuke, right? They got that buffer knowing Ancients is guaranteed at the bare minimum.
Indeed.
Got to be careful here for Iberiansoul. We know how talented these Cybershock players are with the Deeg. Trav, you and I mean, the one clip that comes to mind is Glowing A bomb site does to Mouse NXT.
Aha.
1 Deeg, 1 Deeg, 1 Deeg. Remember that?
Oh, God. Good times, dude. That was one of Seed's last ever games as a professional, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it was the last.
Yeah. Bomb's gone down, and Blix has hit another Deeg, by the way. And
that's his second.
Unless Mopos gets a kill right here, should be able to find 2. Will find 2. There we go. Going will drop, and it's Fenneman having to try and clutch with the Glock, for goodness sake. So
he can.
Oh, he can now. He can definitely do it now. Shots are being missed, and Mopos has to go to the P2K to win it. I think a Glock headshot, even against a fully helmeted player from that close range, might have done more than 51 HP damage. So Mopos certainly had to be careful there.
I was nervous. Yeah, Mops up there coming through from ramp. A really important triple kill. I mean, I'm also right there with you. I'm looking at it thinking, it's just the Glock player left. And I was like, hang on, these guys are both fairly low right now. He might be able to do this. Down to the 1v1. So much damage. Cybershock, I mean, outside of winning the round itself, 4 kills and a bomb plant. Yeah, you take that. See, WG's got his shirt on today, Trav. So, clearly a bit cooler in Spain this evening. I guess got that evening air.
I respect the confidence.
This is the round.
What's that? I respect the confidence to do that, though, knowing you've got the camera on. You purposely put the camera on. You're like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to run it topless, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that move as well. Have we seen that confidence from him in the server lately?
Only in one clutch that I've seen lately. That's about it.
Good in the server. Here we go. SASHI commits forward off the back of the flash. Doesn't necessarily expect it to be a 2-part setup, though.
You need to break open that top or bottom con smoke, and once it re-emerges and reforms that smoke, Lovicus goes for his duel towards short, thinking he's got time to do so, but will get taken down. The trades are once again going the Spaniards' way. 3v2. Oh, pause. Oh, just missed the timing and running into Palace. But once again, he's on the big flank. He's on the big flank with a real good timing, as long as he doesn't make a sound cue.
Again, he's in this good position here. And he kind of has the time to get himself into the position here. He doesn't have to overplay it because he has a teammate CT and he has a player who's in front of Connectors. Dodo. He's got to make sure he stays alive now. His presence alone is having a lot of impact. 19 seconds on the clock, all the time in the world being fought here. Mopaz again on the flank will find success. First kill comes through and he's going to be able to combine with Alex to finish off the job.
Perfectly done. And I like the fact he doesn't go ramp, right? Because he's gone ramp once already. And he's thinking to himself, okay, I'll kind of use that up already. Even if they don't check it that fast, which they probably wouldn't have, right? There's a slightly higher percentage chance they're going to have a player concentrated on that ramp flank than there is on the Palace flank. So chooses Palace instead, knows he's got time to make that move. Obviously Palace takes a little bit longer than ramp. And
but you get that more of that value, like you say, like coming through from Palace, probably less expected than flanking through from ramp. That extra element of surprise. Looks like Mopaz has a fan on his mouse hand. Or is that on his mouse pad? Did he spill water, Trav? Has he spilled water?
I don't think so. I think I saw him do that the other day, which was like surprising to me when I was talking about it as well. Like, because you kind of want every part of your body to be cool other than your hands. You want your hands to be warm when you're playing Counter-Strike. So maybe he just gets hot hands, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, probably just get like sweaty palms kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't really mind. I think if it's not too cold out, then the fan just moving in the air is not going to cool your hand down per se. Just cool it down a little bit, maybe enough to not get clammy hands, clammy paws.
Clammy, yeah, that's a good word. That is one that is very accurate.
That's the thing, right? Like you get a guy who gets super sweaty palms when he plays, he ends up with crumpled up tissues all over his computer, and everyone's like, man, what's going on there? And it's like, no, I swear. It's just, my hands are sweaty.
I think the only time that I've truly had properly sweaty palms when I've been playing a game is when I'm like holding shift on Minecraft and building across a massive cavern. Like a massive ravine. Okay. I'm scared of falling to my death. I think that's
enough.
Which is funny, right? Because like there are other situations where maybe you'd actually get sweaty palms more commonly, but I don't know, that one situation, it gets to me, dude. What can I say?
All right, well, Cybershock looking to get to Iberiansoul here, yet to win a round on the map. This is going to be a half investment from them, but actually been able to take some good space in the middle, make their way up. Connector, and now they cross paths with Alex, who'll drop the first, but gets traded out. Is that going to be the name of the game? Absolutely, although Salsal didn't actually finish off Notaneki, so it's going to be a man advantage for Cybershock. And guess what, Trav? Guess what? Mopaz is on the flank again. Surely they're not going to get caught off guard by this play for a third time in the half. Blixie looks in this direction. It's going to cost him his life, but at least they have the info.
That's honestly good that Phenomenon was there, and good that he decided to peek on that timing, because that was actually quite a well-judged flash, it feels like, from Mopaz. He gets his 1-for-1 at least, but it's been very hard to recover it still. WG is looking all around the site, but he knows that all three of these players are just keeping themselves tucked in, not showing whatsoever. You're going to have a little bit of a look now, and Soneto gets off the angle at the very last second, which means he can't deal with the ramp player. Even if he hadn't done that, and even if he had hit the shot, I think this round was still not going to be happening. So managed to keep himself alive, but Cybershock now win the round, but again, only one player alive.
The thing is that was the half investment for Cybershock. They weren't all in there. They were intending to buy in this round here. So that is a reprieve for them. And with all the damage that they've done in the rounds prior to that, they've just shattered Iberiansoul's economy. And it actually looks like they're going to try and persist here. They want to try and keep up as much pressure as possible. So there's going to be a reinvestment coming through here. See Blixie. Mopaz doesn't have that problem. He doesn't need to use the tissue paper for the hands because he's got the fan. Got to upgrade the tech there, Blixie.
Clearly. Or just, use your jersey, because the jersey is that kind of material that absorbs sweat, so...
Yeah, but that I don't know.
I saw your
hygiene
tweet about this the other
purposes
day.
and
You
all.
don't like polyester things, do you? Like,
No, I've been phasing polyester out of my wardrobe systematically for probably 5 years now. Just never bought anything new polyester. Keep some of the stuff I really like I'm not that precious about it, but
yeah.
Cotton, linen, wool, hemp, natural materials, man. That's where I'm at right now.
I
You
respect
have like
that.
frequencies and vibrations, these materials.
That doesn't surprise me. They were once living things.
Yeah, exactly. And it's important that you harmonize those with the frequencies of your body, Trav. Polyester's plastic. It comes from oil, guys. It's a byproduct of oil. It's just slop. Don't wear it. Come on.
Yeah, there's a lot
Drink
of
raw
slop.
milks on your balls.
There's a lot.
Okay, I'm kidding. I'm done.
There's a lot of slop going on right now. That's what I'm completely agree with you. Okay, Finneman's going to be under a lot of pressure here. Alex is going to push him down with the 5-7. It's a good find, and Blixie now knows he needs to deliver, but he's going to be smoked off. Thankfully manages to gauge where Alex is before it blooms and gets a quick trade. Important for Cybershock here in this round. Iberiansoul going for a full force, knowing the reason why they've done so, to keep that pressure up on the T side of the economy. And they found an early 1-for-1 at least, and the bomb is still sticking around over toward A.
Yeah, you don't mind trading 1-for-1 in these sort of rounds as a CT side. Normally, the rule of thumb is a 1-for-1 trade favors the T side, because it just fractures the map, creates more space. Mopos decides to go searching, and now it's all on Sarsel. He's got some support from WG, but not really because of the util. And Sarsel can't avoid the trade. Oh my goodness, so close there that WG nearly gets the double. And it's all on Stododo, the guy who carried the orbit from the previous round. Narrowly misses the shot. That would have made it a 1v1. He's going to creep forward, though. He's actually looking for the other jewel before he recommits to Blixie, and Stododo will line up both.
There we go. That's exactly what we wanted from him. We were calling on him to show a bit more of that flashy Stododo. The old Stododo that was a gamer back in the old Movistar Riders days, and other rosters, of course, he was on in the past, like Saw as well. Every time I see Stododo on the server, my heart still bleeds for him when I see that Jane moment.
Oh
on Inferno in the
no,
major
let's let it
qualifier.
die. Let's let I know, me too. I don't know if I've recovered fully from that. I really don't.
How do you think he
It's
feels
ingrained in my
then?
brain. Yeah, I know. It's true. Fair enough.
But yeah, that's a great clutch, and he deserves credit for it. Look, an MP9's pushing under. This is a good duel to take when you're up against a pistol, but look, he's being forced away, back into the cubby, and now it's awkward for him.
That wasn't for the Rio Major, was it?
Shot.
Very nice.
Because
the Rio Major is
it
the one that
wasn't.
Outsiders won. Surely they didn't come that close, right? Like, that would have been the most ridiculous storyline ever, that they nearly didn't even qualify through from the RMRs because of that, and then they win the entire major. I don't know if it was that one.
It was Antwerp.
Antwerp, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, 1916.
That was the one before Rio.
1916 against Outsiders on Inferno.
Well, here we go. Stododo, oh, unfortunately, just going to get run over by a truck. Not Taneki, not playing around. And this is the problem for Iberiansoul now, Trav. The 2 rounds they've lost to Mirage so far have been half investments from Cybershock. That's why they're struggling on the map so much. They've been, win the pistol, convert, all good and well, win a gun round here or there. But now they've just dropped the ball twice against these half investments. They're just not helping themselves at all.
No, and maybe that's the thing that they can look at when they really look at some of these tough runs they've had on Mirage and say, okay, like, it's these mistakes that are just costing us too many of these rounds. And, at least we could be in a competitive game if we hadn't lost some of these. Mopoz has got his PJs on. Respect.
You say Mopos has his PJs on?
Yeah, he has those PJ trousers on, dude.
Yeah.
They look like they've got planets on them or something. I don't know.
They look super comfy, which is very important. Just like me for real, Trav. It only matters what we wear on the top half. I'm always super comfy on the bottom half.
Yeah.
I saw you were showing the feet off as well. It's like, feet for free, Mopos? Really?
I'm sure as well that you... right now, it's not shorts weather for you, is it? Because it's a bit
No,
cooler,
got the tracksuit pants on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the tracky pants on. Still in a t-shirt, though, just to kind of give you an idea. I don't have a heater on or anything like that. Windows are open.
Yeah.
20 past 4 in the evening, so it's still quite comfortable.
Okay.
Unlike this round for Iberiansoul.
It's not, is it? Stododo having to play close ramp with the MP9.
Double up, by the way.
Full investment. And yeah, Cybershock taking that over to the T side is pretty interesting. Glowing on it as well is also interesting. Don't usually feel like I can see that too often.
I just don't know, like, what's the plan? Did he now trade it for an AK? No, he didn't. I thought, okay, cool, you post up ramp at the start of the round, but then you pick up an AK for the exec. Having a double AWP for the exec could actually be a bit of a liability here. He doesn't have that same sort of freedom of movement.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he just uses the deagle, because he's got that as a sidearm. But again, that is a handicap, obviously.
And now he has to go Palace, because Phenomen's AWP is ramp. So you got one AWP Palace, one AWP ramp, a Rifler ramp. A couple coming through mid, but this round's being left fairly late. Stododo doesn't get hard cleared, probably not by the AWP, but it has to be the Rifler. Looks in that direction, but Stododo wins the battle, and if he can just bait out the shot with the AWP, then he gets that kill every day of the week. Oh, he wants that AWP so badly, and it's going to cost him his life. Glowing's got the D-Guard. That's the fight at range against the MP9. Why have you leveled the playing field?
There we go, it's come through. But it is into a 1v1. Phenomen with 2 kills in the round, looking for a triple. Alex with 2 kills in the round, looking for a triple. And Phenomen can't... I mean, is he trying... No, he only jump spotting. I thought he might be trying to make the jump on top of the firebox area. He now sees where Alex is, and he takes another tag. 22 HP. He has to go for the fight, and he won't be able to hit the shot, I'm afraid. Alex will win the clutch, and that's big for Iberiansoul, considering their investment.
And again, they've done it... I mean, come on, guys. If we could just be converting these anti-half-buy, anti-eco rounds, then we could be 8-0 right now. Very good clutch coming through from Alex to just hold his nerve after he tags Phenomen. He knows that Phenomen can't really afford to just sit in the corner and then get pushed in on. So he knows Phenomen's very likely to swing out there in a couple moments' time. He just patiently holds the angle, waits, gets the kill. Iberiansoul back to winning ways. And now, this is where, again, they can try and break the back of Cybershock's money. Win this round, 8-2 seems likely. And the double AWP actually cost Cybershock, by the way. Let's just highlight that.
Yeah?
If Glowing had an AK coming out of Palace, he kills Mopos every day of the week.
I think so too. The thing is here though, for Mopos, I was going to say, like, he's trying to gauge a timing on when to be able to fall back. And he won't be allowed to. Gets owned through the smoke. And the round's not done though, even despite that opening 2-piece for Lovicus. Because... he still had Alex on B. He got 1. Knew there was more where that came from. Chucked in a nade. Phenomen and Blixie down to 31 and 21 apiece. So, it's a 4v3, but as we've seen, this one can go either way.
Does look like Cybershock are eventually going to venture back into this B bomb site. Southall peeking out from snipers though, edging himself out, exposing himself to his opponents one by one. He gets 2 kills in the process, eventually goes down, but it's the best possible setup for the CT side. They got one player hard watching apartments, or at least just looking in that direction, and then a player on cat. They're both on the right side of the map as things stand, and it doesn't look like they have any intentions of shifting.
Yeah, this is a perfect spot for Alex. I love playing here. I mention it to you quite a lot. He might not even need to activate at this point. Phenomen will hit a tag through the wall, but there's going to be the free kill from Alex from that jail area. Such a powerful position, not just early round, but also late round, and especially late round when there's perhaps less flashes and utility to make that angle a bit less powerful.
Yeah, it works out perfectly. The fact that Iberiansoul don't second-guess themselves on the setup is really cool. They recognize, okay, if they go A, we'll just retake 2v2. If they come B, we stand a really good chance of just locking it down, playing off of each other. It's now going to be the eco for Cybershock, and that 8-2 scoreline I referenced is going to be realized, I'd imagine. But then again, I have also just been criticizing Iberiansoul for their lack of results in these sorts of rounds, so... make sure that they will get it across the line. Looking increasingly likely, and there we go. Job's as good as done. 8-2.
House Phenomen's still alive. There we go. Job's a good un, as they say.
Does that mean it's basically done? Like, job's done?
I'll look it up.
Job's done well. Job's a good un?
Right.
Like,
it's pretty English, I think they're saying. Job's a good un. So it's like G-O-O-D-U-N. Jobs a good un is a colloquial British English phrase expressing satisfaction with a task. It's especially when it was simple or completed in a quick and easy way.
Sounds like it's just saying, yeah, job's a good one. Like, yeah, the job went well. You know, everything went according to plan. Job's a good one, mate. All right. Here we go. Iberiansoul got a bit of a pep in their step right now, looking to fight their way forward and towards the top of middle, but this is being looked into by the T side. Phenomen's waiting for this. Could be some poor timing, though. Glowing is the one who will pay the price, and Alex can now skate back into connector.
Incredible half for Iberiansoul, considering what's gone before for them on this map. You rightly mentioned it. 13-9, 13-4, 13-2, 13-5, 13-4. Those are their recent losses on the map. This could be tying their best result already, and it could be them going 9-2 up.
They've lost 12 out of 15, for God's sake.
Yep. And of course, Cybershock owned them 13-2 the other day.
Exactly. And, well, we could be reversing the roles here. Who on earth would have expected that? This is Cybershock's map pick. You can't fault them for bringing it to the table here again. It's their best map. It's Iberiansoul's worst map. Outside of their permaban, of course. 5v3 here to get that 9th on the board. WG's timing is going to be not ideal. Notaneki now going to come through from Palace to try and trade Sarsel out, which he will, to keep his team in the round.
One will now come down.
Oh man, Dodo so reluctant to peek.
Yeah, I mean, got Mopaz creeping up Con with him. Nobody wanted to go with him on the timing, but I guess just making his own mind up on that one. Mopaz ready to swing a check of underbout. Now he knows where one player's playing from, but do they know of the sandwich position too? They're trying to pick up each other's contact, but the trades, oh, I said they were good, now it's an issue. Can Dodo clutch again? Yes, he can! He goes for the USP and just gets it over the line with 8 health to spare.
8 HP is wild, man. Like, had to commit to the USP. He didn't really have any other option. Phenomen does so incredibly well to even stand a chance of winning the 1v3 from there, because they knew he was there. And he's able to get those first 2 kills, takes damage in the process. Dodo locks it in. He's 11-6, a very good game coming through from him. But Alex is 18-5. That is, wow. What a performance coming through from him right now, man.
It's old school Alex, dude. Usually it was Mopaz putting in these sort of performances, and maybe even you could say...
yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could say Alex was really the main man on only a certain number of maps in the pool for this Spanish core. But, yeah, I think it's showing why he's the main man today. He's so often, talking about specific maps in the pool, often Nuke, which I'll talk about later, obviously, I've mentioned to you before. That's just a plain straight-up whiff from Notaneki. Like, he's like,
agreed.
Controlled the spray way too far to the right.
Just overcompensated for sure. Which is not ideal, because his raw mechanical ability is one of the best aspects of his game. So that's not a great look, I'm afraid. Now they're all grouped up in connector. Smoke going to be broken open. Dodo, there's no one watching ramp, and he's just standing on top of triple, and he's just gotten a kill. No problem at all. Now this time he's going to come through from Ticket. Ticket, please, he says to Glowing. Glowing says, I don't have one. I'm sorry, I just jumped on. He says, well, get the hell out of here then. Throws him off board. Phenomen follows suit. That's 10-2.
What a half. What a half from Iberiansoul. That's one thing I did not expect whatsoever. Do have a bit of a concern, of course, about their T side, without a shadow of a doubt. But funnily enough, overall, they had a bit of a better T round win percent on T side than they have on their CT side. 44 compared to 40. Both pretty bad, but it tells you why this performance is so, I guess you could say, rousing for them.
Yeah, what's crazy is the last time they played against each other, we've referenced it a couple times already. It was 13-2 for Cybershock after an 11-1 half on their T side. This time they got 2 rounds. Last time out they got 11. What a stark contrast. Shout out to Iberiansoul one time for real for actually remedying what went wrong in that previous occasion, which wasn't that long time ago. It was 7 days ago.
Quick check toward ramp for Phenomen and Glowing, and Dodo's done the right thing by hiding, I think. They have no idea that that area of the map is now occupied, and they're going to try and sprint their way up Con on that timing. Lots of players here to defend this one, but still, I feel like Iberiansoul's timing wasn't awful. Glowing has somehow found 2 in the end, actually, and managed to stay alive for a little bit longer. But in come the kills for Dodo and Alex, but Notaneki will thankfully make up for his whiff in the previous round. It's all down to Alex, and Notaneki will find the last as well. Cybershock get the non-negotiable pistol round.
Yeah, I think that pistol round for Cybershock lives and dies with glowing on top of the balcony looking Palace, because if he dies to the Palace player, then Iberiansoul have a really good foothold on the A bomb site, but because glowing gets that kill, stays alive for so much longer, there's just way too much for Iberiansoul to try and deal with. The pressure coming through from Cat, the pressure coming through from CT as well. They just get crushed. No bomb plant means no investment, and the long road back here for Cybershock has started.
Oh, that's gonna hurt my paws, but doesn't matter on a round like this. Here comes the rush. His goal here is not to die. And there we go. They'll share the ecos among 4 of their players.
First gun round, first opportunity for Iberiansoul, and I'm kind of keen to see how they're going to try and finish off the job. Do they want to go for that like bullying, fast-paced, aggressive approach? Are they just going to go for that default kind of slow and steady? I always like to see teams try and press the issue when they've got the opponents against the ropes. And if that doesn't work out, then you can revert back to that more default style.
Patience around.
What are Iberiansoul waiting for here? I'm just wondering what's going to be the spark that ignites the round. Who's going to be the player to try and open things up here?
Listen, I'm very used to this after a certain game I did last night. This was basically every single round. This is what happened. They would wait till 30 seconds, maybe sometimes less, especially on Inferno and Train as well in the 2 maps I covered. God, man, it was...
well, at least you had a co-caster to share the load with, right, Trav?
Yeah, exactly. He was lovely. I spoke to him all the time, and he...
Your split personality?
Honestly, I think I really enjoyed his personality because it was very similar to mine. 10-4 so for Iberiansoul, and they need to make a move because time is ticking down low. 40 seconds. They've kind of got no map control but for mid, and it's not really mid control they're doing much with. So they're going to make their move now. Push out ramp together, take their duels, and Mopos will win his duel against Notaneki, but it's a pretty expected round so far. It's a 2 for 2, normal trades going down. They need to find a way to get this plant down safely. Now they know there's stairs presence, they're going to have to try and clear it out. They have. Well played. Salsa will also take the initiative and take the responsibility of taking the duel toward jungle. Blixie will go down, and that was actually pretty well calculated from Iberiansoul overall there.
Yeah, it really was, and I'm actually impressed how they were able to tie it all together at the end of the round, because their timings were perfect. The way they combined the player coming through from top mid, connecting with the player in lowers, connecting with the players coming through from ramp as well onto the A site. All of those fights got taken simultaneously. Trades were on point. There were a lot of moving parts at one point there for Iberiansoul, but they're able to keep it all composed, and that was the key. The frag from Mopaz onto the stairs player was the last necessary kill for Iberiansoul to really dig their heels in, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Blowing knew that getting one more from there would have given them a chance in the round, but he was below half HP, I believe, so it was a bit difficult for him. And that's kind of what I didn't see last night as well. I hate to keep referring to it, but you know, we're having a bonding session over it. But like that is the sort of round where it felt like it was never really pieced together like that well at the end. And if it was, there was luck involved with maybe having 1 second to plant the bomb, if not even less, and then just losing the round straight up, right? So it's that's what I like to see from a T side. They knew what they wanted to do. They pinched together, and it gave Cybershock in the end no chance with some good shots being hit.
Well, they have to win this round here. Losers, 12-4, no money, game over. Completely kissed the map away at that point. And it's Alex on entry duties, and able to find the opening kill. Oh, Notaneki. He's the only player on the side of the map right now. He's got it all to do with no support. No trade attempted from Davi G. He does eventually get the trade. Delayed, though. And now they're aware of his position. Levikas knows he's got Davigi locked in here. Or does he? Does he think he's maybe skated his way into the smoke? Yeah, they don't realize he's just tucked into the corner. Davigi, will he punish Levikas here? No, he does actually catch a glimpse just in time.
It's a hard angle to swing on there if you're Davigi, because if you swing too wide, you just fall off the box and lose the duel due to inaccuracy. But yeah, I would have liked to see him swing that a tiny bit sooner. It was always a guarantee that he was going to be seen in that position, it felt like. Mopol's holding an aggressive line, but Blixie's destroyed him. We've got a full rotation round mid that has been heard by Cybershock. It's a great position from Levikas. Now all down to SASHI, and Blixie will find that one as well. That could have definitely worked out if Sonodo wasn't heard at the last second there.
Yeah, and I don't think he had to kind of give up the info either. Look at how close Blixie comes to actually sticking the defuse. Oh my goodness, Iberiansoul, they're probably going to be kicking themselves that they aren't able to convert this round, considering the opening kill, considering how they're able to settle themselves on the A bomb site after that trade there. Good retake from Cybershock, it must be said, covering all their bases, keeping themselves calm as well. 11-5. Not going to be a great composition of weapons here for the T side either. They're going all in though.
Yeah, and they're calling a timeout, as they rightly should in a round like this, to figure out exactly what they want to purchase up together. Davigi can get Galil util, so they're going to have a set of 3 players on utility. We'll go for the AK because he can still afford enough. This is where the game gets interesting. Cybershock could easily make a comeback from here, knowing that Iberiansoul have weakness on this map. They have the ability to cool off and just get completely, I guess you could say, bogged down, and Cybershock can create a streak. But from here, you surely think on T side they can control the tempo and get up just the 2 they need at some point. But this round is the one that matters for Cybershock. If they win this one, they can get within maybe 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, certainly does make the comeback look a whole lot more conceivable. Does look like Iberiansoul is going to try and keep things as simple and direct as possible. Util over the top into the A-bomb site. Notaneki's going to duck dive down the ladder. Davigi forced forward by the flames. He's trying to wait for the flash, but he's completely blinded. Notaneki burning. Will get one before he goes down. Not a bad return. Bench player will die though. Fenneman stands tall in CT. That is such an important kill, but he's going to need more.
Look at the health on SASHI. 3 HP. Alex is also in a pretty difficult position because he's got the Glock out, knowing that Fenneman is perhaps 10 HP, and he clears it properly. He takes the initiative. Fair play. It's now all down to Blixie. There is kits littering the site for him to be able to pick up, and he's already found it. And he's got that smoke to work with too. Wide swinging towards CT, but Alex is playing a super unexpected angle on the corner of that deep smoke. And they had no clue of that whatsoever. 24-9 for Alex will help get Iberiansoul with that triple kill up to map point.
I mean, that was yum. That was a really nice shot from Alex. He's been on point from start to finish here on Mirage. He must be up to, what, like 23, 24 kills
24.
now? I think 24, actually, yeah. 12-5. What a wonderful display from Iberiansoul. And we know that the next map in the series is their best map. It's Nuke. So this is such a good position that they're going to get themselves into here in this 2-0 matchup. Qualifying for playoffs is on the horizon here for the Iberiansoul roster. Just got to make sure they don't trip up against another one of these half investments. This time it's a force buy, but point in case is it's not a full arsenal of weapons for Cybershock by any stretch of the imagination, Trav. This is going to be their best shot to get Mirage done.
There ever was a time that Travis Law won't activate us on a round like this with this weaponry. But you never know, like you say. Got to be diligent about these ones.
There's always an exception to the rule, Trav. This might be one of them.
Maybe. Flashing toward ladder though, that should be a good timing, and it is. It's brilliant. Levikas might be there with the 5-7 to immediately trade one, but Sonodo was the insurance policy. They are going into the site with 2 more players though, and there is a boosted up glowing on the bomb site on default. And it looks like, even though they had good presence there, because Davigi has got all the way through in toward ladder, and toward jungle I should say, sorry, they're just going to walk back and maybe either wait for him to backstab and get some information, or just go A. And right now, Cybershock realise that's a possibility, and all 3 are moving away from B. Sonodo's waiting for that, and he's going to stand tall brilliantly.
Oh, wow.
2 kills, and I feel like that situation there, Cybershock read what was going on, but Iberiansoul read their read.
Yeah, so they knew what to try and do to avoid what Cybershock were probably expecting, right?
Yeah.
And that's just very good decision making coming through from Iberiansoul. Even though they've got such a substantial lead, they're not thinking, oh, well, cool, you know, we can just kind of do whatever we want. We're guaranteed to win the map. We've seen teams lose maps from more egregious places in the past. So, yeah, they stay locked in. 2 of the 5 rounds they lost were against half investments as well. So Iberiansoul actually bossed Cybershock when you think about that. As far as the gun rounds went, they really did have full control of that map.
And that is only Cybershock's 2nd loss in 13 on this map.
That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Just looking at it now, Illuminar Delta, Zero Tenacity SASHI, Iberiansoul 13-2 a week ago, obviously, which is crazy. SASHI 13-11, Nexus 13-3, Eclot 13-8, Nexus and SASHI again 13-9 and 13-4. You've got the likes of Paravision in there back in a couple of months ago, or just a month ago, I should say. Like, that is an incredibly good result for Iberiansoul, considering what has gone before, and considering the streak that this team has got on Mirage.
It's actually even worse for Cybershock than I'd initially expected or anticipated. They only won 1 gun round throughout the entirety of that map, Trav, because the 2 rounds they won in the first half were both half investments. They then win the pistol and convert the pistol. That makes 4 of their 5. The only gun round they managed to win is the round where Levikas gets WG and connector, and then they deny Stododo on the wraparound through middle. Like, that was still a 50-50 round. Like, they certainly could have lost that as well. So, lots of big question marks over Cybershock, and it's only going to get more question marky as we go to Nuke.
I hate when it's question marky. That never feels very very relaxing to me. And that Nuke, of course, will be coming up after a short break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
All the combos have already been broken. Cybershock's winning streak on Mirage, gone. Iberiansoul's losing streak on Mirage, gone. But now it's time for Cybershock to do an Iberiansoul and find a way to win a map on Nuke.
It's what's going to be required here, man. I mean, it's not like their lives are on the line. Quite the contrary, right? They got 3 lives at the moment being in this 2-0 matchup, but their life in this series is certainly in jeopardy. They just got destroyed on Mirage. It's supposed to be their map, like their home ground, and it's also supposed to be a punish pick against Iberiansoul, but didn't play out in that fashion at all. Iberiansoul looked really good across the board, particularly in the gun rounds, winning the map 13-5. That's a handsome victory for them. And now we go to their ground at Nuke, which is exactly what we expected Mirage to be for Cybershock, right? Nuke is such a good map for Iberiansoul, not a good map for Cybershock, so kind of all the signs point in the direction of this being a 2-0.
Yeah, and of course, with this being a 2-0 matchup as well, but whoever wins this particular BO3 goes straight through to the playoffs. That would be quite a big boon, I feel like, for the Iberiansoul players. Yeah, they've of course been around for a very long time. They're now orgless, playing under this Iberiansoul banner. And you kind of think they've kind of reached a point where they need to deliver. And how long can a project without an org truly go on if maybe a singular player gets an offer, for example, right? So that's the question, and they're going to need to start making more deep runs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering how long you can go, right? Prize money from tournaments. They're playing in a lot of tournaments. I think if they could build their VRS ranking up high enough, then that would certainly be a selling point for them, because then an org would know they're guaranteed to have consistent tournament invites kind of thing. So maybe that's what they're kind of trying to rely on right now. Yeah,
I think that's a good idea. I mean, we've seen multiple teams try and make a project, and their only way of staying relevant straight away is buying a VRS core, one that's a decent ranking. Look at Sangal. They tried a brand new project, completely fell apart. They had to go back to Mast, of course, to actually get a core to get some invites at any of these events at all. Example again is Permitter, right? They moved on from their Polish roster, and they just put together a completely random squad of 5 players that somehow qualified for CCT the other day. Like, don't ask me how they have, but there's some talent on that roster after watching them yesterday. So, you know, keep an eye on them. But yeah, just really weird decisions, it feels like, and that kind of always hurts the team when you have to go back to the drawing board and go back to scratch.
NIP and Paravision have been able to do it lately. Either way, we need to see what's happening on the A-bomb site. Yeah, there we go. Just in time, we will be switching back to the action. How have the Julies not gotten that kill? Oh my goodness. Levikas is going to be kicking himself. Bomb carrier drops his way down the vent. And that's going to be with haste as well. Bomb plant found. Cybershock going to have to retake, and they're without a kit.
And being without a kit is probably the biggest issue. The second biggest issue, and right now as a primary issue, is dropping into vent when it's being held by Alex. You need to pre-fire this one perfectly, not an Eki, and no. It's just almost impossible. Venomman has got a flash, but that ain't going to help him much. He ain't got much time either, I'm afraid.
No, you'd have to be D-flash and just run them down, get both kills, and then flash his way onto the bomb site. But that's just not going to happen. Taps to the fuse to try and draw these players out. And he goes down. Perfect way for Iberiansoul to open. Glowing gets 2 kills in that round. And those are 2 frags found pretty early on in the round. And Iberiansoul still able to keep themselves in it. They kind of survive and weather that storm. And Notaneki, you could see what the plan was from him trying to go down the vent there. He was hoping Fenneman pressuring from ramp, throwing neutral and running forward would maybe pull anybody's attention away from vent, but Alex smartly doesn't take the bait.
With the full eco being the decision here for Cybershock, they're trying to go for some of these little cheeky boosts toward outside. But again, another round here for Iberiansoul. It looks easy, right? It looks comfortable because it is. But it's because they made the right decision very quickly. They just didn't make any sort of hesitant move there. They managed to make a call. Okay, guys, this is our anti-eco call. We're going to go for it straight away. And we know we're going to win the round because we're going to be together. Sure, WG took some damage, but they got down all safe. And the MAC-10s can choose to go for a bit of hunting now.
Yeah, see what they're going to be able to find. It was crazy. Yesterday or the day before, I was watching Parivision, and they weren't even planting the bomb on the site so that they could let players start to hunt before they had even committed to the plant. And I loved that because they'd kind of methodically cleared out the entire one half of the map, so they knew there wasn't any risk. And then they hunted everybody down, got all the kills, planted the bomb right at the end of the round. It was, yeah, it's something that you and I have called for a bit more, is like that attention to detail to try and damage opponents' economy in some situations more than what sometimes teams kind of look for. You know, they kind of just focus on winning the round instead of seeing if there's a bit more juice they could squeeze from the round than just winning it alone. Gun round. MP9 and M4s here for Cybershock. Gun rounds, they won one gun round, not even a plural. What they're able to rack up on Mirage across,
even a plural.
what, 18 rounds played?
Just lobby control for Iberiansoul early round. And WG outside, and honestly, they can go through Hut pretty sharpishly here. WG has been found though, that's going to be an important one. Thankfully, Glowing is traded very quickly, and they all just collapse. Look at the trades, look at that kill feed. And they're going to win it out overall. One player remaining, Notaneki and a clutch. Very quick actually toward Hut, but he has got two fast-moving MAC-10s to fight, and that could be difficult for him. There might be a quick trade, and there is. Salsa was always going to make that quick move to get that immediate kill and return. Iberiansoul find a way to win their bonus round.
Oh man, that's a disaster here for Cybershock. You know, getting Glowing finds an opening kill, but there's just wave after wave after wave of pressure coming through from Iberiansoul on that A bomb site. And like you highlight, the trade's so proficient from them as well, man. Like, that was ultimately what gets them the success there in that gun round, is that they're just always on the front foot, always on the front lines, making sure anytime they lose someone, they immediately get that kill back. And now Cybershock are going to have to eco. Wonder what's up with Cybershock today, Trav, because, you know, you and I, we've had the pleasure of seeing this team a lot. I mean, over the past year, really, even before they made the changes. And this isn't it, right? This is far below what we've come to expect from them. Feels like it could just be like an off day.
So many teams have those off days, don't they, in Tier 2? I mean, that's what all these teams are trying to strive for. They're just in desperate need of some form of consistency, which is so hard to find. And so hard to translate any like streak of consistency into then actual progress, because it then disappears like after maybe you could say like a couple of weeks. So yeah, it's so difficult. That's why like some of the teams which have the genuine obvious quality, like a Parivision for example, even they've been a little bit shaky. But you know, like those sort of teams, Ents, who just made a recent final, are always around about that playoff position. You know, Amiga as well. Yeah, teams like that who are floating around that deep online runs in tournaments all the time, even they struggle for it. So it's like it's an absolute cluster fudge, if I want to call it like that.
Yeah, fair enough. Good way of putting it.
Dunk.
It's just that things move so fast in the Tier 2 space, right? It really is difficult to be consistent, especially with the amount of games that you have to play. You can't keep kind of going back to the drawing board, reinventing small things, tinkering with small things. You're just day in and day out grinding out the officials. So when things start to go wrong, you don't have that time to be like, well, what is going wrong? How do we fix what's going wrong? Seems like Alex knows that Levikas is tucked in behind the little vent there, and he will leave it to Stododo to finish off the job. Alex is 6-1 here on Nuke already. Was the best player for Iberiansoul Mirage, and he's picked up in the same sort of fashion here on Nuke.
Yep, 25-10 on Mirage. A 2.19 rating, by the way, with 128 ADR.
Those are good numbers.
That's pretty special, I would say. Pretty special overall. I can tell you, in what was an incredibly storied and prolonged career, of course, dating back to even 2016 when he was on some other Spanish rosters, that is his 6th best rating of all time.
Of all time? Wow. What a way for him to
He's only
bring that
bettered
sort of performance to the table.
He's only bettered that at ESL Challenger Valencia, the first time event I ever worked, against Hummer when they won 13-0 and went 27-6. You got 2.88 there. In 2019 from Movistar Riders, in 2022 from Movistar Riders against Sprout. When he went 38-13 in a 16-10 win, by the way. Back in the good old CSGO days. And against Fate, the old Bulgarian team, and Inyoy, a Swedish roster. So he's...
so is that his highest rating in CS2 then?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
He
Incredible.
2.11 versus Fireflux about 3 months ago. And he's beaten that.
Alright, well, Alex, more of that, please. Love to see it. Notaneki with a job to do towards ramp. Drops the incendiary to keep them at bay. Doesn't look like they're going to be too disparaged from heading in towards ramp eventually, but Davig might have just given them something else in the round to work with. He's seen the other players gun barrel and garage, so he knows he has him locked in. How does he actually want to navigate is the question, though, because now there can only be 3 other players here for Cybershock. You know one has to be ramp. Just by deduction, you can start to piece this round together.
And Davig realizes that there's kind of no need to go for just a dry duel outside, even though he does know where a player was. The thing is, they have managed to shift away. Notaneki ramp, as you say, you can deduce that one player is there, but Lovica's in an aggressive position on Dawn. Alex is in the process of moving away. Lopos needs to find a bit of a... Oh my goodness, Alex is so sharp. I was going to say in the process of moving away, but he's come back and got that headshot. Look at Glowing, though. Should be able to get 2, but the first one takes a little bit longer. Thankfully, Fenneman sets up with another kill. 2 for Fenneman, might have just recovered this round for Cybershock. Davig, who had all that information earlier on, now has to clutch 1v2. 23 seconds to do so as well.
Yeah, time just not on his side here. I think he may even already have resigned himself to the fact that he's not going to be winning this round. Kind of unfortunate for Iberiansoul, considering the position that they were in. I feel like they could have gotten more done in this round here. Didn't really maximize that opening kill. Oh, Davig. This player's not searching underneath him, he's just on the opposite side of the wall, I think. So that's going to be Cybershock getting themselves on the board. Spoke about how Fenneman is going to be key, and he delivers in this round.
Alex tried his best again to recover that one for Iberiansoul, but this time his expertise goes unrewarded. I guess, like you mentioned, Davig having control outside, like you said, having that information. Iberiansoul then deciding to go toward door. Unfortunate that that decision they make is actually into 2 of the players they didn't know about.
Yeah, like worst case scenario, really. Best case scenario if you're Cybershock, though. So they're not going to be too upset with that. However, that is 1 round. It has to be way more where that came from on the favorite side of the map right now. We know that Cybershock have had their struggles in the past on Nuke. Look at their results. They've played the map 17 times in the past 3 months. They've won it on 5 occasions. 43% win rates on both halves, though, Trav. Just doesn't really inspire much confidence at all.
No. Iberiansoul know they have a wonderful opportunity here for a 2-0. And if they were to let it slip, it would be very disappointing. Another round where they've got 3 Mac-10s in play, and Blixie's playing quite far forward on top hat here, knowing there's a chance to dive down into that vent position, and yeah, with these flashes, they're actually choosing to go for a bit more of an A-site play, but unfortunately for Iberiansoul, it's a little bit too disconnected on this occasion. and Sododo is not going to be allowed to escape. So SASHI are going to win the round with 4 players alive. And they have a bit of a lifeline now with Iberiansoul having run out of money.
Yeah, you can't really fault Iberiansoul's approach there, trying to just go for the big burst into the A-bomb side. Seemed like the timing was slightly off because the guy coming through the smoke out of Squeaky Door dies way before the guys are even pushing through huts, and you want that push to be happening at the same time. So a little bit disjointed. And that provides an opportunity here for Cybershock. What's the plan? Stododo has that hero AK, surrounded by pistols, only one of which is upgraded, no utility. Stododo's just being given time to kind of search outside right now, and they have actually been able to cross into secret undetected, so... I mean, Cybershock will have an idea that they could be doing this right now, but it's actually only Blixie between them and B.
Need to be wary, and there we go. The boost works out perfectly. The AK in play gets the job done, and now this round could fall apart for Cybershock. Mopoz has managed to spam down Glowing as well. It's turning into a bit of a nightmare all of a sudden, and Phenomen has missed his important flick. Thankfully, Notaneki's there with him. They take 2 kills in response, and it removes the AK from Iberiansoul. Oh, and Lovicus is in a very good position to stop them from working their way back up to the A-bomb site. Chance here, Iberiansoul. They had a 5v3, but just the lack of weaponry truly hurting them. Instant fight! Oh, and Phenomen's missed his shot. Glock is out. And now SASHI is going to reset. Exactly the right decision to make, I feel, knowing he's not going to win that duel with a Glock. No armor, going for the A1S, but Phenomen just stands literally tall in front of him, says, come on now, fight me. He does, and he wins it with the USP.
Yeah, but that just saves their blushes. That was the full eco from Iberiansoul, and Cybershock nearly cyber-choke with this being an online game. That would have been awful. You can't really fault SASHI either, retreating, getting the reload off, and then venturing back in. I thought maybe he would just run his way down ramp onto B. I think he would have had just enough time, but Phenomen hears that. He goes down the vent. He's got a quicker rotation, so not really any ideal options for SASHI in that instance. Good job for Phenomen, like you say, just standing his ground, standing tall. And Cybershock draw within 1.
It's awkward for Phenomen, right? He's missed a couple of critical shots in that round, but he's still the man that finishes it off. Nice try for SASHI. I'll be very happy with the damage considering what they invested. But now, of course, the investment is in for Iberiansoul. Already they're kind of low on util. And it's still 1 minute 20 left in the round. They have enough, but they've used their smokes already. They only got flashes and a molly left. And now you've got Mopoz on 3 HP. And you've already lost AVG.
Oh, he had to try and cross the traffic once again there. Got tagged first time round, survives the second, but only just, 3 health. How does he affect the round from here? I've got Alex in secret, but that doesn't mean a whole lot when the bomb is still towards T-spawn, for God's sake. And Alex isn't going to be offered up anything here either. Just meticulously clearing it all out, but obviously would have to he'd have to give up the fact that he's here, compromise his position by opening the door, shooting out the window. If his teammates can cross outside, though, then... Oh, right now this starts to get a little bit scary for Cybershock. Glowing is so deep in Garage, he has no idea that 3 players have just crossed.
Yeah, 25 seconds, and Notaneki, it might be down to him. He needs to find a way to get 1, maybe 2... And he's about to get swung upon. Bomb into a door, though, has been dropped, and that could be the big deal, and Notaneki's done a brilliant job. Easy little jiggle on Mopoz. He was the 3 HP player from earlier on, and that wastes enough time for Phenomen to come and help out. Well done, Notaneki. He does exactly what is asked of him.
Yeah, that is a huge individual hold coming through from him. Just working his way around the reactor. That instant second dink down Stododo when he swings. Not Stododo, excuse me, the second player here. Bang, instant dink, and then he gets the kill on SASHI. Just good spatial awareness, recognizing the space he had available to work with there. Not overexposing himself to decon or to anyone coming through from control room. And now Cybershock have a chance to get the lead, which would be the lead for the first time here in the series.
get the one and fall away. He's got Montenecki there to help. Good work here from Cybershock. The lead will be easy, it seems. WG is a bit further away and a bit too far away to have any impact here with the Tech 9. Yesterday, Matt, in that game that I have very eloquently described to you, which was a 5-hour banger, the opposite of, there was a Tech 9, what was a 1v5 that started with a Tech 9 from Krivda on Leo. And it was one of the most insane, ridiculous 1v5s I've ever seen. Not happening here, but, you know, you add those 1v5s to the list in your head, because you very rarely get the opportunity to cover those.
Oh, yeah, they're few and far between, absolutely. 5-4. Cybershock do indeed have the lead. Like I said, first time here in the match against Iberiansoul have they had their noses in front across Mirage and Nuke. And this is where it matters. Not a great map for them, but that's just the statistics. This is 19th of May, 2025. Who knows what the day holds here for Cybershock on Nuke. Maybe this is the day they can change their general fate. Find success. They have to if they want to qualify through this matchup. You win here, you get Ancient. That's a very good map for Cybershock.
Are we on a normal day, though? Or is this another one of these topsy-turvy days? Already it seems like it is with the way that first map went down. We saw Favbet win earlier with Crush instead of Bondic. What year is this?
2021, apparently. Or was it 2016? Because FaZe is playing with the Liege. Excuse me, Simple is playing with the Liege. I don't know. Either way, what I do know is Cybershock have had a lot of success in the opening kill department so far here on their CT side. That's unfortunate for Phenomen. The flick actually hits that little metal pillar there. Oh, and DaVG and Garage glowing. Surely not going to expect this, but he does have good crosshair placement. Blixie slides in towards the B side. He gets a kill. Huge advantage now for Cybershock, and they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, bomb can be planted, but SASHI and Sododo somehow have to play off each other's contact here in a 2v4. Phenomen 1 bullet from death, sure, but he doesn't need to commit on the AWP early. Because the riflers are going to have to do the heavy lifting. But you never know. B is not easy to retake. Because the fact the numbers advantage will surely be enough. And there you go. Sododo will get the first. Can they get another? They can peek off each other's contact beautifully. And then it is all down to Phenomen, would you believe? And SASHI is trying to timing him on his way up. Phenomen standing his ground, refusing to push up and let SASHI make the swing. But the round's now too far gone. He's locked into the corner. Everyone will die in round 10. And Iberiansoul have recovered a 2v4.
Oh, how have they won that round, though? I mean, I was saying Cybershock knew exactly what was going on, but they weren't reacting. They weren't moving at all, even though Blixie saw both those two players committed to the B site with the bomb. They were so slow to respond there. And then you can understand why Phenomen is so reluctant to push down ramp, because he's low on health and he has the AWP, but he was the key to the retake, because with the way Iberiansoul was set up, one player on the reactor looking towards double doors, the other player on the catwalk looking decon, that was the crossfire they'd employed. They had to just gamble that no one was going to come through from ramp. Look at how exposed both of them are towards ramp right now. But because Phenomen takes so long to activate, they don't get punished.
I said, you know, during the play-by-play that Phenomen doesn't need to activate on 27 HP. It kind of has to be his riflers. And, well, I said that, but he needed to activate maybe a few seconds sooner than that while the riflers were doing their business. So, yeah, riflers get nothing done. Iberiansoul get the chance to recover. As I said, B is difficult to retake. And they have those advanced and elevated positions. Cybershock will fall foul of it. Chance now for Iberiansoul to even win this half somehow. Sure, everyone died in that previous round, so they're left with 4 Galils in this one. But at least they've got a purchase, and at least they're 5-all.
And I think it's important that they at least eked a fifth out of this first half, just because of how strongly they started. If they'd ended 8-4, that would have been pretty bleak. Oh, Mopaz probably feels like he should have had that kill. That would have been a round-defining frag. Now it's a 5v3. Notaneki just going to shift walk his way back down the stairs here, avoiding contact at all costs. He's going to play the safe jiggle, the jump game there. Surprise actually spotted the head. I thought the door might have blocked the T player. Iberiansoul now turning up the pace as Notaneki again repositioned smartly.
And then has got a line as well now with that smoke down. There's no way Alex can recover anything on this round. Well, they know where SASHI is. Notaneki will manage to peek him. I think good round from Notaneki over toward that B side of the map. He's been very reliable for Cybershock so far in this particular map. 11 and 7, and I can think of at least 6 of those kills, which are very impactful.
Yeah, good turnaround, because he certainly did struggle on Mirage, so it's good to see that he's bringing the fire here to Nuke. Cybershock regain the lead. I did mention they had an equal 43% win rates on the T side and the CT side, so they don't really prefer either half of this map. So if they do get 7-5 here, then probably back themselves to finish it off from there. What do Iberiansoul generally look like on the CT side of this map? Let's go have a quick look-see.
I would imagine
60%
CT
win rate compared to 50. Yeah, 60% on their CT side, so that's a pretty good number. So you'd imagine for them, they're like, all right, well, it's not ideal that we were up, what, 4-1 at one point, and we only end the half with 5, but objectively speaking, we get 5 on the T side. You got to take that.
It could still be 6, you never know. This buy, if they look to play a pacey one, could be pretty dangerous. I haven't really put in too many pacey plays. And when they did, there was really one toward A, which was, I guess, slightly delayed early round. They are going to go for a bit more of a faster move now with Daviji with the Galil already leaping over toward outside. But thankfully, for Cybershock, Glowing realised what was going on there very early. And, well, their pacey plays haven't really had as much impetus as I hoped they really would have for Iberiansoul.
Yeah. I also feel like Glowing has just owned Daviji outside throughout the half. I mean, how many times have we actually seen Glowing get that kill on Daviji? Probably like at least 4 times, I think. Not again, though, fellas. You've lost a 2v4 already. Let's not add a 2v5 to the mix.
Surely not with SASHI 47 and Alex 23. Alex was 8 and 2 at one point in this half. He's now 9 and 8. Cooled off a bit.
Good discipline from Blixie as well, not to overplay his hand here. Recognizing he's the only player on the speed bomb side right now. If he goes down, it's a 2v2. That would be awful. So instead, he just has some sort of semblance of control. He'll get the audio cues as well. Oh, SASHI, is he going to go searching? He is. Blixie, wait, the door's opened up. That's taken his attention away. Perfect bait and switch. And now they've got space and time for the plant.
Surely the doors can just be won straight up here by Glowing and Lovicus. They've got everything they want for these. The thing is, though, Alex on the AWP, that might just remove the issue of his low HP. Not necessarily known to be an AWPer. Now, of course, with a smoke kit on the bomb, it's going to be very difficult for Alex, especially with that AWP and a low bullet Tech 9 as well. There's just no way he can find it. It was squeaky, but Cybershock do find 7.
All right. Oh, yeah. And I feel like that's a pretty good return for them, considering the way the half had started, considering how Nuke normally goes for Cybershock. They would take the 7-5 halftime scoreline. Got themselves a lead now. Can they shift gears successfully into the T half? I mean, Iberiansoul wouldn't have had a better opportunity of winning the series 2-0 after winning on Mirage and coming into Nuke next. But it could start to slip away from them here.
Well, looks like they're ready to go a bit pacier once again. On the T-pistol, these fast A's are often very difficult to deal with, but Mopos, P2000, will immediately switch to the Glock on the ground as well. That'll give him plenty more bullets to work with, but they know he's still stuck toward door. There's only really one place he can be, and he doesn't know which way to look right now. He's going to need help, and that's what Alex does. He pushes forward with him, and it's going to work out. Lovicus is last alive, stuck in the corner. He has found one, though, and he had one bullet left on Mopos, and SASHI was not in position yet. 7 HP, surely he can't win this round, and he has, with a random chickle headshot that looked nowhere near. Oh my goodness, Iberiansoul, you had that one on the lock and key.
That felt like the moving and accuracy actually worked out for Levikas there for that shot to connect on the fadeaway. But what is Mopos thinking? A rush of blood to the head there. He swings where his teammate can't trade him. He's committed in the 2v1. He's isolated the jewels. Yeah, why is he swinging here? He's given up the fight to Levikas, who then has just demolished SASHI.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Iberiansoul are going to be kicking themselves.
It looked a little bit more accurate there on the slow motion, to be fair to him. I don't think there was a huge amount of inaccuracy there. We know that... Oh my god. Okay. Let's just start this first. There wasn't a huge amount of inaccuracy there. We know how, well, as you could say, pacey you can make those pistols work. You can play AD-AD. You can jump around and you usually get kills in the air. And you can with the MAC-10 too, as you've just seen. On the ladder, gets the kill, not an Eki. And sure, it's still a 3v3, but Cybershock, they're battling here to try and find a win on Nuke and try and get a 9-5 lead.
Yeah, not going to have to try much harder from here. Job's as good as done. I think Iberiansoul is just going to bunker down and carry these weapons over into the next, which will put Cybershock 4 rounds away. And it should be just 3, unless Iberiansoul decides to try and force again in the next round with these 3 guns being carried over. It wouldn't make much sense to me. You just save around these guns, then you have at least some sort of firepower going into the next round, and then you're guaranteed a full buy afterwards. As you force around these guns, then everything, all your chances weigh on this next round then. Probably too much of a risk. Unnecessary as well.
Yeah, it's not like you can get the AWP and an M4 out or something, right, with these 3 saved guns. You're on a normal, sort of full eco path. And that is the path they're going to take. Damn. Will that loss of the pistol round be Iberiansoul's undoing? Will it have to send us to Ancient? It might, you know.
I feel like it will. I think that was the back-breaking round for Iberiansoul to lose, because they've kind of just been holding on ever since they've started losing rounds. That they haven't been overly competitive. They've just been scraping by. And then you lose that, and it's like, yeah, that was one of the scrapey rounds you had to win. Anyway, Salsel in position, going to be able to find one, and good support from Stododo at range. Salsel will trade his teammate out as well. Okay, hold the phone.
I'm holding it, and they can deny the plant here. Oh my goodness. Fenneman is trusting in that Molotov a bit too much. Alex disrespects it, and now Notaneki needs to clutch, and he won't be expecting Alex directly above him. They find the rifles, and they couldn't deal with them.
Okay, well, I was just waxing lyrical about how Iberiansoul had probably missed their best opportunity to finish off the job. But that is a huge reprieve. That's a massive lesser for them being able to win this type of a round. Going to be a good injection of money. Reduces the gap to 3. Cybershock going to be kicking themselves. Look at what that means for their investment here. Blixie has a Glock. Surely not, right? No, it's got to be this is some sort of a sick joke. Why has he bought a flash? Just get a P250.
Yeah, he's waiting for Fenneman, Lovicus, or Notaneki to die so he can pick up the gun.
Yeah. He's the guy in war who has to carry the flag, Trav.
Oh, dear.
Or, like, be the guy beating the drum. Maybe he could get some rhythm with the Glock. Not Baby Shark, obviously. But, you know, something to inspire his troops.
Sorry. You brought it up. I had to punish you.
Bleach my ears. I know, fair enough. Here we go. Cybershock could get punished. Where did Notaneki die? And why has Blixie not got his gun? Alright, well, Glowing says, mates, I'm on 2. Maybe you can do something with this Deeg.
I think Iberiansoul are spreading themselves across the map right now pretty well. It's going to be very hard to remove Alex from this back corner position. Surely he gets 1 kill before he goes down. And there we go. Great crosshair placement. Lovicus will drop. He's now got Stododo to help him. Stododo just going for the wall bangs as well, playing it extra safe. And Alex will do exactly the same thing, playing it correctly. Will fall down toward B, and he's got Salsol's support to stop Fenneman from trying to flank him out. It's perfectly played. With 14 seconds left, they kind of need to go for the duels and take the loss bonus here, especially Glowing. He's even got the Glock, of course. 7 seconds. In that sort of situation, I always talk about it. I wish Iberiansoul would just run away and force him to save. I feel like 7 seconds is enough time.
I think, yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm back. All right, thank God. We're all good. We're all good. Everybody breathe. I know everyone was freaking out there just like me. Thought I disconnected, but no.
It's fine.
We're good.
I'm just saying that I wish Iberiansoul would have run away when Glowing was trying to die there with the Glock and
Oh.
$50 in the bank.
Yeah, just avoid him like the plague. Be like, that guy, he's got some sort of disease, and I don't want to contract it. I'm going to run as far away as possible.
Either let him save
But-
or then kill him after time. It'd be even better.
Yeah, that's something we've spoken about a lot. But Iberiansoul, Trav, I mean, they've completely flipped the script of this game by winning that half investment sort of eco round where they carried a few guns over. Now, they can reduce the gap to 1. Assuming they don't drop the ball to Glocks. Surely. Nah, we're good. That's not a concern.
Yeah, they're going to be within 1. Almost certainly. Iberiansoul have their opportunity to win this one 2-0. As we kind of suspected, it was always going to be a closer Nuke after we saw the result on Mirage. There's no way SASHI would go down with a whimper in this series.
I mean, they were put down like a sick dog on Mirage, but that dog's come back with a bite here and a vengeance on Nuke. And if not this round for Cybershock, then I feel like things could rapidly deteriorate here for them, if they aren't already.
Yeah, unfortunately that dog will
Have its last little whimper.
Yeah. That's the one thing that's guaranteed to get a bit of a cry out of me, some of these like sad dog movies, you know? Like,
yeah, you mean, but Molly and Me, that's a good one.
Yeah, otherwise it like A Dog's Purpose, that's a good one as well.
The one with the huskies, the snow dogs, the sleds. Can't remember its name right now.
No, but I remember
That's
the
an
one
older
in.
one, though.
But I remember the one in The Dog's Purpose is called like Bailey, I think.
Oh, check this. Salsal goes completely undetected, having crossed ahead of Blixie. I mean, 1-for-1, not great, but a lot of good damage shot in the second player as well. So gives Iberiansoul a little bit of an edge in the rounds. The Dodo posted on the angle, is going to miss the shot. Nice wide swing from Levikas. Means he's able to avoid the Wrath, but he can't avoid Alex.
Alex is doing it again, man. This guy's just a menace outside on this map.
20 and 10.
Historically, he's been so damn good in this position. And look, he's just doing it again, man. This is incredible.
True, right.
This is like old school Alex coming out today for Iberiansoul. Come out to play. I
love how active he is.
Come out to play on the summer's day here.
Evidently. He's kicking these kids off his lawn, Trav. How old is Alex now? What are we talking? 27 maybe?
I'm going to guess 28.
Okay. Let me have a quick gander. 29. You were close
enough.
But good lord, he's having a fantastic day of it right now. Top performer by some distance on Mirage. Best performance in CS2 for him, Trav found out earlier. And he's just been like, yeah, but that wasn't just a once-off thing. Look at me now.
Yeah. So
and this is arguably more impressive because this is where there's actually some stern competition.
He was 25 and 10 earlier. And make that 35 and 20 at the moment. I can't do math. 45 and 20.
No, I was just thinking, hang on, what's gone on there then? He didn't add the kills, just the deaths.
No, I added 10 instead of 20 kills because I read because literally if you look at Iberiansoul's KDs on map 1, there's 3 instances of 10 deaths. So I was thinking 10 and said 10 out loud when I meant 20. So
I thought you said 25 and 20, but you said 35 and 20. Okay.
Yes, yes I did. Yeah. So
anyway,
I added 10 back.
The
so
numbers.
I'm seeing the number 10 everywhere.
Yeah, that's what happens. It's almost like a Freudian slip in a weird way, where your brain's looking at one thing and then says another, or says what you're looking at when you intend to say another, rather. But the points I want to, or the points I'd like to make here is that this is a 9 all round for Iberiansoul.
Yeah. Good, right?
Yeah, really good for Iberiansoul. From the fact that they were down 9-5, looking like they were in some deep trouble. They win that sort of half investment round, and things have looked so much better since.
think they'll be able to close it from here, but you never know what madness could appear in front of our eyes. Let's see if they can deal with this one a little bit easier first, though, of course. It's a split up buy for Cybershock with the save that they had to put into play last round. So it makes it so awkward for them. With the lack of money on Fenneman and Notaneki, but they do have the guns. It's going to hurt them for the rest of the half, it feels like.
I know, and you don't really have the time to recover that issue. Exactly, to reorganize it. They don't really have the runway to just level it out again. Maybe they can be the difference makers here in this round, though, with that extra little bit of firepower. Good kill back from Stododo. Been relatively quiet here on Nuke compared to what we saw out of him on Mirage. Oh, this is a big kill. But at least Alex again is in position to trade. Because if he isn't, then maybe we could see Cybershock start to sink their teeth into the round a little bit. However, they do get cut short. And Iberiansoul have regained the lead here. The business end of Nuke.
Just have a man over, don't they, Iberiansoul? Like, it's just really just good play there. They don't have a player fighting for no reason, all on his own.
Yeah, true. I guess that is what you would expect from a team like Iberiansoul, where you got the core 4 who came through from the Movistar roster, Movistar Koi. So you got a huge amount of history and synergy, chemistry in and amongst this roster, right? If not this round for Cybershock, then probably game over. I think that's the equation. Oh, Mopaz, where is he right now? Squeaky door?
Sauce.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they're going to commit down secret. They did successfully cross, but they're re-emerging.
Yeah, and Stododo just leaves the angle there. Going to reposition back toward Heaven in case they go in toward A, so we can check outside as well. But they've been allowed full garage control, and actually he'll choose to fall back down again and hold that garage position, but his timing isn't too great until he comes back at the right time. It was always going to switch. Just it depends which one it would switch in the right way for. And Stododo will get the important kill and some important impact frags from Stododo at the end of this game. And now with Blixie in toward Hut and Notaneki creeping outdoor, he could be able to pre-fire Alex who's watching toward Heaven. And now it's really awkward for Stododo. He needs to battle up his way out and he only gets one more. Thankfully Mopoz is there once again and the nade comes flying in from Heaven. Mopoz again does some good work, to be fair to him. A bit of a slower game, but that's the second round of the game that's actually an important multi. And Iberiansoul 11-9. Comfort right now, it feels like, for them.
There definitely was a miscommunication in the setup there, though, because Cybershock should never have been able to get so many players out of Squeaky unchecked or undetected. You've got Stododo who's holding for Hut. You've got a player who's mini looking outside. And then you have Alex who's just tucked in behind the box, and he's kind of looking towards Hut as well. So that could have been a huge problem. Thankfully, Stododo kind of locks it down, but Mopoz gets the 3 to really pour cold water on any chance there for the T side. Could have gotten out of control very quickly, but they win the round, increase the gap to 2, and now they're just 2 away from winning the series. Oh, what a transfer while blind.
Yeah.
Multi-kill after multi-kill.
It was a bit of guesswork with that one, and honestly, the Mac... Oh, never mind, it's all fallen apart. I was going to say a bit of guesswork for Mopoz. The Mac 10 has come through and got another couple of kills, and of course, there's no way that smoke bang won't work out either. So close, but not any damage done whatsoever, and Iberiansoul suddenly are fumbling and struggling to recover this one. They've got money to do so they're going to give it a look, but that movement of the Mac 10 is just so awkward for Stododo. Now, Alex needs to isolate both these two duels. He's only got a couple of bullets left for it as well. Switches to the Galil and actually still finds Notaneki. But Fenneman was always going to peek from behind. No chance for a 180 spin transfer. And suddenly, Cybershock have a lifeline.
Well, what could have been if Stododo actually gets that kill from Heaven with the P250, then they stand a much better chance of making something happen, but Alex is left by himself in the 1v3, and that's just mission impossible. Never going to be able to isolate those duels successfully. Okay, well, Cybershock have kept themselves in it. There's still heaps of cash up for the CT side, though. That's going to be the biggest problem for Cybershock to try and remedy. It's going to be gun round after gun round after gun round all the way till the bitter end, or the sweet end. We'll have to wait and see. Great timing on the nade. Exposes Levikas. Oh, but I thought he might have been the one to take advantage of it. But SASHI will get in on the act as well. 5v3 for a brief moment. And you know what? I'm not even going to try and keep track of the numbers because they're constantly changing.
Alex got another dink, by the way. Even though he got the 1 kill, he got another dink to add to his damage in this game. 24 and 13. He's going to have 2 maps with similar KDs at this rate. That is crazy work. Having a bit of a throwback performance so far today, Alex. And look at the money that Cybershock have to try and deny Iberiansoul from taking this 1-2-0.
Yeah, it's almost like Iberiansoul, by tripping over in that 1 round and Cybershock getting up to 10, has worked out better for them to now try and finish off the map because Cybershock have a worse off economy. 2 chances here for Iberiansoul. 2 map and series points. WG, this is bold, this is brave, and it's beautiful. Notaneki, he's the crown jewel here for Cybershock. He's been removed.
Yep.
4v5.
Chance to get this one done here and now. Iberiansoul haven't had to do anything overly special, it feels like. Just good CT side setups, good trading,
Agreed.
good spacing. Struggle to break past it, and look at this, they're just trying to get through that mini position. Blixie has found one with the Tech 9, and he should honestly find one more as well, but he's been bailed out.
Wait.
Oh, I was going to say, trying to get away through that smoke. Crazy that they managed to split up like that, but it's still a 2v2, and Alex is still here. Soledo Heaven, unfortunately for Alex, will be smoked off now. And Soledo has already struggled once in this position. It's a bit of deja vu with the P250, but this time he finds it, and Alex will make it. 25 kills in both maps in this series. What a performance. Iberiansoul are through to playoffs.
You know what's crazy is you're right. There was so much semblance between that last round and the round we saw a couple rounds before, because it was again Fenneman underneath the reactor with the Mac 10. It was against the Dodo with the P250 swinging from heaven. It was again Alex coming through from Mini, and again a player Squeaky. We were just missing that extra player for Cybershock, and clearly lacking that numerical advantage is what the difference is. This time Iberiansoul do make the round work in their favor, and what a convincing win. I mean, there certainly was some troubles for them in the middle stages of Nuke, but the start of Nuke and the end of Nuke looked fantastic. As you say, they've gotten themselves to the playoffs, and that's a run to be proud of.
It is, and that is a very convincing win as well, right? I mentioned how their previous 2 wins in these playoffs weren't exactly convincing. You've beaten Monty after getting gifted map 1 due to Monty having a schedule conflict, and that was Monty's pick, by the way, that turned into a default, so Monty never got to play their own map pick. And then you have to play a map against Favbet, where they had to play with Crush for a map. So you've had the advantage, technically, in both games they've played so far. This one, there was no advantage. It was a really convincing win. And Alex, 50 and 23 overall. 2 of the most convincing performances from him in CS2 thus far.
Yeah, brilliant work, man. Really good performance coming through from him. From start to finish, it's not like he just had a flurry on each map. Just consistent. Mr. Consistent. From the start of the series right up to the finish, and ultimately the difference maker in a lot of ways, especially on that Mirage map where Iberiansoul have struggled so much in recent times. He really did say, alright guys, I just need you to play the supporting actor. I'll take center stage. I'll deliver the goods, and that's exactly what he does. As for Cybershock, Trav, well, they're going to have to come back again tomorrow and try and fight their way through that 2-1 bracket. They still have 2 lives, and surely that's enough, right? Especially for a team that are in good form. Obviously, we didn't really see it today, but we know what this team are generally capable of. I'm still expecting them to reach the playoffs from here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you can't expect, like, too much of them. You can't expect playoff runs from, like, every single event for Cybershock, right? Because they are a team that technically still has, like, 2 or 3 academy graduates on the team. Like, you still have Blixie from Aurora Youngblood. You still have Notaneki after a middle period on Spirit Academy back in the day. So, excuse me, you're not going to have a opportunity for them to make every single playoffs. They still need to learn as a group and learn as a team, because you still got, the one experienced player you have is Glowing, who's captain and trying to frag as well, right? And that can't be the case every single time. So, should be interesting to see how they progress. As you say, they have another opportunity to do so and get through to those playoffs. But next game, of course, and a bit of an extended break before that, maybe about an hour or so before we're live with it, it's going to be Paravision versus Astrum, some of the best players in the sort of CIS region in Tier 2 right now, going up against each other once again after a couple of previous matchups. We'll see you then for what should be a banger.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still moving out.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
One more best of 3 today in our little 2-0 matchup marathon. And Paravision versus Astrum is going to be a really interesting one. There's a certain other match going on in the scene right now that is certainly very interesting. But I'm convinced this one is also fascinating as well. We've got a lot of players here on the server who are very, very expert, got great expertise of Counter-Strike at this level and have been around for a long time.
I think you've got it wrong, Trav. Iberiansoul playing up against Cybershock ended already. That other game you were referencing is no longer live. This is the only game that matters. This is where you need to be right. It's a 2-0 matchup. This is a banger. This is a really banging game. We've got a derby, a local derby here between Paravision and Astrum, which is always fun. And I've seen quite a lot of Paravision, and you know what? It feels like they're trending upwards. I know there will be some discrepancies in their form this season, you know, going 0-3 in the MRQ was awful for them. The kind of anecdotes there are some of the teams that they lost to actually did go on to qualify for the major, Heroic and Bait being those two teams. They also lost to Astralis. That's more like the blight on the record for Paravision, but and then losing that game to Bait in the ESL Pro League qualifier, I guess ECL season final, better way of putting it. That also for them, but they are playing. They have improved. You know, James is doing incredibly well in the AWP at the moment. Nota is popping off. Belchnock seems to be getting his footing once again. So there are some good signs out and about for Paravision at the moment.
Yeah, I really do like the team. It's just the fact that even though they do feel like they're at the like tip top of tier 2, they're just not one of these teams that has found the opportunity to make a big LAN. You mentioned the MRQ. It's the fact they failed to qualify for Pro League as well. They're in that grand final. They were a map down to Bait due to the advantage in the BO5 that Bait got from coming through the upper bracket. And they won the first 2 maps. They're up 2-1. They had a chance to win it out, but then collapsed on map 5, 13-3 in the end. So listen, they're still in good form. They've still got great results against recent teams. They played OG, TNL, and TNL are going to be a surprising name that I'm putting in that sort of batch of teams. But TNL are looking really good at the moment, so it's a good win to beat them 2-0. 500 Amcal, and then you work your way back to that Bait result, right? So they're there, but there are still things about them that I have question marks about. I mean, they've got Dust 2 as an absolute lock for them, of course, as one of their best maps, but unfortunately, that's Astrum's permaban, which is one of the biggest issues for them. And I mentioned personal form as well. I agree on Nota. Belchnock can fly under the radar and be excellent, but he's fallen off a little bit lately. Travis might have a 1.02 rating lately, but if you look at last month alone, it's in the 0.9. So there is some individual question marks for this team right now.
But like I said, as recent as the past week, Trav, I think that there are signs of improvement, which is at least something to kind of hold on to for this Paravision team. They did lose out the CCT Series 1 Grand Final against ENCE yesterday, so that certainly did suck for them. 2-1. Anyway, shift our focus now to Astrum, the players on our screens. Now, Grix obviously is the talk of the town. A lot of people talking about should maybe be going to G2, which I think is just probably a little bit too advanced for him right now. I think Astrum is exactly where he needs to be. I mean, he's just come out of the academy team, for God's sake, guys. Let's give opportunity now to ply his trade in tier 2 for a while, to grow and gain more experience playing alongside players like Norweezy, Patsy coming into the mix as well, which I talked about, kind of relieved of his as an IGL. He was actually playing for Paravision before. He was the IGL of that team, right? He took over after Jerry had departed. So he's playing against his former org, which is fun. Clax, super stable, kind of backbone of this team. Just feels like in the rifling department, I guess outside of they're okay, but like Kenzie and Norway used to be lighting up the server, they used to be electric, and I just don't feel like we really get that out of them anymore.
No, I mean, things have changed, right? It used to be that Kenzie and Norway duo dating back to Fours, dating back to the early days of Aurora. They both had like little eras, like mini eras in Tier 2, where they were kind of the best in the scene in Tier 2. And yeah, I mean, Norway at one point took over the in-game leadership role, like we said. Like, that seemed to really hurt his individual level. And the problem is for Astrum, as I said in this series, that they have played Paravision twice relatively recently, right? One a couple of months ago and one only 2 weeks ago. And the one 2 weeks ago was on LAN. That was the Bet Boom LAN event where Paravision beat them 16-12, 13-6. And that wasn't even necessarily an amazing event for Paravision because Spirit Academy owned that event and destroyed everyone. So I do question where Astrum are currently at right now. Their recent results are okay, but currently previous form would dictate another Paravision win. And as I kind of mentioned and touched on already, they will have been doing that on maps like Ancient and Train, not Dust 2, which Astrum permaban, and that's Paravision's best map. So Paravision are still besting them without Paravision having that option.
I mean, that's a good look for Paravision, right? And it does look like we're going to get that staple. We're going to get an Ancient here this time around again. So clearly both teams happy to go up against each other on the same maps as they did on the previous two occasions. What's the decider going to be? It's going to be Inferno. So like you say, being able to at least remove that Dust 2 here from the map pool, definitely going to give Astrum a better chance. And they've got a pretty good return on all three maps. In fact, both teams are fine to good on all three maps that are going to be in the series here, assuming we get all three. Yeah, Astrum has seriously made Train a home pick for them, just in terms of the of them playing the map 27 times in the past 3 months. I think you'll struggle to find a team who's been playing it as frequently as them. The Danes like Ecstatic and SASHI have been playing a lot of Train as well, but Astrum are right up there with some of the highest volume of games on Train.
Yeah, and that's a good thing for them, and that's of course, as I said, the map where they've kind of got the closest against Paravision, and unfortunately the closest is only a 16-12. I say only, that is overtime, but every single other map they haven't got more than 7 rounds on. So that's why you do favour Paravision in this matchup, and I do think overall they are the better of the two, and that is, maybe you could say, surprising, because at the set you would look at this Astrum roster and say, okay, well, they've got enough ability here to really give Paravision a good game. I think Grix is, in the head-to-head against Jame, that is a really fascinating head-to-head. I think Jame right now in Tier 2 is playing like the best player in Tier 2, which is crazy to say, right? We're talking about a major winner here, but actually he plays like one of the best players in Tier 2, which is kind of crazy, right? Grix going up against him has not really been able to win this battle really so far. So that's one of the biggest ones for me so far today, to see how Grix fares once again, see if he's learned anything from previous matchups, and especially the rifling core of Astrum. I think Patsy has kind of like been unfairly treated by some of the scene as well. I think people see him as somewhat washed, and playing these lower ranked teams after Liquid, after when he was pretty good on Team Spirit. People don't see Patsy as a very, very good player anymore. I still think he can be a very good player. And very briefly, when he was on Paravision playing under Alpha, Matt, I think Alpha kind of revitalized his numbers for a little while. But unfortunately, that Paravision, particular version of Paravision, was always destined for failure, really. So, listen, I still think he's got something about him, Patsy. I want to see a good game from him today to see if they can break this duck that they've got against Parry.
Well, he's been the best rifler here for his team for a bit now, right? He's actually just been putting up really impressive numbers in the past couple of weeks and months, has Patsy. Remember, I'm almost certain he was calling for Paravision, wasn't he? Didn't he take over as the IGL after Jerry left the team? I'm like 90% sure that Patsy was calling for Paravision at that point. And then that's when they decided to pivot to kick it, or they went to then Alpha and then kick it afterwards, right? So the points I'm getting at here is that now Patsy seems to actually kind of be relieved of those duties, and he can kind of just free himself up in the server a little bit more, kind of focus on his own game, his own crosshair. And remember, he was the guy who was picked up by Liquid not too long ago because he was seen as like one of the most exciting players in Europe that was up and coming. So he's been on the radar for a while. I want to see some stability now. I want to see him in a team for 6 months, 12 months, a year, really find himself a home where he belongs, and playing some of the bigger tournaments as well, right? We talk about the lack of kind of opportunities. Paravision. It's not like Astrum have much in their way either yet towards the Have they even played any other LANs recently, Trav, besides that
No,
LAN? Was that the first LAN of the year for Ash?
I think it may have been as well, right? And of course they didn't have really a good enough ranking to be involved in much else. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a weird one, right? But anyway, I think we're getting a few extra minutes until we get this game underway. So we're going to throw it to a bit of a break, and when we're back, we'll jump straight into map 1. And we're back, and we're getting ready to cover Train, of course. The map that is very often a pick between these two. We've had Train and Ancient every single time between Paravision and Astrum. Once online, once on LAN. Here's another one in the online edition. And Paravision have kind of had the best of Astrum so far. Have Astrum learnt anything? Can Paravision continue to innovate? And will they still have Astrum's number? It's a fast play toward B, early game. And Nota, well, he's ready and raring to go with those dualies, even from that slightly longer range from the site to hold up toward heaven. Already found the opening 2 kills of the game. Quick as well, they managed to run down Kicker in that pop dog position, though. And this round is turning because Norvi's caught Travis as well in con. There's dualies from Nota now having to play, again, relatively long range. Jamie's in a decent position to rotate all the way around and do some good work here. But coming down to timing, that's a very difficult shot to line up, and James tries to take a little bit extra time to line them up, but it still might not matter even though he goes down, because Kenzie needs to clutch 1v2. Nota has 4 kills in this one. He's going to tap the bomb. Kenzie doesn't know just yet, and there we go. He'll get the swing. Nota didn't know where Kenzie was playing from, and now Belchnok has to force the issue, and Kenzie will get it done. Great effort from Nota, but well played, Astrum. Paravision on a full force to follow on that one. Astrum do some good work, and if they can get control of the game and control of the economy on T side early here, that will be one of the keys to this game. Great effort from Nota in the pistol with 4 kills on those dualies, but in the end, the clutch from Kenzie is good to see him play that one assertively and aggressively. Kicker will manage to force his way into main with the 5-7, but not much else that Paravision have to work with here. Just to hope that these positions and angles do go overlooked, and Astrum will do the right thing. Try and peek as many of these players together, but there's a team kill. Grix lines up Norvi, and Kicker's going to 1D Kenzie as well. It's all down to Patsy. Another 1v2 is required for Astrum, and Kicker's going to win the duel with the recovered AK. I mentioned Astrum needed control of the economy early game, but they have not been allowed it. Force to force by wars will commence after. Astrum won't want to just lie down and take the eco. Paravision with a good start. That's there. You have the opportunity to really put their foot down. That team kill looks unfortunate, of course, but in reality, there's not really much you can do. They had to try and swing together to get Belchnok off that angle. Just unlucky. Oh, what a shot from Kenzie. Kicker will get caught off, and Travis tries to go for a trade. And Kenzie will hit the deke as well. Nota needs to respond. There's 2 in con to try and help out, but they're running them down again. And this game will continue to go back and forth. That's an M4 to pick up in con. Hang on, though. Belchenok's found 2 with the MP9, still full health. And still with a full belt of utility as well, by the way. He's whiffed the first quick switch, but it should force one into the open. There we go. Kenzie, though, is going to stand his ground. All right, Kenzie. That's kind of the OG Kenzie that I know and love. Quick fire headshots. 3 on the D. Astrum will hit straight back. Who's going to finally get 2 rounds in a row? That is the main question. So with the Deagle playing next to Con. Once again, Belchenok's got enough money to go for an M4 and get the only rifle in the round. Astrum are going for a proper execute here. They're going to have space to work with as well. Fresh right-click smoke as well toward the corner of Con. That's completely locked Power Vision away. And honestly, the normal process of thought here is full save. And it is Power Vision after all, so they probably will try and use this buy in the next round once again. But Astrum are going to go looking. It's a 5-7 removed already. Good kill from Patsy. And Nota will get found as well. And Mac-10 is getting all this extra dollar. And this is going to be where Astrum break the bank. There's going to be nothing left of Power Vision in this next round. There might be an M4 to grab for Kicker. This Mac-10's about to leap its way in, and there's 3 more players where that came from as well. Kicker can get 1 more, but he's going to be low on ammo, and Astrum are making a great fist of this right now. This is what you're supposed to do in that sort of situation, it feels. And James will only just survive by the bell as well. For Lico, but for the James MP9. Power Vision forced to stack a sight. Oh, and Kicker actually does get a double dink, but not really much more than that, I'm afraid. Kicker will go down. There will be 2 kills back in response very quickly. Actually, a flank kill from Belchenok is very nice. And James hasn't got into the action at all thus far. Can easily get some extra money with that MP9, but unfortunately I think he might be running into his death. You can see, Kenzie actually didn't get a chance to frag him though. James was running on the other side of that train outside, so 2 players staying alive it looks like here for Parry. Astrum are in a position where they'll be quite content thus far. Control of the money, getting his kills with the SMGs, upgrading to the M4. Power Vision will now push in late because they may as well. And James of course will hide. What a bloody surprise. Go for a kill late maybe. And he's whiffed it. Got what he deserved maybe for waiting for so long and not trading his teammate immediately. going to swing in. Try and look for a frag. But that's a very common position that players play now on the bottom of that B ramp. Just trying to play the tightest of angles. I've seen a couple of players just hard entry that position still, but it's still a tight angle to try and clear. Kenzie will get the entry, and then Travis will answer back toward Clax on Ivy, but they have lost control of the A-bomb site. 14 seconds to try and get this plant down, which is the biggest issue. And they might have still found a way to do it. It's quite far away. Time, 5 seconds. Oh, he's got it on 4. And he's got it on 4 over toward B as well. It wasn't even the A-bomb site they were planning to go for it on, even though they had control of both. They've scraped that one over the line. Jim has a better chance of saving this time around. It will be the M4, a better thing to save. The duel won by Kenzie, and so far Kenzie's been especially sharp, which is a great sign for the cause of Astrum in this game. Haven't managed to find a single map against Paravision in their 2 previous matchups. They've got big control of the game coming in here. Could have a good timing here, but it is being watched by Clax. All these smoke pushes, all these eventualities have been covered by Astrum pretty beautifully at the moment. And Jane with this M4 has to deliver all by himself. And thankfully, he's got Kicker next to him. Now it's going to swing around. Kenzie's going to have to do it again. Kicker trying to duel with this AK, and in the end he does get the headshot. Maybe Paravision are winning another low investment round here. So far, the only 2 rounds they've kind of gotten in this game. 2 force buys, which is awkward for them long term. Clax now has to clutch with a Mac-10 of all things, and gonna have to get these mid-range duels on action as well. He has actually managed to find a gap. When I say a gap in front of both, not between either of them. They're both over toward the B-bomb site. And just now, we've got Kicker trying to come back and help toward A. And Clax is convinced that there could be more in all these positions he's clearing out. But right now, he's just missing them. And just the lack of timing he's got might mean that it's going to be a very difficult duel to win against an AK. And yes, when he shifted down the ramp, Kicker will take that one easily. Kicker helping out James there with that saved M4 is the key factor to getting that round on the board. James doing great work alongside him. And 2 force buys will go the way of Paravision. Important gun around for Paravision here. They can't just have these half buys being a, as you could say, something to rely on. That is not something you can rely on really throughout the entirety of the game. Astrum going to get in a good position, but they'll be thinking to themselves, well, if we hadn't dropped the ball a couple of times, it would have been a lot cleaner performance so far. And they're taking this one very patiently. 45 seconds. They yet to really make a significant move just yet. They're going to re-smoke main. And Travis playing in that position, trying to play off of Kickert's contact, of course. When Kickert starts shooting, that is when Travis will swing. But, of course, the awkward thing is that... Oh, my goodness. Patsy's also taking a dink in toward pop there. But the awkward thing is, of course, you've got 3 players coming in through Ivy, and they're not really set up well for this one at all. Nota needs to deliver, but of course he's got to spin on the top and try and help from elsewhere too. So Jame getting 1. They are dealing with it at the moment. Clax will clear Kickert, but 2v3, 10 seconds for a plant. Jame will put that bomb on the floor, and that's round done. Grix has not really got a path to escape either. This is his only safe save position. I think he'll be allowed to keep it though. Let's see. They are trying to run him down. Just okay. But it will be Paravision closing the gap to 2. Flash to try and force that AWP off the angle. They know, of course, that AWP is still in plan. They also know Astrum's money is still in a decent position. So, expecting another investment here without a shadow of a doubt. Nota being that E-box brawler for the team. Going to work out on this occasion. Kickert will only get his 1, and Patsy is entry 2 really nicely. Now they know Travis's backside. Had a rough game so far again, looking on pretty up and down form is Travis. Thankfully he's got Jame to help him out on this occasion though, and now he's trying to jiggle with Norvin. He's even used the elevation of the barrels behind the site as well. Very nicely done. Jame will be there to help out for the last 2. And Paravision are starting to warm up into this game. Full eco now for Astrum. Pretty much a deco anyway. We saw what Kenzie can do with the deagle earlier. That's stunning triple kill, but this one with no armor will be a little bit more difficult. And Patsy will try and force his way down, not allowed to do such. Travis will get 2 to secure that one. And that will be a comfortable 5-5. Astron back in with another gun round. Pegged back to 5-all. But you'd expect that from Paravision on a map like this. And now they're going to go for a proper execute toward B. But so far Paravision have been holding onto this bomb site very well. Counter utilities have been very good. Didn't be forced off that cloud position this time though. YaLLa managed to hold the line for 2. Decent from that lane area, considering he was kind of going to overrun. Eventually be taken by Clax. And now Jame on the angle, but can't deny a plant. And get support coming into play now. And it is still a 3v4 for Astra, but Grix will find Noto on the AK. That's an important one. Now Travis mollied off in connector. Can't just force his way through it into his demise, it would be. They are waiting for Kicker to activate on the big flank, but he's been waiting for quite a while at this point. And now it's in a 3v3. I question really how late he can truly come in to make it impactful. Thankfully, Clack's been forced into the open, and Jame will find that one. Now Kicker can make a really late retake happen, but he's going to need to activate right now. He needs it till the very last, and he doesn't get the second on Patsy. That means Jame has to hit a wall bang, and he has, you know. I think... Oh, no, he's got no time. Oh, what an attempt. The only way he had any chance at all was hitting that wall bang to that little building on the top of the heaven position. You hit it, but no defuse possibility. And maybe that is a indictment of why I'm questioning why Kicker took so long. I think that was just a little bit of a misjudgment of the clock there from Paravision. Belchanok will already get tagged down to 10. Awkward for him. Astrum, we're going for this buy, of course, already pretty low on utility, which is a little bit awkward. Jame actually making a bit more of an aggressive push into main this time with that AWP. Kenzie. He'll go down to Jame, and I've got a rabid Haze next to me right now.
Wait, what?
Hopefully.
What was that, producer? Oh. My prayers have not been answered up until now, but who the hell knows? Hopefully we have found some stability. Paravision have found stability. Do you know how many times I've reintroduced myself on trade? This is the third time. This is the third time trying to come back. Hopefully third time's a charm. That's what they say. But that is... Yeah, listen, I was keeping an eye on the scoreboard. Obviously a strong start from Astrum, so the fact that Paravision do recover 6-all is a pretty good look for them. You know, I was saying that I don't think Train is nearly as CT-sided as it used to be. I think it has a lot more going for the T-side. I think it's quite difficult to contain the T-side on this map now, with how fast those pops into the A-bomb sites are, and how limited you are for positions to play off of strong positions, good positions, crossfires as well. So, yeah, I think Paravision have a good shot at fighting back on this T-side, and making it work on their opponent's map pick.
I hope so, for their sake, after not having won a single map, of course, against these guys in any of their previous attempts. I hope that you're good as well. I've missed you. I know you tried your best. I know I heard how sad you sounded, and it broke my heart a little bit. So,
But
listen,
defeated, a little bit.
Yeah, a bit defeated. You could just tell like you had a frown on your face, and that made me sad. So
It's just that I've been like changed computer, internet line, microphone cable, settings, and update to Windows, and update to Discord. And it was like, nah, I'm still broken, mate. What you gonna try now? And it's like, oh, brother. And then we finally get it working. It's like, no, but in vMix now it's not working. Oh, okay, all right. But you know what? Listen, hopefully we've got some stability, like I said. And it is going to be a big pistol round here to set the tone for the second half. A lot of utility coming to the table here for the T side. Julius for Grix just charging straight up the stairs. He's got Norway in tow. And this is a statement from Astrum. They've stopped Parry Vision in their tracks.
yeah, that's I love watching a pistol like this. It might fall apart because now it's only Norby here, and they should be able to just run him down. And Nota does the right thing. He jiggles him out and removes him. But I do like that call from Astrum to play on the front foot like that. With the flash, you have two sets of dualies, both going in. But Paravision counter it well.
Yeah, true. Actually, a very good sort of idea on how to kind of deal with what was coming their way. And then punish it. And now get themselves an advantage. They don't get enticed into the fights. They don't get drawn in. They pause. They reassess. They come up with a solution. Nota going to be the one poking and prodding in towards the speed bomb site right now. I think he knows that there are two players towards the back of the site. Travis is the one who's trying to close the gap. Bomb plant going to come through. Going to be a while until Kenzie's actually in on the action. He's on a big flank right now, and there's no kits in play as far as I can tell. Don't know if there's one on the floor, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to force your way back in now. You've got advanced positions as well, even with a big flank, which is kind of being watched as well on and off. I say that. Kenzie actually will get the one before KitKat gets the kill. And it is a 2v2, but time really is the big issue. There's one more player coming in through lane. KitKat will just launch himself into a Patsy, though. Now, Nota needs to waste the time. He's got himself one. He's hot behind the site, and that should be pistol round over. Well played, Nota. He's got all 4 kills. It was Kenzie who clutched out the T-pistol with a great 3k, and it was Nota who got the 4k and was unrewarded. This time, he will be.
Yeah, this time he gets to see the light of day at the end of the round. And the point will be found as a result. Paravision have gotten the lead here, Trav. They've got the lead. Noses in front. Momentum behind them. Wind in their sails. Setting sail for that 13th round. And then a 1-0 lead into their map pick of Ancient, which has been an okay map for them. Hasn't been like anything outside of Dust 2 for Paravision is a little bit touch and go, I'd say.
Last push toward Ivy for Astrum. We'll catch Travis off guard. We'll see what's going on now and then let his teammates know that they could get pushed from behind. Good counter flashes, just forces them back. Gives them a bit of a shock, and there should be no worries at all. Travis can stick around, and he's going to have some support as well from Nota. Immediately dinked, of course. That is usually the way it goes when you're having a bit of a rough game overall. Don't want to try and get your ecos, you just get insta-dinked and have no chance to do anything. Nota does try and help out, but then does get taken down low himself, so they're actually doing okay damage here, Astrum, overall.
It could be counterintuitive hunting for anti-eco kills when you're having a tough game. You're like, you know what, boys, I'm just going to let loose in this round with the MAC-10. I could do with a bit of a confidence boost. And then you die to the USPs, and it's like, oh, what the hell? Like, that's going to make things even worse, you know? So, sometimes maybe it can be counterintuitive. Anywho, Paravision have got a 2-round lead. Going to be a gun round to follow. Was it 6-5 to Astrum or 6-5 to Paravision before the last round of the half?
I think it was Paravision in the lead. I'm pretty certain.
Okay.
I'll have to double check that. I'll let you know right now. Jane was on CT side. I lied. Paravision won the last round of the half.
Okay, so this is the first time Paravision have actually been ahead here on the map. They've got a 2-round lead. And you win this round here, then you put immense pressure onto Astrum, who were leading 5-1 at one point. They've only won 1 round since then, while Paravision have won 7. Speaks volumes to the point I've made about the momentum here.
Yeah, and Astrum had a couple of failures on the anti-force as well. Paravision, 2 of their main rounds they won were on the force buys when they had the force buy wars at the beginning of the game. They won the second round and they won like the 3rd or 4th. And ever since then, when it was, as you say, that little lead, I think it made it 5-2. He really got pegged back.
I mean, that sucks for Astrum, especially if they lose this game by a fine margin. Those are the rounds that you go back and pinpoint where the game kind of went pear-shaped for you. Right now, though, they've got the AWP in play. Glass cannon at that on Grix. Rifles across the board. Very light utility. No kits either. This is Paravision's opportunity to deal a decisive blow to Astrum's chances on their map pick. And it's going to be a big fight in towards Ivy. 3 players here for the T side and effectively 2 for the CTs. However, they've been drawn away from Ivy because of the big exec into A. All the util being thrown forward right now. There's no attention in towards Ivy at all. Clax will start to peer back in that direction, but he can't see anything because of how deep that smoke is.
Yeah, late Ivy, I wouldn't say it's a very common play for a T side on train at the moment, and it might catch them off guard. That's the entry for the MAC-10. That's the entry for the AK of Travis. And honestly, they're both really low. But will it matter? That is the question. Patsy's still here. 19 seconds to try and hold on. He's trying to bob and weave. But James is not going to go for a swing unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Fash will come in and they triple peek it. That's really nicely done. But you never know. Norby's still got a chance. Engages the frag against Belchanok. And now he's got more work to do. James will stand tall, though, and take him out of the round. It's down to a Grix clutch, and it's a glass cannon AWP. He'll miss the quick flick. Hit the second quick flick on Nota, though. That is a quick scope that's very tasty to watch. And now it's getting very awkward. He's got 1 AWP bullet left. And Jame will decide to take the initiative with the Glock and force him out of the round. Little fist pump from Jame there. He realizes how tight that was. And such an important round to win as well.
I think that's the most emotion I've seen Jame display since he won the major. But jokes aside, what an important round there for Paravision, because that puts so much pressure on Astrum. Beautiful first shot there from Grix with the AWP. I'm sure we'll see it here in the little highlight reel of the round. Look at this, bang, instant quickscope. Imagine he hit the shot before that on Jame, and then he hits that follow-up quickscope. That would have been, that would be a clip you'll be seeing on Twitter for a few days to come. Either way, this round could be quick fire, quick fast. It is going to be a frag found for Clax. Kick it though. I thought he might even got out with his life intact, but he's already done very well to get 2 kills in the round, pull all the attention in towards the A bomb site. His teammates have just shuffled into B, and this should be double digits.
Maybe another Astrum loss on train, I'm afraid, could be on its way. It's been way too good for Paravision on this map. Well, there's been one tight one, obviously, but this is starting to become a map that Paravision are happy to have in their wheelhouse, which is going to be really important for them long term. It's obviously Astrum's pick, but Paravision are getting results on it. Of course, when you can't have Dust 2, your main pick that you kind of win against the majority of teams you play.
Yeah.
So you're going to need to find others in these different series. And that's one of the things I think Paravision are doing a decent job on in Tier 2 right now. They do have a decent pool when it comes to their maps. But of course, there's still that up and down tendency that every single team at this level playing online seem to have.
It's just like, outside of Dust 2, there's nothing that's super reliable for Paravision. Normally you want like 2 maps at the minimum to have that full confidence in. 3 would be great. They're trying to kind of get Ancients and Anubis into that space, but they lost Ancients as the decider against Ents, and I think they lost it comprehensively in the final yesterday, and for me, I'm like, oh man, like, that's a step backwards now, you know? But anyway, I guess there was a lot on the line. Pressure certainly would have played a role. Pressure on Astrum, firmly. They have to win this round, Trav. Patsy spots them as he just goes up the ladder to get some info in A main. And Kicker's gone down in the meantime. There's a player E-Box who might be further forward than what Kenzie's anticipating. Nota's desperately looking for something. He's going to get support at range from Belchanok. Travis gets in on the act as well. Kenzie's been naded down. 5v3 becomes 2v3.
Wild. And Norby, he'll keep them in the conversation. Unfortunately, there is an opening over toward B, but the Belchanok is going upper, and he's went upper on that low health. Thankfully, there was no one in con to try and catch that already. They can plant open for that back CT position. I think Belchanok's going to get himself in toward that CT area, and Astrum are going to have no idea at all. Now, of course, they're worried about them being even close con at this point, because they had no presence over toward B at all. So with Travis's plant position, Belchanok can go all the way around and play the after plant, and Travis can just wait upper.
These are such good post-plant positions for Paravision right now. Belchanok's been afforded all the time to wrap the entire way around through CT. And there we go. He does activate. He's gotten the kill. That's going to take the attention now away from Travis. This should become impossible. Just by virtue of time alone, Klax has to try and get out of here, but that's not going to happen. Travis gets in on the act. 2 kills apiece. And that's a disastrous round for Astrum to lose because they get the first 2 frags. And it's not like they lose anybody in the way of a trade. Those 3 kills from Paravision actually came completely outside of any trades. So that's like a standing start 5v3 for Paravision. Hard committed into the bomb site. Belchnok, he was the one who had to really find the kill to create some space, create some havoc on that A bomb site. I love that immediate decision there to also just pivot to B. What a good read. Astrum had no idea that's what Paravision were doing, and they're now just 2 rounds away. Oh, Grix. Oh, okay. Both AWPers missed their shots. Grix knows he has to be him in this round because he's the only one with a favorable gun outside of Klax.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's anyone that's really been underperforming on Astrum. Even Norvi, I don't think I can even criticize them too much. I just think Paravision are making the right decisions on the right rounds at the moment.
I mean, I just
have
feel
that
like
tactical advantage.
I feel like Norway's form has dropped off in the past 3, 4, 5 months kind of thing, though. I mean, I know it's a while ago. Like, I'm talking 2023, but good lord, when that Aurora team came together, they were just like unbeatable in tier 2, and we haven't seen that for a while, unfortunately.
I can't help but agree, I'm afraid. It's a shame, for sure. Trying to force their way in upper, but there is trade potential. Even though Patsy gets 1, and there's Nota and Travis ready to deliver. And just like that, this what is a full force, really, for Astrum will get removed. They're going to have to full save. They're already falling back toward Ivy. Paravision are going to have double their score, and that means map points.
I mean, Paravision have just been dominating this entire half. There's been some moments where Astrum have looked somewhat competitive, but outside of that 9-6 gun round, the 5v3 that Paravision wrestled back, it really has just been pretty plain sailing for them so far. They're going to have 6 map points after being down 5-1. They've won, what, 11 out of 12 rounds since then, man? Including this one they're about to rack up. What a fantastic turnaround. Oh, I love the kicker cam. What are we even looking at? Is that a monitor that's
like
off,
maybe?
Like a monitor that's off on one side and a vase on the other, maybe? Oh, there's Belchnok on the other side of the room as noticed. They're not all on boot camp, but some of them are. Is it a glass? Yep. It must be a glass. That's what it is, right?
Yes. Like a vase or a glass that close, yeah, for sure.
Do you ever buy yourself flowers, Trav?
Buy myself flowers?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think I'm going to send you some flowers now that I have your address, because I got that. You leaked it to me when you sent me your invoice that one time, so...
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I linked
flowers
it to you on
are going to
purpose,
arrive.
though.
Yeah, fair. That's true. It was like an intentional leak, I guess.
Yeah.
But if anybody wants Trav's address, I'm a cheap man. P250 Sandune. Slap a sticker on there, maybe. That's good enough for me. What about your passport number, Trav? Do you want that out there? Preferably
no.
not, I guess. Yeah, fair enough.
After seeing what happened with Jacob, definitely not. Flash over the angle, of course, to take B, Brown Hall's control, and Norby once again tries to go for something aggressive. But I'm afraid it ain't going to work. And now look, this is getting overrun. They're trying to force their way into these fights. They're trying to force the issue, and Paravision know how to outplay them. Belchnok will even jiggle out Klax, and Jane will finish off the map. Grix will go down. Another win for Train for Paravision against Astrum. Seemingly just don't have an answer for what Paravision show against them on this map. That's now 3 they've won in a row.
Yeah, and what's brutal is that they were up 5-1 at one point. It was looking a whole lot better for Astrum compared to how it's been in recent times. Okay, well, you carry on, Trav. Take it away.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really all you can say, because they haven't been able to show much difference at all. They've been outplaying them every single moment in that situation. So I think you've kind of seen it in front of your very eyes. It was pretty evident, because Paravision have just got that extra man over in all these given situations. They've got that expertise. And I think for me, that kind of shows that they are just a cut above Astrum right now. I mean, they obviously, as I said, they played once online, once on LAN. And that's kind of the same way you could see all those previous matchups as well. And the issue is, they were both 2-0s as well. And, of course, it's the same map pool we've got. We've got Power Vision's Pick of Ancient coming up next, too. Here are the scores on the doors, of course. Nosa doing very well with an 18 and 10. We've got Kicker, 16 and 13, doing an absolutely fine job there. Sometimes people question his fragging ability, but I think in this sort of level, it's pretty confident for him. And yeah, I think overall, been a little bit more on the firepower front from the likes of Nori and Klax, but it's a great performance from Power Vision, and I'm expecting more on Ancient. We'll see if that'll be the case after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We're back for map 2 of Paravision versus Astrum. Of course, very comfortable win in the end for Paravision on map 1, which was kind of surprising because at one point Astrum were 5-1 in front, then one loss to a half bye, and Paravision came back pretty much instantly and didn't really look back since then. And the worst part is, of course, Matt, next map, Ancient, it's Paravision's pick, one they've already beat Astrum on twice before.
It was kind of almost like once I resolved my issues, Paravision had resolved their problems as well, because I didn't see Astrum win a single round, Trav, actually, in the action that I caught on that train game. The one round, like, where I kind of reconnected before I disconnected again, was the round that Paravision had even won there, like, right at the end of the first half. So that it kind of did suck for Astrum, never really painted them in a great light. That second half was abysmal, especially considering that's like the CT side of their own map pick. Can't say Grix never had an AWP either, so that they had their chances. They dropped the ball in that, 5v3 was their best opportunity. It was still 9-6 then, pretty recoverable, but they weren't able to. It was a flawless T-side from Paravision, and now we go to Ancient. I mean, Ancient in itself has been a very good map for Paravision. It's certainly fallen off for this Astrum/X-Aurora team. Used to be amazing for them, if you can remember, like Kenzie and Jag, and just how, you know, what a good map it was for their playstyle on the T-side in general, but it does appear to have fallen off a little bit, and when you combine that with the fact that Paravision looked so good on train, for me, I'm looking at a 2-0 now, I think.
Yeah, and as you were kind of touching on before we went live, right? Like this current Aurora team and what it is now, like
Astrum,
there's
yeah.
not really much that's good that's left in a way. It feels like, right? And you've got Grix. That's kind of the one future talent you've really got. You've got one really stable role player in Clax, but he's not the man you can rely on to really take over the server. It was Kenzie who had a great start to the game, but then tailed off pretty instantly, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at their results when they were Aurora, losing to BetClick, losing to Leon even in the summer qualifier, losing to Leo, Gun 5, like these are some really questions. They lost 13-4 to Leo, by the way. That's a team I saw play absolutely abhorrent Counter-Strike yesterday. So what does that say about Astrum at the moment? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm sad. I'm sad because I like these players and I want them to do well.
I don't know if they're just playing too much Counter-Strike at the moment. You know, 27 maps played on Train, 29 on Ancient, 36 on Mirage, 22 on Nuke. Like, they're playing a lot of CS, and maybe, you know, they're one of the teams that could actually do with maybe a bit of a break, maybe more time in the practice server, but I'm right there with you. You know, the kind like you said, the point we were talking about before we went live once again is like, what is there to get excited about with this Astrum team at the moment? If not Grix, it's like, man, they feel a little bit washed. I think he's like really keeping them relevant at the moment. Maybe Patsy a little bit as well, but like, I feel like they're reaching that point now where they may actually have to seriously start to consider changes. And then the IGL department maybe bringing in an entry fragger who's in better form. You know, it could be one of those situations where a change could favor both parties, right? The players who might be leaving the team, going off to another project, bringing some revitalization with some new players into the mix as well. It could benefit both parties. So it's not like there's any serious criminal in the Astrum team that has to be cut and wouldn't find success in any other team, but I feel like a shake-up might be required soon, especially with the 9 Pandas project being blown up. Like, can we mend the relationship between Result and some of these players? Can we maybe, like, consider bringing him back in the mix?
Yeah, I mean, you look at these two teams, right, and you say, who have gone back and forth. a couple of times with their roster moves, especially that Resort Clack swap was a kind of a stunning switch, and it was all over HL TV. Some crazy quotes from Resort at that time. We'd think out of all those players between those two teams, you'd be able to find something genuinely that can compete at the top of Tier 2, right? There's too much talent there that's kind of also gone missing as well, that you kind of remember like, oh wait, Forrester exists. He's on like Amcal's bench or something. Oh wait, remember Nickelback as well? Like, there's so many players.
That guy
out there.
Dilladez.
Yeah, there's so many players out there right now that I feel like could contribute to really pushing a team to the top level in Tier 2, but no one's just found a formula yet with some of these individuals who used to be at that level.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. I feel like maybe, there's not many tournaments to play between now and the player break. Perhaps we could see some shuffle start to taking place in the region, right? Either way, we're shuffling into map number 2, and Patsy's going to draw blood first, but he then overexposes himself, and I'm not sure that was necessary. Belchnok has found contact with Norway, and he just... I was going to say, if he could stay alive, that would be everything, but Norway does well to find their head, and that's an advantage for Astrum.
Oh, and it's a lovely tap from Grix. Do have this ability to pop off sometimes. We do know that, and Nota and Travis, though, will keep this pistol in the conversation. They can afford to take their time because Clax has got that smoke kit. And now Kenzie, with those doors, also causing Travis a problem. He's trying to isolate these fights, and he's found that first, but he goes straight back in for the next duel. And I can understand he's feeling it after that opening tap, but it will be Kenzie to collect the kill, collect the kit, and collect the smoke, and he won't even have to use it.
Alright, well, that was a well-pieced-together retake there from Astrum. I like the way they go about their business. Looked like it might fall apart there after we see a little flurry of frags from Parivision, but Astrum do lock it down. It's going to be a good way for Astrum to start off here on Ancient with the way that Train had kind of fallen apart. Maybe they can now put that behind them and focus up on the second map.
Boosted up with the Galil, looking to try and do exactly what they did to Astrum on map 1, win the second round force. And already, Kenzie will know what's up. See a couple of players force their way through, and now Clack's been dinked down as well. He's trying to play with his teammate in that cave position, and they've only sent Travis in, so that Galil can be collected back up again. Noto is going to push forwards. And they've got Belchanok next to him into that red room position. Grix and Norvi looking to try and reface. Now they'll realise there's at least one in there. And Jame has found Clax in the meantime. That's a big kill. Only 16 HP to spare off the back of it, though. And Belchanok will get cleared properly from red. All the duels come through across the map. And it turns into a 1v1, can you believe? Kenzie with the M4 and that kit, of course, that he retrieved from the pistol round, has got Kicker to face with only an MP9 picked up on this T side, but he knows he can rotate away and he knows he's got a free plant over toward B. A great opportunity in this 1v1. Looking to swing, looking to give it a glance. And he sees Kenzie walking to cave, but Kenzie goes back. He goes back and catches him. Can you believe it?
I wonder if there was any call or any info there from someone that maybe just caught a glimpse of Kickit on Kenzie's screen. It was like, mate, he was there bottom ramp, and well, Kenzie just forces the fight. Kickit was so close to finding an angle to just go for that little burst fire and secure the kill. He was salivating for it, but it doesn't transpire in the way he would have liked, which is a bit unfortunate with the position that they were in at one point here. Oh, man. Okay, well, both these rounds have been touch and go, but both these rounds have been won by clutches from Kenzie.
Now a chance to build on that, perhaps. They've dropped an AK over to Nota. That's Kicker doing that job. It's not the effect of Sanji dropping Jamin Orp, but he has completely sacrificed himself for the upcoming gun round to give Nota something to work with here.
Respect. I mean, Nota has been in some incredible individual form lately, so I do like that they're trying to enable him here. Good util usage as well. I like that they've invested into a few smoke grenades to actually get themselves onto the safe bomb side. Astrum has an idea this is what's happening, but it's going to have to be a full 10-man retake here for the CT side. Kits in play, only a couple, and not much util either for Astrum, rather, Trav. So this isn't as easy as it seems on paper, I don't think.
Yeah, there's definitely a world Paravision can do something with this. They're going to rotate in now, and Travis is still bottom mid. That's going to be a 1D to catch off Kenzie. That's huge, and now it could fall apart. This AK is set up ready to go, but it's been removed. That is a big threat, and they're going to converge. Patsy's going to find two. James is going to try and rotate all the way around, but it's being checked by the MP9. There might be one more kill from Kicker, but the defuse has come in already. And of course, somehow, James finds a way to save in that round.
Okay, but still a well-pieced together retake from Astrum again. They've been tested in all 3 of these rounds, and in all 3 of them, they've managed to get across the line. However, having said that, Paravision will welcome the damage they inflict in that full eco. Bomb plant, couple of kills round prior to that as well. So they come into the gun round here with a big opportunity to kind of put some pressure onto their opponents. Astrum looks like they want to fight on the front foot in towards middle. Klax has been able to find some refuge in the smoke, but never mind, it is a falsity. Belchnok will find the kill. Are they going to persist with the mid-take? They want to, and Belchnok will double down as a result.
Haven't fully committed onto a site yet, though. Who knows? There could be a rotation that'll come around for Astrum, but I feel like they are going to guess incorrectly here. They're moving away back toward A. They can really push forward toward A long. They're leaving only Kenzie here toward B. With the re-smoke, they will delay Paravision a little while longer. And the question remains, if it can delay Paravision long enough, so we get a big flank into the mix here for the likes of Grix. But Travis is going to force his way through with the utility up, so I think it's going to be too little too late on that move for Astrum. And Paravision should be taking their first round on Ancient here.
Yeah, really well pieced together round as well, man. Just with the way that they wrestle Astrum in middle. Belchnok so committed, so brave as well. Kind of realizing that Klax was in the smoke, maybe he heard him, gets that kill, and they break the smoke open. He gets a second, that just gives them a massive edge in the round. One more kill was all they needed to get the job done and get themselves on the board. Now, how do Astrum respond? Because I don't have the best economic situation. If Kenzie survives here, then he can drop a gun, but that is reliant on him staying alive. And James is going to be testing Kenzie, excuse me, Norway that is, never mind, but point still stands. Norway will stand tall, get the frag. He doesn't need to swing this though, he will. He's gonna. They're converging on them right now.
Surely they get the kills. There we go. There's Nota, and he manages to own Norvi as well. Kenzie and Norvi move aside. There's a new young talent, rifling talent in Tier 2. It's Nota. That is your old news now, my friends, I'm afraid.
Okay, well that's how Belchnok found Klax in middle. Second kill a lot cleaner. And I like that Paravision commits so much to the hunt there, Trav. They know how valuable it is to dispatch of these 2 rifles, even though they lose a couple players in the process. Because had they both stayed alive, they got 4 rifles in the next round. Basically a full gun round. But because they get those 2 kills, now they just have to play against the USPs. Oh, Norway. This is one of those positions that you can't move away from until someone's walked past you.
Yeah. And then
you can't try and duel them. Yeah.
You have to hope they don't check close left, right? Like.
Exactly.
Oh!
Wait, what? Oh, Travis was standing on top of Kick-It. I was like, where did that kill even come from?
Yeah, that was very amusing. I mean, I have managed to get 1 AK. That'll be transferred over to Kenzie. He did manage to dig Nota out of the round. But they're going to clear out Donut. They're going to clear out 8. So it will be Paravision getting themselves onto 2.
Yeah, I mean, Paravision was so stable on their T side of Train, and I don't think that's just because it was a map-specific thing. And even if it was, well, now they're on their map pick, so you'd imagine they'd be even more comfortable in this domain. going through the motions, Trav, like the heads-up decision-making from Parivision. You know, the variations. They had that very late Ivy crunch into the A-bomb site. There was some nice pacey plays into A. Just multiple different avenues for them to find success on that T side. And they'd have even more depth on their T side here. So I am concerned for Astrum. They started well on Train. They've started well here. But strong starts don't win you maps. They don't win you series.
Yeah, fair enough. Patsy will go into the bomb, but that doesn't matter. It was Kenzie that was priority to keep hold of this gun and the Kevlar. Of course, as I mentioned, in the 2 games that these two have gone up against each other on Ancient, it's been a Paravision 13-6 on LAN, and it's been a Paravision 13-5 online in CCT. So, that kind of shows you the dominance. It's only 2 series, but there's been nothing that Ashram have been able to find so far in this particular matchup. They're going to have nightmares about Jame and Belchanok.
Yeah, fair enough. I always thought Belchanok was the name of like a demon from, I don't know, anime or something. Just sounds like it, like Belchanok.
Well, the fact that he's aliases in caps as well. I feel like that makes it more menacing.
We should shout his name every time we have to say it. So we go, Belchanok! Travis! Jame! Nota!
Clags.
Kenzie! Because he's got doesn't have the cap's eye, right?
Yeah.
Listen, this is a gun round. I don't know, man. Clearly I don't know my focus where it needs to be right now. Parivision. What do they got going on here in the round? Let's have a quick little gander. 4v4, decent positional control for Nota. He's going to be hearing a lot of these rotations. Just kind of depends how he wants to play this. And it looks like they're going to be rotating away from B after showing quite a lot of presence there. They got the time for this.
Yeah, they put a little boost in play toward Donut to actually remove Belchanok from the round.
You gave me a fright there.
That was the goal.
Yeah, you were. It worked. Good job.
Thank you.
Let's see if Parivision can catch Astrum off guard, maybe give them a little bit of fright on the A-bomb side. The thing is, Astrum have started to poke and prod for some information. So they realize there's nothing towards Speedway. And Parivision are not immediately activating either. Note has been caught. And this is going to force Parivision's hand, but now Astrum know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Clax is going to remove Travis as well, and Grix will even be on the line before Kickut can even duel that donut position. No entrance there. It'll be a pretty easy round for Astrum in the end. I don't think James is going to be looking for too many of these kills in this clutch. He's going to get traded by Temple anyway. Norby goes for the big wide swing, instant headshot, no escape for James. And Astrum will get back to a 2-round lead, and good thing for Parivision at least is they do have some money built up. The drop can come through for Nota. You can have the J Mob if they really want it, but he's been rifling a little bit more so far, so we'll see.
Man, that's that round for Astrum, that success is just solely predicated of the fact that they got brave and they decided to actually push through Cave and figure out what was going on towards Speedway. Because they then see there's nothing on that side of the map anymore after immense amounts of presence and pressure earlier on in the round. So that then gets them a little bit of a head start on the rotation. They kill Nota for free, and then for Parivision, it's like, we just have to commit through A main. They get picked apart limb from limb. Parivision had to have someone controlling the other side of the map, or they had to have something to stop Astrum from getting all that info. Because it's not like they were doing much in A main either. They're just kind of sitting around for 10 seconds.
Full gun round. Everything that both teams would want. Right click. HE to break that bottom mid smoke. Are they going to push through it with a flash though at the same time? It looks like they are priming that with the spawn position of Jame. Travis has got lane control for now. That's his role in this round. They aren't going to force their way out mid just yet. Grix is in position toward red.
I feel like Parivision have done quite well in this round to actually just kind of force Astrum out of middle. There's no jag control, so Astrum don't really have a good idea of what's going on. And James Orp at B ramp is so dangerous. I don't want to be a B anchor playing against Parivision because he's so good at landing those shots. He's so patient. Knows exactly which angles to clear as they now start to commit some utility in towards this B bomb site. There's still a smoke that resides at top ramp, a nade to break it open, and that's going to prompt the push forward. Oh my. Just exchanging little bursts of fire through the smoke. Bomb going to get onto the side. 10 players alive. Retake underway.
Yeah, just chucking the bomb over to Travis there to get it down. So, this retake's going to be pretty fascinating because they've got kits and they've got some more retake utility on Klaxir and what could be one very important flash on Grix. It does feel like the longer this goes on, the more difficult it will be for the CTs, and actually, the more I'd prefer a save. But they're all definitely set up, and I can understand why they want to go for it. But Belchenok has got 2 kills on that transfer, holding down Mouse 1, finding those 2. They're trying to hop away with what they've got, but Kenzie won't be allowed to. He might go down to the bomb. No, he's got plenty of time to actually run further away with this M4. But Paravision will hold on, and they got Belchenok mostly to thank for it.
Yeah, very good impact coming through from him there, man. And I kind of like the way Paravision set themselves up in the post plant. It was really solid. They had Cave, they had Jame watching lane, they had players ramp, and then they had a player behind the bomb site, Travis. And the problem there for Astrum is that they do molly the bomb planter back, but they don't have anybody long who can then pepper the smoke, knowing for a fact they forced him off of the pillar and out of cover rather. I think that was what they needed. You get that kill on Travis, maybe that can kind of kickstart the retake, because they had a smoke cave as well. But solid work from Paravision in the post plants, and they draw within 1, and now they play against the 4 spy.
And just a slow creep across the map right now for Paravision. Just a quite... It's a shift, but it's a fast shift. They're into Red Room very quickly, and they're going to catch Kenzie wandering forward. When you're shifting forward, it's always a disadvantage, of course, for you when you've got a player swinging you. You have to stop, and while you're in the process of stopping, you're usually dead before you have a chance to deliver. So the M4 can be recovered on Norvi, but they've got full control around that CT position, and they just need to make a decision now on which way they go.
Yeah, it was a bit awkward there because Jame was the one with the bomb and he was struggling to get across. He has successfully crossed, but I mean, we've almost like flipped roles in this round right now. Paravision have gone through CT spawn into the A bomb site. James has thrown the bomb in his team's general direction and said, yeah, go on lads, get that down, would ya? I'm going to cover the flank here. 4v4 retake. That is the kill that probably defines the outcome of the round, I reckon. I think that's the end of any chance for Astrum. Do we know if Astrum's an actual org, Trav, or if this is just like a placeholder name?
Well, they were called Ex-Aurora for a bit.
Yeah,
and then
I
they
know.
changed into Astrum. So I'm actually not entirely sure. I did look it up on Wikipedia, obviously. And Astrum do have a Rocket League team, but it's a completely different logo. So I don't think it's the same thing.
It's related.
It's not the same
okay.
thing. So I'm actually not entirely sure. I could be wrong. I have tried to do a little bit of research on that, but I couldn't find a heads-up answer, so I have to leave that as an unknown for now. Maybe someone in chat knows if Astrum is an org or not. Let us know.
Share your secrets. Because I've just gone on HL TV. You know, sometimes you can find the link to the org's Twitter page, and it takes you to an account with 42 followers that was created in April and has never posted once. So I think that then confirms our suspicions that this isn't actually an org, but instead just a placeholder name.
Might be, might be.
Alright, well, Paravision carry some success forward as they've won consecutive rounds now. As for Astrum, they've carried a couple guns over into this round. Will be an eco, but there's a little bit of firepower. A smattering of firepower sprinkled into the mix here.
Ooh. USP will do a little jiggle in cave, and then they do a nice delayed flash in mid to remove Nota with that M4. Will get removed by Kicker. Kicker's been looking pretty good with his first bit of accuracy so far, but Kenzie looking to try and take advantage of Kicker fighting his way on shelf there. Unfortunately, Kicker is way too aware of that possibility. He's going to get all 4 kills in this round as he spins back in mid to take the 2 donut pushers. It leaves Klax with the AK. Kicker looking for an ace.
He could get it as well. He could get it. He gets the opportunity, but unfortunately doesn't get the kill.
I wonder when the last time Kicker aced was. Might be a while, you know.
I think I saw one the other day, actually. I think I saw a good old-fashioned kick a ace a couple days ago in CCT. But generally speaking, they are few and far between. A rarity.
Yeah, of all the players that you would think maybe haven't aced in a really long time, I think Kicker is not that far down the list, right? Like there are there are a few where you'd think, okay, well, maybe he is more of a sacrificial player, not one that ever is really in a position to hunt ecos or anything like that. So maybe it's very rare for him to get an ace. I wouldn't say that really that of Kicker, to be honest with you. So, just thinking though.
Yeah, I think when I saw him get, I think it was like CT side, B bomb site Mirage maybe, wait, like mowed down an anti-eco running in his direction. I can't remember the exact detail. Anyway, semantics. Paravision have regained the lead here on Ancient. Remember, Astrum have got their backs against the wall right now, down 0-1 in the series after having lost on their map pick train. They got cleaned up there, in fact. Decimated 13-6 after having led 5-1. They lost, what, 12 out of 13 rounds from that point. They started strong here on Ancients as well, but that's all we have to speak of right now. Lose this gun round, and I think things start to run out of control quite quickly at that point.
Yeah, knowing what's gone before, of course, between these two. Patsy will try and force his way down mid, but already tagged by the James AWP. The battle goes James' way when it comes to that damage.
Nice late smoke. This has got a lot of impact because of how many players it's just going to be locking out altogether. Plenty time here for Paravision, but still far less than ideal. Now, for Astrum, the key would be actually trying to get the control of lane so that they can know exactly what's going on here. Because they don't know for a fact that there's no one ahead of the smoke. And the difference with this round and the last time Paravision went A, Astrum don't have lane controls. They don't have the info. But Paravision need to get a move on, because that window of opportunity is surely going to close. Astrum they're just doubling up the defense here on the B-bomb side. They got 4 players there right now, and the penny's about to drop that that's not the right read.
Yeah, this is going to be very painful. All they've really got is Clax putting a few bullets through the CT smoke. Paravision, of course, don't know what's going on, though. They don't know how free they've got this A bomb site. So they're taking a little bit longer about it, and that will let one more rotation come forward, but it doesn't mean that Astrum aren't locked out of the site. They very much are. Bomb Blanc can come down. Another one of these rounds where it's a full 5v5 retake. A is one of the most retakeable bomb sites in the game, but when you don't really have any retake utility at all but for a flash, and don't have the positioning either, this is unfortunately the right call. And the problem with this is as well, Matt, is that Paravision have money to hunt them.
Yeah, that's true, they do. They don't look like they're too inclined to go for the hunt here, though. Looks like they're pretty happy to just sit back and let the round play out. We could have one of those rare situations where all 10 players survive the round. Do we call it a unicorn round if some players have taken damage, or is it only if everyone's still on 100 health?
I think when it's on 100 health, it's Rainbow Unicorn round. We'll call that one a Unicorn round, though.
Yeah, so 10 players staying alive, Unicorn round. Rainbow Unicorn, that's like the super ultra rare. even rarer than Kick It getting an ace.
Clearly.
Sorry, just a stray. Why not?
That actually was a stray. High key.
I mean, he didn't even need that, yeah.
But it is a rare round though to have. Like it was a proper gun round, that one. Like everyone had everything.
Yeah, true.
All 10 stay alive. So it is a bit of a unicorn round for sure.
Okay, well, Astrum are running out of time in this first half. Paravision on Ancient, equal win rate T side and CT side. So if they could even just take 6 into the next half, you'd imagine that would be already enough for them to feel pretty confident. Nice pre-fire from Norway, but Travis still somehow gets the kill and he finds the second onto Kenzie as well. Are you kidding me, Travis? How have you gotten both those kills and remained alive?
That's what we need to see a little bit more for Travis. Is like be able to frag his way out of these situations. It's what we saw from him for quite a while on this team. Like he's a very I was going to say
okay.
Eventually that was always going to spread. But yeah, Grix is going to go down to the flank from K. They've got full control of the B bomb site again here. He's going to try and go for something, but Kicker's just holding the line. It's just very clean from Paravision, and this is what really makes this Paravision team scary, because you've got the firepower of Nota, you've got the stability of Belchanok, and that is just a crazy entry with going dink for dink against Patsy. Not necessarily not entry, exit, but you get what I'm saying. You know, James is, as I said earlier, though, you know, sort of tongue-in-cheek aside, is one of the best players in Tier 2 right now. He's a major winner after all. You know, kicker likewise. So, you know, you've got Travis, who often is was a very stable factor for this team. He's a guy you can rely on to put a good number on the board every single map, play some tough roles, do some of the dirty work. And he was, as I said, really struggling lately, as I mentioned in the pre-game. Down to like a 0.94 or something in the last month, rather than the last 3 months being a 1.02 or something. So that was really quite a big discrepancy. And we're starting to see him recover form a little bit here in a game. Sure, they've got a good record in this particular matchup, but it's still a good sign.
That's what I was saying in the pregame, though. It seems like in the past week, 10 days, there's actually been an upward tick for parry vision, Trav, and we're seeing it here in this series as well. Oh my goodness, Jane was the first player in the round to die, but that hasn't thrown parry vision off their course. It's Travis and it's Belchenok. Travis with another multi-kill here for his team. Bomb plant secured. Retake underway. One of the best positions that Astrum have actually found themselves in, which isn't saying much because this isn't great. 2v2. Oh my goodness, playing around the smoke grenade. Not playing around the smoke grenade. Goodness. Klax will find an angle, take Belchenok down, and I think Astrum desperately needed that fifth.
Yeah, that is a really important one. I'm still expecting Paravision to get this one over the line in 2, but that will give them a conversation to talk about. And the game that, you know, really I feel like is a good reference point, that game on LAN 2 weeks ago at the Bet Boom Lander LAN. It was a 3-round CT half for Astrum, so they've improved by 2.
Well, we take that. We take improvements. What was the end result on the map there, Trav?
That was a 13-6.
Okay, so they got 4 rounds on their CT side.
3.
A little bit more room to work with, right? Maths is hard. A little bit more room to work with here for Paravision. Excuse me, Astrum this time round. But I feel like, I mean, I'm not saying that they absolutely must win the pistol round here, but if they lose the pistol, it becomes exponentially more difficult.
For sure. Pistol round, 7-5. Norvi and Patsy have got the utility. Smoke Molly, Flash. And there is no kit brought up for Paravision, so they're wanting to try and fight early in this one. The question is, will they be allowed to, as Astrum are now moving across the map, and Grix's got quite deep control through red. Belchenok's aware of the possibility, but it's a good position to be in.
Alright, well, let's see what this round holds. Belchenok runs into Grix and then just takes him down. Hang on, this is actually sold a bit of a fake down the river. Paravision heavily over-rotating in towards that B bomb site. And Astrum, well, they're going to have a little bit of an opportunity to beat Paravision to the punch back into A here. They shouldn't be able to have much issue in finding the plant. Klax narrowly missing out on Jame, who doesn't necessarily punish, and Klax will be far cleaner with that next kill. A flurry of frags, a double up from Patsy. That's exactly what we needed from Astrum here to start off the second half.
Sometimes this Astrum team just show flashes of what we've come to expect and know from these particular individuals, right? Especially Patsy. I mean, at one point, he was one of the most exciting sort of entry players, it feels like, in the world when he was playing on Spirit. They had so many deep runs in majors. He obviously got picked up by Liquid. That turned into a disaster in that Rainwaker. Patsy, a mishmash of a lineup. So many people, I feel like, in the community still hold a lot against Liquid for that choice of going for that lineup to this day. So, yeah, it's a crazy how his career has kind of fallen from there. I still think that if you just slot him in to a team, like, say for example, Spirit needed a stand-in, and now Patsy's not on an org, at least we think he's not on an org, they asked him. I feel like he could do a good job at that level, even now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he'd absolutely be able to hold his own. The thing is, nobody's going to be looking at him in that light if he can't find results here with this team and just keep showing what he's capable of. But you're only as good as your team kind of enables you to be, right? Either way, very good way for Astrum to start off the second half. They've won 3 out of 4 pistol rounds here in the series so far. Certainly a good boost for them. Can't afford to drop the ball against the force buy here, though. Already forced Belchenok backwards. Molly will force Nota out of position, so they now know the whereabouts of at least 2 players. Kind of missed the timing, though. If they were coming through A main at the same time they flushed him out of Donut, that would have been 2 free kills.
You always have to be wary when it's James Scout on the other side. Paravision up 7-6. We played 13 rounds and James is 2-6 in this game. Feels right. Norvi get himself that one with the Mac 10, and they should be able to collapse and convert on toward James' position. He's being pressured. He's one more scout tag, but he's struggling for that one. And struggling in the fire and flames. He'll thankfully will get his 1 kill, but Grix burns him out of the round, and Travis and Kicker will be falling back with their pistols to try and use them again in the next.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Nota and Belchnok weren't able to get a bit more work done there, because I think James lands like 3 or 4 scout tags. I mean, the fact that he even gets that kill on Norway is very impressive. There was so much pressure on him, but here we go. 7-all, anti-eco to follow. Astrum should be able to get a little bit of a lead here, and hopefully this time it's not just a strong start to the half, but it's more sustainable. Got to see them keep going throughout. All the way to the finish line. Force us to a 3rd map, Inferno. I wonder if Astra maybe need like a bit of a vibes guy in their team. I feel like if I was in their Discord or their TeamSpeak, I think it would just be quite chill, quite calm.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody who's like, you know, making pterodactyl noises when you win rounds and just like hyping everybody up.
I don't know. I feel like it is quite important to have one guy who's willing to be that guy, but you don't necessarily need to prioritize it when you're building the team, right? It's not like you're going to pick up a guy who's saying, oh, listen, he's great for the vibes. Right, we'll just take
I mean, it should be a new role in Counter-Strike, Trav. You're the anchor, I'm the IGL, he's the AWPer. That's our star, and here's our vibes guy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe the anchor could be your vibes guy. I don't know. I feel like it would be kind of funny if you're stable, you know, have to stay concentrated throughout the majority of the round player is the one that is silly and goofy. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that probably wouldn't add up. Seen some vibes coaches, some vibes players. G2 have always enjoyed bringing people on for the vibes. We've seen that. Heard it from the CEO's mouth now. Taz is a great guy. Nexa was the vibes guy. Jax is a vibe, that's for sure. But he's more than just a vibe, Trav. He can frag as well.
Yeah, and he can be a male model too. Look at him. Kenzie holding the line toward lane with these pistols rushing his way. Should be fine. They force their way through. It's going to be Astrum grabbing this lead. The bomb is being taken through spawn over toward A. And yeah, I mean, like, the people is... What's quite amusing is we're seeing so many players now who people have kind of, like, ruled out from ever being competitive again, looking okay. Like, I understand PG Lozano was like a tier 1.5 LAN. It didn't have the top teams in the world attending. But you've got Fallen looking like he can actually rifle in-game lead. And you've got Yakinda looking like he can actually play CS2, for goodness sake. So,
yeah,
like, some of these players that we're talking about on Aurora who are in this position where maybe they need some injection of form, a result somewhere, a vibes guy, whatever you might say. Same logic with Nexa, who you've mentioned. Like, he's looked actually good on that BC game team, especially individually for a while.
For a while, yeah.
You just can't rule players out after one bad stint on a team. And listen, I've been guilty of it. I've 100% been guilty of it. I've absolutely said that I thought Yakinda was a terrible choice. But maybe I
don't think you were alone in that camp, Trav. I think that was like the consensus of 93% of the people out there. So, I mean, I wouldn't read too deeply into that. But it's just good that he's been able to prove otherwise lately. You just feel like a player like him with his skill set combined with the way that CS2 plays and the, and what the game rewards, that Yakinda would be a phenomenal CS2 player. But maybe it's just like a year and a half late, but we could ultimately still get there. Look at this. This is fast. This is pacey. Immediately through that double door smoke. They Molly ramp just to make sure they won't come into any resistance. And they haven't let go of W from spawn.
Kiko wants to try and force the issue. But we'll fall back off of it for now. Counterflash does come through and you'll get caught. Again, they've got Patsy up into red.
Okay, yeah, very good position they've been able to get him into here, kind of just cutting the map down the middle. He's going to go searching as well. Belchenok's on an off angle, and oh, he just didn't even look like he reacted there. Patsy gets the kill. Maybe he was expecting Patsy to step out a little bit more, was Belchenok? I don't know, but this almost makes the round impossible now for Parivision. James being flanked through Temple, he's never going to expect this. I mean, he probably should anticipate it to a degree, but he hasn't even turned his focus in that direction in the slightest. There we go, knife out. He's a dead man. And all of a sudden, the scales have been heavily tipped in Astrom's favor.
Just Kicker actually won't be able to help out Travis there, I'm afraid. But it's fine. Actually, Travis does get the kill in the end. So it's fine.
This is good for Astrom, though. I'm glad we kind of seen this return to form for them. It's going to be, what, 4 rounds in a row now on this T side. They won the last round of the first half as well. Might even be able to deny some of these guns being carried over. Yeah, Grix, oh, I thought he gets the trade there on Travis. If Travis even just so much as shows his shoulder, that should be enough, but doesn't look like he will. Probably drop some guns here now, right? Travis drops an AWP. Kicker drops an M4. Starting to run out of time for Parivision, though.
Yeah, it was a massive off angle from Belchenok, like you said, but Patsy jiggled that one really well. And kind of the way he went about the duel was unbeatable for Belchenok. Travis does well to stay alive, but yeah, we're in a weird position. Travis will drop that AK over to Nota, even though Nota's 6 and 10. He's usually the star, so I understand why they've done that, even though Travis is having the better game. A lot of his kills have been excellent. Look how blind Nota is. He tries to force the issue with the AK, but those counter flashes are crazy. Travis then goes to try and help out, but it's too late, and Astrom are looking very good here for a possibility of a third for the first time in this matchup.
Well, this is a very convincing display coming through from them right now. Fighting Parivision on the front lines, overcoming them. They've overcome the adversity on the map so far in the series at large with how Train fell apart. You spoke about already how we kind of seem to get flashes out of Astrom, but well, this is a full illumination. Or he overexposes himself ever so slightly there, and Jame will happily oblige. Oh, wait, hold on. Belchenok, that's quite a bit of damage done. Still a man advantage for Astrom, but Parivision have kind of maybe fought their way back into the round here, into the conversation. Oh, they're barreling straight into the safe bomb side. Kickit has a chance to do something very cool here, but he's not going to expect A main as an avenue of entry. Steps are hurt, though, but he can't get his crosshair there in time.
That's such a shame, because Klax was stomping in at the end, and Kickit did hear it. Just couldn't spin. And now Astrom have an opportunity. They truly do. Money, again, is going to be an issue for Parivision. They're going to have a good save with Jame, obviously, but Kickit is going to have some cash left over. It's going to be all right, but it's Astrom in the driving seat, and 9 rounds, make that 10 rounds in a map. They have gotten to an overtime on Train before in this particular matchup, but it was a overtime in which they fell apart on when they actually got there. It was a 16-12 in the end for Parivision. This is the best position Astrom have been in for a very long time in this particular matchup, and for their sake, I hope they deliver, because I would like to see a decider in this series.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah, I think Inferno would be a lot of fun between these two teams. Middle of the ground map. And Astrom are just 3 rounds away from getting us in. They should be able to make it 2. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see another investment. Okay. Parivision just keeping some players alive in these rounds that they're losing means that they can continue to afford to reinvest. But they're running out of time. Yet to win a round here in the second half. You think back to the pistol round. It was a bit touch and go for Astrom, if I remember correctly. I remember Jame coming through from Temple. He couldn't deny the bomb plant. Like, it could have certainly gone Parivision's way, right? That was the round that Kenzie... Oh, no, okay. That was the first half. All right. Scrap that. We're all good. I mean, the pistol round I'm thinking about was the one where Kenzie clutched, but yeah, what the points I'm making is that Astrom have just been seemingly fully in control of this entire second half so far.
Yeah, not the first time Kenzie's had a good clutch today. Had a sick triple kill Deeg on train to recover a force in the early stages of that map, and also won the pistol himself as well, pretty much.
Nobody having a crazy pop-off game here either on either end of the server. The most kills is 11, and there are like 4 players on 11. Oh, Travis has 15. Okay. He's having a pretty strong game. Jame will catch a glimpse of Norway just before the smoke blooms, connects on the shot, and it's going to prompt Astrum to try and get through A main here, but there certainly is resistance.
And Patsy got tagged down to 10 as well in the midst of that. So Jame ready in position, but he's been forced to the corner by the Molotov, and they kind of got him locked in there, but swings wide enough to swing past Klax's crosshair placement. That's crazy from Jame. Grix will answer back for 1, and unfortunately it's a whiff from the position of Kenzie pushing through long. And it'll allow Jame to get 1 more kill. Great round from Jame. He's been very silent so far on Ancient.
Yeah,
he was 2 and 6 at one point, and like round 14. But that is a round he needed to step up in, and he has.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was going to say as well. Feels like it's been underwhelming from Jame, which is a rarity in recent times, but good way for him to deliver. I can't believe on the fadeaway he actually even gets a kill when he gets out of the corner. I'm thinking it's just pure life preservation at that point, but he's thinking, well, maybe I could even get a kill here as well. That's a great round back for Paravision. Has to be more where that came from, though. You win this one here, you break Astrum's economy, and then the game gets broken open.
We've got some legs on this map, I think. And unlike... I made a very stupid analogy yesterday, Matt, when I was having that crazy game.
Well, your brain must have been rotten at that point.
Yeah,
so
well, I just said, like, listen, this game's got legs, and it's long, beautiful legs. It's not short, hairy ones, like mine. I think this game's got long, beautiful legs right now. This is an entertaining map.
Yeah. I mean, you do get like super lengthy series where it's just a disaster class from both teams. Those are the short and hairy legs. The long and beautiful ones, like a fun game of Counter-Strike, entertainment.
Yeah.
And we're getting that in heaps here in this game.
Yeah.
Some people like short and hairy legs though, Trav. So
one day, hopefully, I'll find that woman. Jane will get the opening kill, and Nota will follow up on Klax as well. That is a really nice way to go about the opening of this round. And now, of course, with the economy in a weird spot for Astrum, they lose this one, they're going to be in a tough spot. We could have a close game, like I've been saying. And Norvi, that was a must-win against Belchenok. It's actually cracked open the A-bomb site to some extent. But Nota is here on a rotation, and he smartly doesn't go for more. Knowing the time on the clock, 10 seconds, a very quick double temple rotation that should catch Norvi off guard. Kicker has been being very patient at mid as well. Norvi's now got his crosshair in the right place, but there is more than just one in that temple area. And Nota, oh my word, he's won every single duel. 4 kills for Nota. That is why this dude is one to watch.
Yeah, and I think Astrum have probably just had to lock in a little bit more after these past 2 rounds, because you got Jamie gets a sick triple in the previous, and then Notu has also been quiet throughout the map. One of the chief destroyers on train, he's also now pitching up. So Astrum not going to be able to ride that wave of momentum that they had at the start of the half all the way to the finish line. There's going to be some hiccups along the way. Return to form for Paravision. Look at that shot there from Jane. Barely catches a glimpse, but that's all he needed. And then Nota coming through from Palace. I mean, lovely first kill. Drops off the ledge. Crosshair perfectly placed. Headshots are plenty. And if I'm Astrum, I'm getting a little bit nervy after the way those previous 2 rounds went down. Because Paravision looked like they're back.
Oh. And James on a good job here, making sure he doesn't get run down. It's an aggressive peak to make with the AWP in that area of the map, right? When you do have that sniper rifle and you're up against fast-moving Tech 9. So he's done well to find the 1 and fall back safely. Knew what he wanted to do. Knew how he wanted to go about it against a round like this.
Yeah, it's just to level up the scoreline for Paravision. That's the opportunity that's presented itself, and it's a pretty good opportunity as well with them just having to play against the pistols. Obviously, Tech 9s can be difficult to contain, but they have got the lean over towards the B-bomb site for now. Very light utility for Astrum as well. Smoke and Molly is all they've got. No flash to try and enable the cause. It's going to be a smoke to block off Cave, but Travis can spot that in his peripheral vision, and he just drops a smoke of his own to kind of cancel it out. In fact, it's actually smoked off short instead, but point still stands.
I don't mind Astrum taking their time here. Like, any little help they can get with Paravision using up all their utility. 1 or 2 kills at the end of the round. It'll maybe come into effect if we get towards an edge toward round 24 at some point. Here we go, though. Molotov will come through. They're actually going to having to run through some of their own molly to get that across, and the bomb tries to go a bit more aggressive. Won't work out. James is ready for Kenzie's push. So 4 alive. James back up to a respectable KD again, as he always seems to manage. My goat, honestly. And it's 10-all.
And that's why Paravision are just been in such good form. That's why they've been in such good form lately, because you can never count them out. Backs against the wall. Haven't seen a huge amount from them up until that 10-7 round where they win that gun round, and all of a sudden that switch has been flicked. And Astrum have a lot relying on this round, Trav, because if they lose this, there's absolutely no money in the bank. That could be 12-10 before they know it. Couldn't say the same for Paravision, though. They've got some bank at their disposal. Oh, Travis' timing couldn't be worse right now. Getting his gun out, and you know what? Damage is not bad. Kick it will take advantage for a kill, but he goes down immediately afterwards, so it's advantage Astrum.
Yeah, Kicker will probably feel like he should have gotten both kills there, and the fact that Astrum have got away with a 4v3 in that scenario, knowing that Travis, 1, got timinged, and 2, still almost lined them up, they'll feel a little bit fortunate. Now, what do Astrum do? They've got a great opportunity here with this man advantage. They could have a chance to maybe push one player in toward A to clear it out, but now Nota is going back to check that. Won't be down to another one of these individual moments for Paravision where one player goes above and beyond to recover this one. Astrum looking to see if Paravision go hunting. Being a pick down, usually you have one player maybe have a bit of a scout around the map to get some information and try and get a kill back in return, but Paravision not really doing much of that right now, so it's down to them to push through. James. Now he's ready on a wider line as well, and that is a great pick and response, and he's set up for more. There is no flash to push him off this angle, but he's going to miss a critical shot. Ah, that's frustrating for James. That's one he should have taken. And the bomb can now go down on B. Rotation isn't really close. There's some counter utility from Belchanok, but unless he finds this kill right here, right now, Nota's not going to really have much to say about this one. He is coming in from behind, but it's being watched, and there is 2 in cave that would deal with him in a moment, you would think. Unless he somehow finds this double spray down in here. Good jiggle out on Clax, but he's very ready. There we go. Good job from Nota. We'll team up to deal with Belchanok. So Astrum will creep back into the lead. Lots of utility exchange in mid again, but Astrum have got out very scot-free on that one. And James will do well to find the opening pick, trying to make amends for that one critical miss in the previous round. Okay, Belchanok's being run down here. He needs support. Thankfully, there's a CT smoke in position, but that might give them the opportunity to push on the right side of Donut as Belchanok looks and just maybe spam him out of the round. Thankfully, the support from Kicker is excellent right now, and they've kind of stalled Astrum in mid. They will now push forward in toward Nota. Let's see what he can do.
Vision to answer back and level up the scoreline again. Otherwise, Astrum have a really good chance of just finishing off the job from here from an economic standpoint. Nota's going to go searching. He's seen the shadow. He's out in the open. They now know he's there. Nice little jiggle for Norway to get the info. He can then swing with conviction, confidence, crosshair placement, all in his favor. And look at what that's now forced Belchanok to do. He's out in the open on the A bomb site, but he will stand tall. Kick it in front of A main. Won't be expected, but he's also been spotted.
Oh, and he's just able to deny the plant, but that's really all he could do. He tries to go for the guaranteed kill in the end. Kenzie, though, he's backing up into Donut, and James takes his time and will take the kill. Bomb may have been planted, but Norvi's got a clutch on 58 HP. This could change the course of the series here. If Astrum win this round and Norvi does it for his team, maybe we're going to 3.
He's been heard.
Paravision win it. It could be a chance, and now Travis has seen him. He's jiggle picked him out. He goes back and checks it and sees it. Now he can hold an off angle as Norvi tries to force his way out, and Travis will swing as the defuse is being held. Good retake from Paravision and real good work from Belchnok and Kicker in what was a really awkward situation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. That was really good decision-making from them. Micro decisions, just the positioning there for Belchnok, knowing where the threat was coming from, knowing what little room he had to work with, but still taking advantage of it. And then kick it not... Oh! Did Plax just throw his headset into a screen there, or did I miss that?
I don't
it looked
think
like
he
something.
missed much. Listen, do you remember Travis was that guy to smash his monitor on the screen? On cam?
They're all gone. They're all gone. Yeah, I don't actually remember that, honestly.
I'll have to link it to
I don't think I ever saw that clip, yeah. Well, I don't mind a bit of fire and emotion, but maybe they're just taking like a little break to compose themselves. Maybe that's what this is.
Yeah,
Kenzie's covering the cam.
He's fixing it.
That's what he wants you to think. But just to highlight that previous round, you're bang on. Like, Belchnok, the way that he kind of keeps himself tucked in using the boxes as cover from CT so he can fight Donut, getting that kill there, and then kick it, not getting caught up in the fight with the player behind Xbox, and instead swinging the bomb planter, buying more time. Those were such impactful and influential frags.
This is the previous round that James got that opening pick and had a chance at the follow-up and wasn't able to deliver it. But again, like, he's making a lot more aggressive opening moves in this second half, James, and it's really working out well, which I'm happy to see. Yeah, especially Kicker as well. Like, that first player he was fighting kind of jiggled big box for a second. He obviously took the shots, thinking that he was going to have maybe a more open kill. But it wasn't the case. So he decides to commit fully and deny the bomb planter instead. And in the end, I actually think that was the right decision.
Yeah, I completely agree. And he knew he would always be traded afterwards, but he recognized the value in giving up his life to get that kill. Either way, here we go, 11-all. We're certainly going the distance here on Ancients. It's just about whether or not we'll require more than the full 24. If it's Paravision that win this round here, very good chance at finishing off. If it's Astrum, decent chance, but not as good as Paravision's.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Been a very entertaining game so far, and James again is on the right line as Astrum try and walk red. Gets the opening pick, falls back in good time. As I said earlier, he was 2-6. So that is wild from Nota, but I understand why, because Kickert's here. I don't think they know of Kickert being in that position. That's why Nota went a little bit more wild about it. Maybe they do know. Kenzie's clearing it properly. He is going to clear it properly. I'm completely wrong on that one. Thankfully, Travis is there for an immediate trade, so it retains a 3v2. It retains a single-man advantage. But now Klax is creeping into this position. If he gets a clean duel here on Travis, the noise being made by Grix, there's a chance. They have to try and recover the bomb, and Travis was alone in trying to hold it. Now James trying to force the issue. Klax down to 4 HP, 5-7 drawn. James doing the right thing, needs one bullet and connects a headshot anyway. It's all Grix. Belchnok on the tight line. Good catch from Belchnok. And a good hold of that bomb that was dropped through Red Room.
Hasn't James just come alive in the most marvelous fashion on the CT side? I mean, he knows that he's got Klax dead to right, but he can't overcommit and just run forward, because if Klax steps out and finds the perfect crosshair placement, he can just instantly get that kill. So James is just toying with him. He's toying with Klax. He's bobbing and weaving back and forth. He's constantly moving. And he's also peeking, you know, he's kind of using that cover, the wall, to peek into Klax as well, so that it's not like Klax can take the fight fully on his own terms. Masterclass from James. Absolute masterclass. 12-11. That round, I mean, how much action was there in Red Room? I guess Red Room is a fitting name with all the blood that was spilled.
It's not just the lighting. And now Astrum have got 2 MAC-10s, a Tech 9 and 2 Deagles to try and win this round and get it into overtime. Nota's in a good position. Look at all the damage he's done. He's found 2. Will go down. And that's actually pretty decent, but guess who's here and set up and ready to go once again? It is Jamie. He will be smoked off, and he can't push through that because there is main presence. He's going to have to wait for Travis to deal with that first. And Norby with this AK. Does he just swing, give it a look? There's Incendio being thrown. Travis now knows there's 2 players in that position, and he's found Norby. That's the big kill. Patsy's going to have to try and trade it, and he has. It's whiffy from KitKat. Oh, but it's worse from Clax. Neither one of them can finish their dinner. And now Patsy has to win a 1v2 on 30 HP. He's found the easy one. Now it's the tough one. James on the AWP, playing the same angle, will fall back off of it and now realise where he is, going to a rifle. Maybe more manoeuvrable, and he'll get it done in the end. Oh, what a game from Paravision. What an entertaining map of Ancient. And James with a little grin at the end of that second half. He knows he was one of the main factors to get that one done in 2.
I mean, I know Patsy wants to take the fight in his own terms in the 1v1, but there wasn't any, complete necessity for him to swing. I feel like that's just the James aura. James in his head ran free, and Patsy's panicking. He's like, I need to fight. I need to swing. And it's like, well, you don't. The bomb's planted. You can just try and play the time. Oh my goodness, what a fine margin between overtime and bust. It's James 1v1 to seal the deal for Paravision. And that means they win the series 2-0. They progress through to the playoffs, fully deserved. Some credit must go to Astrum Trav for the way that they were kind of able to fight back there on Ancients and at least show some good form, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. And look at the scores on the doors there for Paravision. Like, it's a 2-0. Not an easy one, as you said, on map 2, but it shows, right, with their scores on across the board. All of them performing well in certain rounds, all of them getting important impact frags. It just shows you, right, that, as I mentioned, with Paravision being a bit up and down, if they have an off day individually, that's where some of those important rounds can be exposed. And that's when they lose these maps you don't expect them to lose, right? So they've really made sure to stay locked in this series and get it done.
Yeah, I guess that's also kind of why I've been talking about Paravision lately, Trav, and just saying, I know it hasn't been long, but there does seem to be an improvement in form, just how they're able to keep themselves in the hunt in those sorts of games and not completely disintegrate under the pressure. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, I think things are looking better for Paravision as of late, but it's like, is it too late? I mean, the season's already almost over for them. There's no like major LAN qualifiers, and I don't actually mean the major, but I mean like big LAN events or big LAN qualifiers on the horizon for them. But at least they can still try and eke out some good online results to just try and improve the season at large, get some more VRS points going into the next season as well. It's kind of what they're doing for themselves. So yeah, good job going into the playoffs 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great sign for them, of course. We have, of course, 4 matches to come tomorrow as well. Some important matchups as well, and some pretty tasty ones. We've got Rushby versus Sangal as the early morning game, Passion UA versus Zero Tenacity, Monty versus Amcal, and 500 versus Spirit Academy. How will the Bulgarians deal with Kiyosuke? That's going to be very entertaining to watch, I'm sure. But for now, for today, we are done. I will say good night and enjoy some IEM Dallas, maybe. Cheers, everyone.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!